Chapter 21. At dusk of the same day, Wuxia left the city lord mansion alone. The mayor, Yin, was still crying and wailing. He was heartbroken over the money he had lost. Yixing and the others were also panicking over this unimaginable theft case. So, they did not react to Lu Qingfeng's action as they were still in a state of panic. Except for the fact that the number of guards on duty had doubled, the mayor's mansion was no different than usual. He took a detour around the two main streets of Little Meng City, then went through all the small alleys that were in a mess. Using Wu Wang's experience, Wuqi made sure that there was no one following behind him. Only then did he return to the main street. He found a restaurant and bought 2 jars of the best yellow jade cream, wine, 3 roasted chickens, and a bunch of braised meat that he couldn't name, but smelled very fragrant. Now Wuqi had some money on hand, and before he left, Lu Changfeng had given him 10 gold coins. Therefore, he only bought the most expensive stuff. Just these dishes and wine had cost Wuqi 25 silver coins, and the restaurant owner was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After asking for a wooden stick from the restaurant owner, Wuqi carried all these dishes and wine. Then he slowly walked towards the house of Fierce Tiger, the nest of Zhang Hu and his men. The sky was getting darker, and smoke was rising from all the houses in Little Meng City. This world was full of energy, and the rice grown here was especially rich and fragrant. When the rice was being cooked, the aroma filled the air, and the whole city was enveloped in a thick aroma of rice. Carrying the dishes and wine, Wuqi walked along the main street. Smelling the aroma of the rice, he felt his heart was at ease, and he felt very confident. Not far away, a woman's voice drifted over from an unknown house. Although the tune was simple, the girl's voice was sweet and tender. It drifted far away with the night wind, like a plate of sweet side dish, adding a touch of charm to the surrounding rice fragrance. Wonderful, wonderful. Wuqi squinted his eyes, looking up and down, left and right. Some merchants were hurrying along the streets with their women, either returning home or returning to their inns. This world was rich in spiritual energy. The land was rich and the soil was beautiful. Those women were all extremely enchanting and beautiful. Based on Lu Xiaobai's experience, these women were all top-grade beauties that could score at least 95 points. Looking at these beautiful women, Wuqi suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed. If Lu Xiaobai could come here with him, that perverted demon, he would probably have fainted from joy, right? Compared to the beauties on earth, the women here were much better. Smacking his lips, Wuqi muttered in a low voice, "I will avenge you. Trust me. I will definitely annihilate the Qingcheng bloodline." Little Meng City wasn't a big city. After walking for less than 15 minutes, Wuqi found the ferocious tiger residence located at the east of the city. This was a courtyard with 2 entrances, and there was a large field in front of it. In front of the gate, there was a flagpole, and on top of it, a yellow flag with a black tiger was fluttering in the wind. A few men with blades hanging from their waists were sitting on the stone steps in front of the gate, talking nonsense. Their stern eyes were staring at the passers-by, and none of them dared to slack off. Seeing Wuqi coming, these few men stood up and bowed to Wuqi with their fists cupped. Wuqi bowed back, picked up some food and wine, and entered the courtyard. These few men were the barbarian hunters he had met in Meng Village, so they could be considered as old acquaintances. Entering the courtyard, Wuqi saw a large stone table was placed in the middle of the field. Zhang Hu and a few muscular men were sitting on the ground next to the stone table. Beside them were wine jars, and on top of the stone table was a large amount of grilled meat and dishes. Noises could be heard coming from rooms on both sides of the field. The barbarian hunters working for Zhang who were having a good time eating and drinking in those rooms. Panting sounds of girls could be heard coming from a few of the rooms. From time to time, girls wearing red and green clothes would be carried into an empty room by the barbarian hunters, and soon, the same panting and moaning sounds could be heard coming from those rooms as well. Wuqi smiled. He walked to the stone table, cupped his fist, and bowed to Zhang Hu. "Big brother Zhang Hu, you guys are having a good time." Zhang Hu gulped down a bowl of wine, then slammed the bowl onto the stone table. With a darkened face, he shouted, Bullshit. If you didn't come, we would be having a good time, eating and drinking and having fun with girls. You don't know how carefree that would be. But now that you're here, how can we have a good time? Zhang Hu took out the green flame skeleton from his sleeve and threw it to Wuxia with a talisman stuck on it. Now the bursary officer should be in the hands of that young master from Lu family, right? According to the price of a lower-tier magical item. Give me 100 gold ingots. This is only in Little Meng's city. If we were in those big cities, how could a lower-tier magical item be worth so little? Casually putting the green flame skeleton into his sleeve, Wuxia placed the dishes and wine on the stone table. Then with a palm, he broke the seal of one of the wine jars. A rich aroma burst out from the wine jar. Zhang Hu and the other men's eyes lit up. Chi stood up. Yellow jade cream? 10 silver ingots for a jar of 20 years old yellow jade cream? My God, it's been a long time since I've had it. While exclaiming, the few men were fighting for the 2 jars of wine. In the end, Zhang Hu was the winner, and he got half a jar of wine all by himself. The other 5 men had no choice but to share the remaining 1.5 jars. These men were all great drinkers, and in less than 15 minutes, they had finished the 2 jars of wine. Letting out a satisfied burp, Zhang Hu stared at Wuxia and said with a smile, "For the sake of these 2 jars of wine, what do you want to say? Just say it quickly. If you can't finish in 10 minutes, don't waste your breath." Sitting down on the stone table with his legs crossed, facing Zhang Hu, Wuxia said with an indifferent tone, "Now you're all very happy, very happy. Will you still be so happy when your muscles and bones are weak and you grow old and weak? When you have no one to rely on and no one to support you, can you still be happy?" Everyone's expression changed. The wine bowl in Zhang Hu's palm exploded into pieces. When you're old and weak, you have no one to rely on and no one to support you. Word by word, Zhang Hu repeated what Wuxia said. His eyes flickered and his body began to tremble. The faces of the few burly men standing next to him turned gloomy as well, as Wuxia's words had greatly depleted their spirit. Barbarian hunters seemed to be living a free and happy life, but their wealth was earned from mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and swords. Every time they went out of the city to hunt barbarians, they would lose a few of their brothers. Among the few men present, which one of them wasn't covered in wounds? How much longer could they eat this bloody meal? When their bodies passed their prime, how would they have the strength to fight the barbarians? In the past, there were many famous barbarian hunters and rangers, but in the end, they either turned into a pile of dirt or disappeared without a trace in front of the people. Wuxia's words were very cruel, like a dagger. It tore open the last layer of psychological barrier in everyone's heart and fiercely stabbed into their hearts. Grabbing the wine jar next to him, Zhang Hu gulped down half of it, stared at Wuxia, and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Wuxia, you have a sharp tongue." Raising his hand and smashing the wine jar on the ground, Zhang Hu's beard stood up and he shouted, "But even if we want to join a rich family's young master, there are many other choices in this world. Like Lu Qingfeng, who is the eldest son of Liang Lu family, but was sent to Little Meng's city, what good can we get by joining him?" Wuxia crossed his arms in front of his chest, stared at Zhang Hu, who was furious like a fierce tiger, and said with a smile, "Instead of adding flowers to a brocade, it's better to provide timely help. If we join Lu Qingfeng now, we can work together and either kill the current mayor or force them to leave. Little Meng's city will be our world." Pointing his finger at the surroundings, Wuxia laughed and said, "As long as we can control Little Meng's city, control 8,000 city guards, and train a few hundred men of sacrifice, even if he's a poor young master from a rich family, he can still achieve great things." Zhang Hu and a few of his brothers looked at each other, and their expressions changed. Wuxia let out a long laugh and said, "Think about it. With the production of Little Meng's city, how much money can we earn a year? In a place where the sky is high and the emperor is far away, even if we sneakily arm an army of 30 to 50,000 soldiers, it will still be a piece of cake." Zhang Hu took a deep breath, stared at Wuxia, and said with a low voice, "What you just said You are absolutely lawless. How dare you? Wuxia didn't even look at Zhang Hu. He leisurely raised his head up and stared at the crescent moon in the sky. With a low voice, he said with a smile, "Riches come with risks. If Big Brother Zhang Hu wants to spend all your time in the marketplace, just pretend I never came here today." Reaching out his hand, Wuxia took out the green flame skeleton from his sleeve, threw it on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Pooh! A lower-tier magical item? Even a lower-tier magical item is nothing to me. Casually taking out a few pearls the size of chicken eggs, which he found in Ian's secret chamber last night, Wuxia threw them on the stone platform. The pearls spun on the platform, emitting a misty white glow under the moonlight. Just a few of these pearls, each of them is worth tens of thousands of yuan. It is just a lower-tier magical item. Is it worth it for Big Brother Zhang Hu, a hero among men, to fight with those filthy people? That Hu Biao and that director, I think they're worse than pigs and dogs. Big Brother, are you really willing to mix with these filthy people? Zhang Hu took a deep breath and let out a deep roar from his chest. Abruptly, he rose to his feet, stared at Wuxia and cried out, "Wuxia, I'm impressed by your eloquence. Good. I, Zhang Hu, will take another gamble in my life. I'll bet on a rich future. Don't get me and my brothers in trouble." Wuxia turned around and walked out of the ferocious tiger courtyard. With a low voice, he said, "I never let down my friends, my brothers. Tomorrow, report to the general's office, my big brother Zhang Hu." With a flip of his hand, the document signed by Lu Chengfeng, appointing Zhang Hu as a military officer, flew across the distance of 100 feet and landed in front of Zhang Hu. After drinking with Zhang Hu and the others and chatting for a long time, when Wuxia came out of the ferocious tiger courtyard, the moon was already hanging high in the sky, and there were not many people on the street. He staggered all the way back to the mayor's mansion, pretending to be a drunkard. He staggered all the way back to his bedroom, reeking of alcohol. With the help of the two maids, Wuxia finished his bath and fell asleep on the bed. When the two maids fell asleep as well, and the surroundings were quiet, Wuxia sneakily got out of the bed, just like last night, and sealed the acupoints of the two maids, making them fall into a deep sleep. Just like last night, Wuxia cast the innate water escape art and created a cloud of mist to cover his body. Then, he sneaked into the mansion of Yi Xing and the others. In the mansions of the Dianli, Dianmin, and Dianxing, the combined wealth was less than half of what Ian had. It only took Wuxia half an hour to empty the storage rooms of the three families, and he even looted all the jewelry and accessories of the wives and concubines of the three families. After being busy for a while, Wuxia buried all the valuables in the huge pit he dug last night. He carefully covered the pit with fallen leaves and dried branches, and then he happily returned to the mayor's mansion. After doing all that, no one noticed him. The dozens of dogs that were on night duty inside and outside the mayor's mansion didn't make a single sound. Early in the morning of the next day, 3 loud and miserable howls suddenly came from the backyard of the mayor's mansion. "My money! My money! My money! My money!" Chapter 22. Early in the morning, the mayor's mansion was in chaos again. This time, those who were lying on the square in front of the mayor's mansion and getting there but smacked with bamboo canes were the 600 guards who were on duty last night. More than 600 white buttocks were lined up in a long line on the square. The bamboo canes rose and fell one after another. The white and tender buttocks were stained with blood, and the miserable screams resounded through the sky. It was truly a magnificent sight. Early in the morning, Wuxia was squatting in front of the general's mansion with a bowl of porridge and 2 juju pastries in his hand, waiting to watch the show. Every time those guards screamed, he would drink a mouthful of the delicious golden porridge. Every time the director of public records, the director of discipline, and the director of civilian screamed, he would take a bite of the sweet and delicious pastries. This was the joy of life. While he was eating and drinking happily, Lu Chengfeng walked out of the mayor's mansion with a trace of porridge on his mouth. He stared at those white butts on the square happily. Then he lightly knocked on Wuxia's boots with the tip of his foot. "Even if you're gloating, don't be so obvious. Go in and eat. Don't squat in front of the door. people will know we are gloating. This is not good. It will hurt the dignity of our family." I, Wuxia replied. Then he stood up and looked at those mayor's mansion guards who were hitting their colleagues, but with bamboo canes. Shaking his head, he sighed, turned around, and walked into the general's mansion. Lu Chengfeng suddenly coughed and asked with a low voice, "If we didn't come, Little Meng's city would be peaceful. But when we arrived, the mayor and his men were robbed one after another. I heard that even their silk underwear was stolen. This is really strange, really strange." Holding the bowl of porridge in his hand, Wu Qi turned around and said to Lu Chengfeng in a serious tone, "God is watching what people do. This is retribution." "Retribution?" Lu Chengfeng rubbed his chin with one hand, raised his head, and looked at the sky thoughtfully. He turned around and looked at Wu Qi's back as he walked into the general's mansion, shaking his head. "It can't be this guy, right? Emptying the storehouses of 3 families in one night. His skill is really scary. But it would be great if it was this guy. Next time when I go home to worship my ancestors, I have to bring him back with me." Yixing, Ida, and their brother Yin, the 4 highest-ranking officers in Little Meng City, were crying their hearts out. They were crying their hearts out because all the money they had spent 3 years plundering the land was gone. In a desolate place like Little Meng City, it took them 3 years of hard work to gather all their wealth. But now, all their hard work was gone in one night. How could they accept this cruel fact? The mayor's mansion had fallen into chaos. Even the fact that Lu Chengfeng had chased away all 4 of the general office's adjutants. No one cared about it for a while. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by Yin and his men, Wu Qi introduced Zhang Hu to the general's mansion. Zhang Hu and nearly 100 barbarian hunters had become the right-hand men of Lu Chengfeng, the personal guards of the general of Little Meng City. Lao He, the bursary officer, had opened up the armory of Little Meng City, picked out a batch of high-quality armors and weapons, and gave them to Zhang Hu and his men. With this, their combat effectiveness had increased by a few %. After busying himself for the entire morning, it was soon noon. All the men from the mayor's mansion had been sent out, roaming around Little Meng City, arresting all the strangers. Ian and his men were so angry that they couldn't care less about what these people were doing. As long as they found someone they didn't like, they would arrest them. In just one morning, they had caught a few hundred unlucky fellows and thrown them into the prison of Little Meng City. Everyone in Little Meng City was in a state of panic. No one was paying attention to what Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng were doing. At noon, on the drill ground on the west side of Little Meng City, a huge black flag was fluttering in the wind. On the flag, there was a light red vermilion bird spreading its wings and flying in the sky. On the body of the vermilion bird, there was an eye-catching silver thread embroidered with the word Lu. This was the flag of the Lu Kingdom, which Little Meng City belonged to. Surrounding the drill ground, dozens of huge flags were fluttering in the wind. The strong wind was blowing the flags, making ear-piercing flapping noises. A murderous and uneasy atmosphere had enveloped the entire drill ground. Over 7,000 city guards of Little Meng City, standing on the drill ground, had a nervous expression on their faces. Their hearts felt heavy. Black clothes, black armors, and all the weapons were painted black as well. A huge group of men and horses were standing on the drill ground. None of them dared to make any noise. Apart from the sound of the huge flags being blown by the wind, only the sound of breathing could be heard. On the east side of the drill ground, there was a platform made of earth, and a large chair was placed on top of it. Lu Chengfeng, who was wearing a suit of armor and a sword hanging from his waist, was sitting straight on the chair, looking down at the thousands of soldiers down below. Lu Chengfeng had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Zhang Hu and nearly 100 personal guards of the general's office were standing in a straight line under the platform. Every one of them was emitting a murderous aura, as if they were the god of death. They were staring fiercely at the city guards a few feet away from them. These barbarian hunters often fought with the barbarians in the woods, and they had killed countless people. Once they unleashed their murderous intent, the city guards in front of them didn't dare to move. With his hands behind his back, Wu Qi was standing next to Lu Chengfeng, staring down at the city guards thoughtfully. Based on Wu Wang's experience, these city guards were tall and strong. Their armors were bright, and their weapons were of the best quality. But deep in their bones, they lacked the spirit of a real soldier. They were like steamed buns, tall and shiny, but when you need them, they will shrink. They had nothing to do with a real soldier. With these kind of soldiers, when the barbarians attack, they will suffer. Wu Qi clenched his teeth and shook his head. The corner of Lu Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he let out a light snort. He tilted his head, squinted at Wu Qi, and asked with a funny tone, "Wu Qi, you know how to train soldiers?" Wu Qi nodded his head naturally. "If I don't know how to train soldiers, then no one in the world knows how to train soldiers." Lu Chengfeng was stunned. Xiao He, who was standing on his left, also turned his head to look at Wu Qi in shock. Wu Qi didn't know that in this world, poetry, books, etiquette, and so on were all in the hands of the rich and powerful families. As for books on the art of war, they were only passed down in secret among the upper echelons of the top families. A commoner from a humble background, he could be skilled in martial arts. He could be talented, but there was some knowledge that he definitely shouldn't be able to grasp. The art of war was an important matter for a country. Those who were proficient in the art of training soldiers were all great generals of a country. For a commoner like Zhang Hu, no matter how powerful he was, he could only lead his soldiers in a melee battle. It was absolutely impossible for him to train soldiers and arrange battle formations. You know how to train soldiers? If you have time, can you discuss it with me? Lu Chengfeng looked at Wu Qi suspiciously. Wu Qi sighed and nodded. "All right, when I'm in a good mood, I'll give you some pointers." Too lazy to dwell on this issue, Wu Qi suggested in a low voice, "Let's wait a little longer. The sun is scorching hot right now. Let's roast the city guards down there." Even if they colluded with each other in advance and wanted to do something else, after being roasted by the sun for 2 hours, I'm sure they won't have the strength to cause any trouble. Lu Chengfeng grinned. He secretly gave a thumbs up and praised maliciously, "Great." So, Wu Qi stood there without saying a word. Lu Chengfeng sat on the big chair without saying a word, and Xiao He, Zhang Hu, and the others didn't dare to say a word. Which of the thousands of city guards on the drill ground dared to say a word? The scorching sun slowly poured down on the dead silent drill ground. The heat slowly piled up and rose all the way. From noon, he stood there for an hour and a half. Xiao Hei's skin was dark, which was the best at absorbing heat. His armor was already soaked with sweat, but he had a strong physique and was full of energy. He still kept his eyes wide open and stared at the city guards down below. Zhang Hu and the others were also suffering from the heat. But these barbarian hunters, even the weakest one, had an inner force that was equivalent to a cultivator of 30 years. As long as they circulated their inner energy, they could still raise their spirits and stand firmly on the spot. Lu Chengfeng was sitting on the big chair. He didn't use much of his strength, so there was no need to talk about him. In the water meridians in Wu Qi's arms, the innate water energy was rolling like a tide. Waves of coolness seeped into his body, and a cool breeze was blowing gently around him. He couldn't feel any heat at all. Not even a drop of sweat came out of his body. He put his hands behind his back and slightly raised his head, looking thoughtfully at a white cloud in the sky. The natural energy in this world was abundant, and everyone's physique was more than 10 times better than the people on Earth. But the sun here was also very hot. The heat it released was directly proportional to the density of the natural energy in this world. The thousands of city guard down below were exposed to the sun for 3 hours. Gradually, some of them couldn't stand it anymore. With a few muffled sounds, a few deputy generals wearing soft fish-scale armors fainted on the ground. Lu Chengfeng flew into a rage. He couldn't wait to stand up, pointed his finger at the few deputy generals who had fainted and scolded, "Trash! You are all trash. As a deputy general, you can't even stand the heat," and fainted in front of the soldiers. What qualification do you have to lead the army? What qualifications do they have to lead the army? Come on, take off their armors, take away their weapons, and chase them out of the drill ground. Strip them of their status as generals. Zhang Hu led a few of his subordinates and pounced on them like wolves and tigers. They stripped the unlucky deputy generals of their armor and left them with only a pair of underwear. Then they dragged them all the way out of the drill ground and threw them under the shade of a tree outside the drill ground. A few documents prepared by Lu Qingfeng were thrown on their bodies, announcing that they had been stripped of their position as generals of Little Meng City. Seeing those deputy generals being stripped naked and dragged away, a few of them screamed on the spot. It's unfair for the general to handle things like this. While these deputy generals were trying to stir up the soldiers' morale, provoking their dissatisfaction and threatening Lu Qingfeng, Wuxia had already jumped down from the mud platform and rushed to their side. Unfair? What do you mean unfair? Wuxia scolded with a loud voice. Then he thrust out his hand of web and unleashed it. A bone-piercingly cold, invisible whirlpool emerged out of nowhere, stirring up the surrounding air and producing a strange buzzing sound. Wuxia grabbed two deputy generals who were the leaders of the troublemakers and pressed his palm onto their dantian. The soft palm force penetrated into their bodies, and the negligible internal energy of these two generals was shattered by Wuxi's palm force. Casually, Wuxia threw away two deputy generals whose dantian was destroyed and were coughing up blood. Then he grabbed a few other deputy generals who were screaming and yelling and pressed his palm on their dantian like what he did earlier. Before these few deputy generals could lead their soldiers to cause trouble, their cultivation was destroyed by Wuxia, and they were severely injured and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Wuxia pulled back his palm, quickly took a few steps back and shouted, spreading lies to confuse the people and shake the soldiers' morale. According to the law, they should be beheaded. Xiaohe, behead them. Xiaohe let out a strange laugh and leaped down from the platform. He rushed to the few deputy generals who had fallen to the ground and pulled out the broadsword hanging on his waist. Cries of alarm came from all directions. The broadsword flashed for a few times, and the heads of 5 deputy generals were sent flying a few steps away by the fountain of blood. The murderous aura on the drill ground grew stronger and stronger, and the orderly formation of the city guards began to move. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng let out a cold snort and shouted from the platform, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" A heavy accusation was put on them, and the lower-ranked soldiers all stopped in their tracks. The remaining deputy generals, captains, and lieutenants tried to instigate the soldiers around them in low voices, but under the heavy pressure of the military law, except for a few hardcore soldiers who dared to act recklessly. Lu Qingfeng sneered, took out a large stack of documents from the bag beside him, and threw them on the ground. Dismiss all the generals and the city guards. Take off your armors, leave your weapons, and get out of the drill ground. Anyone who dares to violate the order will be beheaded. With the bloody heads on the ground as an example, and then looking at the brave and fierce Zhang Hu and his men, all the generals were struck dumb. Under the stern voice of Wuxia, all the generals and the city guards were chased out of the army. Chapter 23. Using a ruthless and cruel method, Lu Qingfeng had chased away all the oversized and unreasonable officers in the city guards. After a thorough investigation, out of over 7,000 city guards in the drill ground, only less than 2,000 were real city guards. The rest of them were hired by those officers just to fool Lu Qingfeng. Those soldiers who had their identities found out were feeling nervous, not knowing how Lu Qingfeng would deal with them. In the end, under Wuqi's suggestion, all the soldiers on the spot, no matter they were real soldiers or those hired by those officers, had their names registered in the military register and officially became the city guards of Little Meng City. Lu Qingfeng used up all his personal wealth and gave a hefty reward to those city guards, who were still in a state of shock, temporarily calming down the morale of these city guards. After that, Zhang Hu and a few others immediately filled in the military register and became the officers of this city guards. Wuxia also suggested to reorganize the battalions of city guards and try to reduce the influence of the original officers to the minimum, thus ensuring the stability of the new city guards. After all, Lu Qingfeng was the official officer of Little Meng City. As long as he gave these soldiers special treatment and let Zhang Hu and a few others train them hard, even better, until their brains turned into sweat, this army would not have any more accidents. As time went by, the morale of the soldiers would be slowly stabilized, and the city guards of Little Meng City would truly become Lu Qingfeng's private army. Zhang Hu and a few others led the soldiers back to their barracks. On the way back to the general's office, Lu Qingfeng was in a good mood. Wuxia, if not for the sudden change in Yi Yin and his men, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to take over this army so easily. Although there are less than 2,000 old soldiers in this army, all of them have good potential. With some good training, they will become qualified soldiers. Looking at Wuxia thoughtfully, Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Speaking of which, we need to thank that thief who emptied the mayor's mansion." Wuxia looked up at the sky, smiled, and said, "A good man will be rewarded. That thief has done you a great favor this time. He will definitely be lucky." Lu Qingfeng nodded his head, looked at Wuxia from head to toe for a while, and finally shook his head. This didn't look like something Wuxia would do. Did he think those hundreds of guards in the mayor's mansion were weak? Wuxia was only at the peak of the Hotian level. How could he sneak into the mayor's mansion and empty so many treasures in one night? Wuxia glared back at Lu Qingfeng, smiled, and said, "The city governor and the others should have come back to their senses today. Their men in the general's mansion have been driven away, and those useless people in city guards were also driven away. Their men and city guards have been wiped out. Beware." Lu Qingfeng knitted his brows, lowered his head, and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "Not really. The aristocratic families have their own rules, and I'm using the Liang Lu family as a disguise. I'm the general of Little Meng City, and I have the final say in the army. Unless I start a rebellion, they can't interfere with the city guards." After listening to Lu Qingfeng's words, Wuxia didn't say anything. Maybe he was right, or maybe he was wrong. But Ian, that fat bastard, would he really give up on the city guards? The salary of thousands of soldiers every year was too much for him to handle. A year ago, Lu Qingfeng's former general was killed in the battle with the barbarians, and all the officers in the army had suffered a great loss. Immediately, Yin and a few of his brothers started to take action, squeezing out all the capable officers in the army, and replacing all the soldiers who could fight. Some of them were forced to leave the barracks, and some became the personal guards of the mayor's mansion. In the end, among the city guards, only a group of cavalry from the 3rd Heavenly Battalion, which was sent to Ming Village a few days ago, was left with the last elite force left behind by Lu Qingfeng's former general. Under the control of Yin and his men, the salary of thousands of city guards was a huge sum of money. For the past year, these city guards had never gone out for training, and their weapons were still in good condition. The treasurer appointed by Yin still reported the daily losses of nearly 8,000 soldiers, and a replacement of thousands of armors and weapons had fallen into Yian's hands. The Lu Kingdom was a powerful kingdom, and their soldiers were well equipped. A complete set of weapons was worth a lot of money, and the profit from these thousands of weapons was enough to add another layer of meat to Yian's belly. All this information came from Zhang Hu, who had been living in Little Meng City for a few years, and he knew the changes in Little Meng City guards very well. Zhang Hu understood Yian's character very well. Wuxia didn't believe that Yin would let Lu Qingfeng organize the city guards after he regained his composure. Looking at Lu Qingfeng, who was in high spirits and brimming with confidence, Wuxia coughed and pointed his finger at his right shoulder, which was still wrapped tightly. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened immediately. A smart man doesn't need to say much. A gesture is enough to explain a lot of things. Yixing's right-hand man provoked Wuxia face to face. This was the same as Yixing provoking Lu Qingfeng face to face. Yin and his men were sent to Little Meng City as the mayor, and they were just the sons of the concubines of the Yi family. By openly expressing their hostility to Lu Qingfeng, there was a strong sense of conspiracy behind this. The name of Lu Qingfeng, the eldest son of the Lu family, was actually not very useful. Just as expected, when the group returned to the mayor's mansion, the stout Yin, who looked like a small hill, was standing in front of the gate with his men. When he saw Lu Qingfeng, Yin jumped up and shouted, "Lu Qingfeng, You're the general of Little Meng's city, but how could you act so recklessly? You've driven away all the senior officers in the army. Can you guarantee the combat effectiveness of this army? Wuxia raised his head and looked at the sky. In the blue sky, there were lots of white clouds drifting across the sky. The environment here was really good, really good. Lu Qingfeng didn't show any weakness and stepped forward. He walked in front of Yin, stared straight into his eyes, and said with a sneer, "I'm the general of Little Meng's city. No matter how recklessly I act, it's all within my authority. If Mayor is not satisfied with this, you can submit a memorial to the imperial court." Ian immediately shut his mouth. His eyeballs were darting around rapidly. No one knew what he was thinking. Patting on Ian's belly, which was fatter than the belly of 3 to 5 pregnant women, Lu Qingfeng said with a cold voice, "For the sake of the Yi family of Ruyang, I'll let go of all the bad debts in the past. Tonight, I'll burn all the accounts of the army. In the future, don't even think about meddling with the city guards. All the food and provisions must be provided on time, or else." With a gaze as sharp as a knife, Lu Qingfeng glared at Ian and the few sons of Yi family behind him. With a stern voice, he said, "I know how you feel about me, but don't forget, I'm still the eldest son of the Lu family, and my mother, Lady Ruyang, is still the wife of the Lu family and the only daughter of Marquis Yuanyang." Ian smacked his lips. A bright smile appeared on his fair and chubby face, and he grabbed Lu Qingfeng's hand. Brother Lu, you've misunderstood Ian. Ian is just afraid that the city guards will be weakened, and those barbarians will invade the city and harm the civilians. Good intentions, good intentions. Ha ha ha. I have something to do in the mansion these few days, so I won't bother you anymore. In a few days, I'll invite you to my mansion for a banquet. A banquet. Ha ha, you have to come, you have to come. With a big smile on his face, Ian stepped aside and opened the door. Lu Qingfeng sneered and strode into the mayor's mansion. With steady steps, Wuxia walked past Ian. Suddenly, he turned his head and smiled at Ian. "My lord, are you still afraid of those barbarians? With just the walls of the mayor's mansion and the thousands of elite guards, how could those barbarians break into the city?" Ian was polite to Lu Qingfeng, but he didn't care about Wuxia. He humphed arrogantly, raised his head, and said, "What do you know? I'm a compassionate man, but I pity the people of Little Meng's city. Those barbarians are the ones who are going to suffer." Wuxia turned around and faced Ian, pointing his finger at the backyard of the mayor's mansion, smiled and said, "My lord, you're a rich man. If you really pity those people, just pluck a few of your hairs and build the walls of Little Meng's city into the same size as the walls of the mayor's mansion. With that, why would we be afraid of those barbarians?" With a weird smile on his face, Wuxia staggered into the mayor's mansion. Ian, who had finally calmed himself down, was suddenly reminded by Wuxia. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a heart-wrenching scream into the sky. "My money! My money! My money! My money! My money! Which bastard stole all my money?" Behind Yin, Yi Xing, Ida, and criminal officer Yi Tuo cried out at the same time, "Big brother, you still have a golden bed, but all our clothes have been stolen. This thief, we have to catch him alive." The few brothers were in a mess again in front of the gate. Yin, who was fat and not in good health, thought of the huge amount of money he had lost. He twitched a few times, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Even though he was foaming at the mouth and fainted, he was still murmuring, "My money, my money." Looking back at the messy gate, Wuxia returned to the general's office with a big smile on his face. Lu Qingfeng was already sitting in the main hall of the general's office, staring at Lao He with an ugly expression on his face. Wuxia quickly walked up to them and looked at them in surprise. "What happened, young master? Lao He, what are you doing?" Lu Qingfeng let out a light cough and rubbed his cheeks, trying to make his facial expression look more relaxed. He looked at Wuxia and said, "Just now in the drill ground, I gave those soldiers a lot of money to win their loyalty. Just now, Lao He told me that I only have 10 gold ingots left in my possession." Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown, then nodded his head and said, "This is indeed a very serious problem. A man can't live without power and money. Don't tell me you want to live with your salary? How much is your salary a year? Lu Chengfeng frowned, knocked his finger on the table a few times, shook his head, and said, "It's only the salary of 100 soldiers." Wuxia stared at Lu Chengfeng and didn't say anything. Different from Yin, who was an official who only wanted to rob the land, Lu Chengfeng would never rely on the land to live off the land. He was the general of Little Mang City, so he could only spend more money to expand the city guards and his own personal guards, which was the only way Lu Chengfeng could benefit from. For Lu Chengfeng, following Yan's example, sucking the blood of the city guards for money was of no value to him. Lu Chengfeng needed a huge amount of money to build the city guards of Little Mang City into a strong army, and only then could he recruit a large number of hanger-ons for his own use, especially hanger-ons. As a young master from a wealthy family, he only had 2 hanger-ons, Wuxia and Zhanghu. If this was known by the public, it would be a disgrace. Without a large number of powerful hanger-ons, no one would listen to Lu Chengfeng, the eldest son of the Lu family, even if he wanted to. Sitting beside Lu Chengfeng, Wuxia pondered for a while, then slowly said, "Maybe I can solve the problem of young master's lack of money." Lu Chengfeng was overjoyed. Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia hid his hands in his sleeves and said calmly, "But I want to know, as the eldest son of the Liang Lu family, why is young master in such a poor situation? Not only does he have no money, he was also sent by his family to this remote place to be a small general. Even the bastard son of the Yi family, who has a good relationship with the Lu family, dared to provoke young master. What's the reason for all this?" Lao Hei's face darkened. He stared at Wu Qi fiercely. Lu Chengfeng breathed out a deep sigh. He looked at Wu Qi and asked, "Do you really want to know?" Wu Qi nodded his head hurriedly. In his soul, Lu Xiaobai's bad taste emerged. "I really want to know." Chapter 24. Lu Chengfeng's story was simple, but also ridiculous. His mother, Lady Ruyang, was the only daughter of Marquis Yuanyang of the Lu Kingdom. She came from a noble family, and although she had an extraordinary background, she had a bad character. Marquis Yuanyang and the eldest son of the former leader of the Lu family had arranged a marriage between the two families. Marquis Yuanyang had a great influence in the army of the Lu Kingdom, and the Lu family had a strong influence among the civil officials in the Lu Kingdom. They were a wealthy family, and their wealth ranked in the top 3 in the Lu Kingdom. The marriage between the two families was a win-win situation for both sides to work together. However, Lady Ruyang had done something that made Marquis Yuanyang feel ashamed and almost made the former leader of the Lu family vomit blood in anger. 3 months before she was married, Lady Ruyang suddenly got pregnant, and the baby was Lu Chengfeng. She didn't tell anyone about this and got married in a grand way. In less than 4 months of marriage, she gave birth to Lu Chengfeng, who was less than a month old. This was a big scandal, not to mention the Lu family of Liang. Even ordinary people wouldn't tolerate this. But somehow, Marquis Yuanyang's family and the Lu family covered this up, and because of that, Lu Chengfeng became the eldest son of the Lu family. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of status Lu Chengfeng, the eldest son of the Lu family, had in the Lu family. He was fed with good food and drinks, just like raising an animal. When the other children of Lady Ruyang grew up, and Lu Chengfeng had the potential to threaten the inheritance of the Lu family, he was kicked to Little Mang City by the Lu family. If nothing unexpected happened, and if Lu Chengfeng didn't work hard, he would have to spend the rest of his life in Little Mang City. After telling his story in a simple way, Lu Chengfeng stared at Wu Qi calmly and said, "My family background, is it hard for you to accept?" Old He and Little He lowered their heads. They had seen many young masters from aristocratic families cut ties with Lu Chengfeng the moment they heard of his identity. Every time, Lu Chengfeng would be ridiculed and humiliated by those people. Every time, Old Black and Little Black, who were loyal to Lu Chengfeng, would feel as if there were knives stabbing into their hearts, making them very uncomfortable. Wu Qi looked at Lu Chengfeng disapprovingly and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a premarital relationship? What's all the fuss about?" It was nothing more than Lu Qingfeng's mother having a one-night stand before they got married, and there were no effective contraceptives in this era, which led to Lu Qingfeng's accident. There were too many such scenes on Earth. There were many 8 trigrams that were even more outrageous than this. How could the experienced and knowledgeable Wu Qi be surprised? How could he discriminate against Lu Qingfeng? No matter what, your parents gave birth to you. Even if they let you down, even if the world looks down on you, you have to work hard and fight with all your might. Live a good life for the world to see. When you stand at the top of the world and look down on them, you can use the soles of your shoes to slap their faces. That's the most satisfying time. After talking for a while, Wu Qi stretched his back and yawned loudly. Lu Qingfeng was excited by Wu Qi's words. He stood up and excitedly paced back and forth in the hall with his hand behind his back. That's right. Wu Qi, what you said makes sense. When I stand above the world and look down on them, how can they still have the right to laugh at me? Lu Qingfeng nodded excitedly. I must work hard and improve myself. I must let those people see that I, Lu Qingfeng, can still achieve great things without them. That's for sure. Wu Qi encouraged Lu Qingfeng with a smile. The faster Lu Qingfeng climbed up, the higher his status, the better. It was said that those rich and powerful families all had cultivators as their worshippers. He wondered what the cultivation of those cultivators was like, and what they had that he could take away. It was a pity that Wu Qi's cultivation was not high enough. Otherwise, he could leave Lu Qingfeng behind and travel the world. But now, he was only at the peak of the acquired realm. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was slightly higher than his. The water in this world was deep and muddy. Before he had enough power to protect himself, and before he had enough knowledge of this world, Wu Qi would never leave Lu Qingfeng. Right now, Lu Qingfeng was Wu Qi's biggest protection. He was the key to entering this world. Standing up, Wu Qi raised his head and looked at the sky outside. It was dusk. He lowered his voice and murmured, "Since you are being honest with me, Wu Qi will not lie to you. Please prepare a few cauldrons for us tonight." Cauldrons? Lu Qingfeng looked at Wu Qi with a strange expression. What do you need cauldrons for? Wu Qi looked at Lu Qingfeng in surprise, smiled, and said, "To smelt gold, of course. Some gold and silver of unknown origin, of course, need to be smelted again in cauldrons. Do you want me to use the original gold and silver?" Lu Qingfeng blinked his eyes quickly and murmured, "I heard that Yin has a bed made from pure gold that is worth at least 300,000 gold." Lu Qingfeng reached his hand into his sleeve and fumbled for a while. Then he took out a pitch-black dagger and gave it to Wu Qi, saying, "This is an excellent weapon. Infused with internal energy, it can cut through gold and jade." Are you sure about this?" Wu Qi took the dagger, nodded confidently, and said, "Just stay here and prepare the cauldrons, young master. It will be a piece of cake." Lu Qingfeng's face twitched. He stared at Wu Qi and sneered. "Yin and the others, you really didn't steal them." Wu Qi stroked the edge of the dagger, staring at the sky outside the hall without saying a word. His eyes were wandering. Obviously, he was in a trance. He had no idea what Lu Qingfeng was talking about. Lu Qingfeng's cheeks puffed up. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. "I can't believe that my Lu Qingfeng's right-hand man is actually a thief." Wu Qi just stared at the sky, a pure and flawless smile on his face, like a newborn baby, without any impurities. Late at night, another late night. A thin layer of mist wrapped around Wu Qi's body. He sneaked into Yi Yan's inner chamber. The innate water energy flowed through the meridians of Wu Qi's legs. His body was like a stream in spring, flowing through all the obstacles without making any noise, not even stirring up a speck of dust. After learning the lesson from last time, the number of guards on night duty in Yi Yan's inner chamber had been increased by 3 times. Outside his bedroom, there were a few serving maids on night duty, but this time they were replaced by a few sturdy guards. But to Wu Qi, these defensive measures were as useless as non-existent. The guards outside the bedroom did not notice Wu Qi at all. As for the few guards outside the bedroom, when Wu Qi suddenly dashed to their side, one of them was punched in the back of the head, and all of them rolled their eyes and fainted. Wuxia sneaked into Yan's bedroom, pressed his finger on his sleeping acupoint, and let him fall into a deep sleep. Trying his best to lift Yan's arm, Wuxia spent a great deal of effort, sweating profusely, and finally managed to move Yan from the bed to the floor. God knows what this guy ate when he was robbing the land in Little Meng City. Yan, who was over 2 meters tall, definitely weighed more than 500 kilograms. Wuxia had to exert all of his strength, and only then did he manage to move his body. With a bitter smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wuxia began to search around the room. He was amazed by Yan's speed of robbing the land. In just 2 days, the secret cabinet in Yan's bedroom had more than 100 gold ingots, hundreds of silver ingots, and dozens of precious stones. God knows where he got all these from. Without hesitation, Wuxia wrapped up all the gold, silver, and jewels in a parcel and sent it back to the general's office as soon as possible. In the backyard of the general's office, in Lu Qingfeng's bedroom, Lu Qingfeng was excitedly waiting for Wuqi's arrival. When Wuxia sent a big bag of gold, silver, and precious stones into the bedroom, Lu Qingfeng took out his precious lower-tier magical weapon, the little 25th lamp, without saying a word. Lu Qingfeng mounted a piece of fire elemental energy stone on the lamp, then cast a spell and pointed at the lamp. Immediately, a tiny thread of spirit flame, as thin as a hair, burst out from the lamp, reaching a height of 1 foot. The scorching flame twisted and turned, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose. Throwing over 100 gold ingots into the flame, dozens of kilograms of gold were floating in the flame. In a blink of an eye, they melted into liquid metal. Lu Qingfeng changed a few hand seals, and the golden liquid was suddenly divided into 16 equal parts, and each part was exactly 1 kilogram. Following the change of Lu Qingfeng's hand seals, the 16 portions of golden liquid became flat gold, and then the flame disappeared, and the liquid metal quickly cooled down. Wuxia was amazed by what he saw, and quickly applauded. Although he had inherited the scroll of stealing, Wuxia was poor now. He had nothing, and he couldn't use any spells, magical weapons, or flying swords. He had never seen such a magical technique before. Lu Qingfeng breathed out a long sigh of relief, raised his sleeve, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked at Wuxia proudly and said, "I've been studying by myself for 18 years, and it took me a lot of effort to learn this magical technique. If you want, I can teach it to you." Wuxia laughed and got out of the window. He didn't want to talk to Lu Qingfeng. With the scroll of stealing, why would he care about this little trick of Lu Qingfeng? He was already over 20 years old, and he still hadn't broken through the Xianxia realm, and he still needed the help of a magical weapon to release the flame. Wuxia sighed in his mind. Lu Qingfeng was like a beggar, giving alms to a billionaire. Quietly, Wuxia went back to Yan's bedroom, pulled out his dagger, and tried his best to cut off a 50 kilograms gold ingot from the bed made of pure gold. He found a piece of black cloth and covered the gold ingot, then carried it back to the general's office while evading all the attention. The general's office and Yan's backyard were only separated by a wall. Wuxia, the traitor, had an easy time doing his job. It only took him 10 minutes to make a round trip, and each trip cost him about 50 kilograms of gold. Although Yan's bed was huge, Wuxia spent a lot of time to dismantle the entire bed and move it back to Lu Qingfeng's bedroom. That night, Lu Qingfeng was so tired that he almost collapsed. He had used up all his internal energy and a piece of lower-tier fire element energy stone, and finally melted all the gold into gold bricks. He placed them neatly under Chi-Chi's bed. All the gold bricks had the emblem of a 3-leaved pansy, the family emblem of the Lu family. With this symbol on them, no one would dare to say that these gold bricks were transformed from Yan's bed. They could only assume that Lu Qingfeng had brought them from the Lu family. Early the next morning, Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng were squatting in front of the general's office, each holding a bowl of porridge and the other holding 2 juju pastries. When the sun rose from the east, a shrill howl that sounded like a cuckoo crying blood, and a sorrowful howl that sounded like the cries of the apes in the Wu Gorge suddenly came from the inner courtyard of the mayor's mansion. My bed, my pure gold bed. Ah, which bastard stole the last of my belongings? Very soon, chaotic screams could be heard from the inner courtyard. Someone, hurry up and find a doctor. Sir is vomiting blood and fainting. Chapter 25. What a pity. Looking at the chaotic mayor's mansion, Lu Chengfeng let out a long sigh. He stuck out his tongue and licked the edge of the bowl. At this moment, he looked no different from a farmer on the street. He didn't look like a rich young master from an influential family at all. He squinted his eyes and smiled. His smile showed that he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Wuxia stuck out his tongue and licked up all the porridge in the bowl, then breathed out a satisfied sigh. The soil here was perfect. The rice from Australia was sweet and soft. It was the best porridge that Wuxia had ever tasted. After finishing the bowl of porridge, his stomach felt warm. The fragrance of the rice seemed to be coming out from his pores, giving him a heavy sense of satisfaction. This is karma. He pressed his right shoulder, which was still tightly wrapped, and breathed out a deep sigh. When Yixing asked his right-hand men to provoke us, he should have known this day would come. Obviously, they are our enemies, not our friends. When dealing with an enemy, we have to be ruthless. We have to attack his biggest weakness. If he likes beautiful women, let a group of ugly men surround him. If he likes handsome men, let a group of ugly women surround him. Lu Chengfeng tilted his head and looked at Wuxia thoughtfully. Then, what about a miser like Ian? Wuxia let out a subtle smile and said, of course, we have to respond to the punishment given to him by the heavens. We have to take away his last penny. Let them lose their focus. Let them be in a mess. And when no one is in charge, we will be able to show our strength and gain a foothold in Little Meng City. Baring his teeth, Lu Chengfeng stared at the messy mayor's mansion, which looked like a burning hornet's nest. He nodded his head in agreement. Ian and his three brothers were in a mess right now. They were both sad and frightened. It was obvious that their minds were in a mess. If he wanted to do something in Little Meng City, the obstacles would be much smaller. Lu Chengfeng fell in a deep thought. What should I do when Ian and the others are in a mess? Obviously, Ian and his brothers did not have a good attitude towards Lu Chengfeng. Little Meng City was their territory, and Lu Chengfeng had interfered with their business, which had ruined their source of income. In addition to some other inexplicable reasons, if it weren't for the fact that their private wealth was completely stolen and completely messed up, Lu Chengfeng's action of cleaning up the city guards would have received a strong backlash. Fortunately, someone had stolen their last bit of wealth. Wuxia stood up, shook the big bowl, and walked into the general's office. Lu Chengfeng looked at his back happily. Fortunately, this guy was his chief guest. Fortunately, I recruited him. However, was this guy the one who stole Ian and his three brothers' wealth? The mayor's mansion was in a mess from early in the morning until noon. Wuxia had helped Lu Chengfeng settle a few military affairs in the general's office, but he could still hear the noises and cries coming from the inner courtyard of the mayor's mansion, especially that fat bastard Ian's cries. They were extremely loud and penetrating. Not only the mayor's mansion, almost half of Little Meng City could hear his cries. But no matter how sad Ian and his brothers were, it had nothing to do with Wuxia and his men. Early in the morning, Zhang Hu led 4,000 city guards and left the city. They were going to Meng Village to replace the few hundred elite soldiers of the 3rd Battalion who were sent to Meng Village. The 3rd Battalion was the last elite force left by the previous general of Little Meng City. The commander of the 3rd Battalion, Hu Xiaowei, obviously didn't agree with Yin and his men, and he often went against them. Therefore, when Lu Chengfeng was appointed as the general of Little Meng City, Yin was afraid that Hu Xiaowei would get involved with Lu Chengfeng, so he quickly sent Hu Xiaowei to Meng Village. According to Yan's plan, it would be better if Hu Xiaowei and the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion died in Meng Village. After all, there were countless barbarians in Meng Mountains, and there was a high chance that the entire 3rd Battalion would die in battle. When they all died, that would be what Ian wanted. Wuxia would never let an elite force like this, especially an elite force that didn't agree with Yin and his men, especially when they were short of manpower. The main reason why he sent 2,000 city guards to Meng village was to train the soldiers. It would be best if the barbarians attacked Meng village every day and let these soldiers and barbarians fight each other. This was the fastest way to train the soldiers. Maybe the casualties would be high, but there were countless warriors in Little Meng City, so it wouldn't be difficult to replenish the number of soldiers. The 8,000 city guards of Little Meng City would be rotated every month, and 2,000 soldiers would be stationed in Meng Village. During normal days, even if the barbarians didn't cause any trouble in Meng Village, these city guards would attack the barbarians in the surrounding areas. As the officer of Little Meng City, Zhang brought an official letter from Lu Qingfeng, recruiting 300 young men from Meng Village to be the personal guards of the general's office. In Wuqi's eyes, these simple, honest, and simple-minded people from Meng Village, but they were quite strong, were the best candidates for the position of personal guards. The people of Meng Village had nothing to do with the mayor's mansion, and as long as Lu Qingfeng was willing to help them, their loyalty was not a problem. 300 young men joining the army would definitely affect the defense of Meng Village, but with 4,000 city guards stationed in Meng Village, the combat strength of these 300 young men was not that important. Quickly accumulating a group of loyal and reliable personal guards would increase the combat strength of Little Meng City's city guards. Wuqi's suggestion killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and it was praised by Lu Qingfeng and the people of Zhanghu's tribe. Besides Zhanghu bringing the city guards to Meng Village, Wuqi had also sent out his men to recruit new soldiers in Little Meng City early in the morning. In Wuqi's eyes, 8,000 city guards were not enough. If Lu Qingfeng really wanted to have a foothold in Little Meng City, he had to expand his army. After all, with the support of Yan's golden bed, which was worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, Little Meng City could easily afford 20,000 city guards, and the armors and weapons were also not a problem. After a busy morning, Wuqi finally finished all these things, and Lao He rushed to the main hall of the general's office. Those men from Meng Village pulled a cart to the barbarian office and exchanged the barbarian's head for a reward of 200,000 gold coins. The villagers of Meng Village knew that Zhang Hu had joined the new general, so they asked Lao He to pass half of the money to Zhang Hu. After buying a lot of linen, salt, hard liquor, and other daily necessities in the streets of Little Meng City, they went back to Meng Village happily. But Lao He had a problem. The reward given by the barbarian office to the villagers of Meng Village was from a military fund of the city guards. Under the control of Yin, the military fund of the city guards was enough to starve a rat to death. Putting aside the half of the reward given to Zhang Hu, the reward given to the villagers of Meng Village was less than 100,000 gold coins, and it was enough to take away all the remaining money of the city guards. With a frown on his face, Lao He stood in the main hall of the general's office and worriedly said to Lu Qingfeng, "This reward was given by the mayor's mansion. 1 barbarian's head is worth 100 coins. Logically, after the general's office pays for the head, we should get the money back from Little Meng City." Lu Qingfeng was sitting behind the table and asked in surprise, "According to the rules, you should go to the treasurer of Little Meng City to get the money back, right?" Lao He humphed angrily. Then he stomped his feet and said, "The treasurer of the mayor's office said, without the mayor's order, no one is allowed to touch a single coin in the city guard's office." Lu Qingfeng humped coldly. Wu Qi strode over to Lao He and grabbed the document signed by Lao He in the name of the barbarian officer. The document stated that the villagers of Meng Village had sent 1,975 barbarian heads, and the treasurer of the general's office had paid them 197,500 gold coins. All the money would be taken from a military fund of the city guards and would be given to the treasurer of Little Meng City to supplement the military fund. Don't want to pay? Lao He, go to the barracks and get 2,000 men who are brave enough to risk their lives. Let them follow us to meet the treasurer of the mayor's office. Lao He answered excitedly. He gazed at Lu Qingfeng, and when he saw the smile on Lu Qingfeng's face, Lao He immediately ran out of the barracks. 15 minutes later, Lao He pulled out 2,000 soldiers from the barracks of city guards, lined up, and rushed into the mayor's mansion. Wu Qi didn't say much to these soldiers. He waved Lu Qingfeng's token in front of them. Then he quickly brought them to the storeroom located in the center of the mayor's mansion. According to the official system of the Lu Kingdom, under the mayor of Little Meng City and his 4 assistants, there was a treasurer position. Their responsibilities were similar to the accounting and cashier positions that Wu Qi was familiar with. The general had his own treasurer, who was in charge of handling the military funds and weapons. The office of the registrar had his own treasurer, who was in charge of handling the salaries and office expenses of all the officials. The treasurers under the jurisdiction of the Director of Justice and the Director of Public Affairs had similar responsibilities. The treasurer, who was directly under the mayor, Yan, was in charge of the entire Little Meng City's finances and taxes, and he was in charge of the allocation of funds to the 4 assistants. Therefore, the treasurer of the mayor's mansion had a very high position and power, and only the person who was close to the mayor could hold this position. The current treasurer of Little Meng City was Yisan Er's personal servant, who grew up with Yan. Because he had become an official, he didn't like the name Yisan Er, so he asked Yan to give him a new name, Yishan. His name was Yishan, but this guy didn't look like a mountain. Yishan was short and skinny, which was the opposite of his master, Yan. He was born with a triangular face, triangular eyes, and 2 rat whiskers on both sides of his nose, giving people the impression that he was a cunning and mean man. When Wu Qi brought a large group of men and arrived at the coffer room of the mayor's mansion, Yishan was standing in front of the coffer room. His eyes were rolling, and no one knew what he was thinking. 200 mayor's mansion guards who were responsible for guarding the coffer room were standing in front of the door, giving off an intimidating aura. The coffer room of Little Meng City was paved with green stone and embedded with a half-foot thick steel plate. It was strong and sturdy, so no one could break it. The door of the coffer room was made of 2 one-foot thick doors made of black iron. Even if heavy siege weapons were used, it would take some time to break through these doors. On both doors, one on the left and one on the right, there was a carving of a Taotai on the left and a Pishio on the right, 2 ferocious-looking divine beasts. Both of them were greedy beasts that could only enter but never leave. Yishan was taken by surprise when he saw Wu Qi bringing a large group of men and dashing towards him. He was startled. He pointed his finger at Wu Qi and scolded with a stutter, "Hey, the kid whose name is Wu Qi, do you know where this place is? You, if you dare to mess around, even your young master can't save you." The coffer room was an important place. If Wu Qi really dared to mess around, he would be given a big black hat. Wu Qi grabbed Lao Hei's open document, strode in front of Yishan, and gave him a slap on the face. Following a series of loud, slapping sounds, Yishan was spitting out blood from his mouth and almost fainted, grabbing Lao Hei's open document and throwing it on Yishan's face. Wu Qi scolded, "Give me the money and give the city guards 10,000 silvers for military expenses, or else I, Master Wu Qi, will tear you apart today." Without waiting for Yishan to react, Wu Qi stomped on Yishan's lower abdomen and kicked him away, landing heavily on the door of the coffer room. The guards outside the coffer room saw the situation was getting out of hand, and they quickly rushed forward, trying to grab hold of Wu Qi. However, Wu Qi waved his hand and shouted, "Beat him up. If he dies, I'll take responsibility." The square in front of the coffer room was big enough. When the 2,000 city guards brought by Xiaohe heard Wu Qi's order, they immediately rushed forward. The pitiful 200 palace treasury guards were immediately drowned in the tide of people. Chapter 26. Stepping heavily on Yishan's chest, Wu Qi almost broke his ribs. Looking down at Yishan, Wu Qi said seriously, "I have the official military document. If you don't pay, you're delaying the military plan." What is the punishment for delaying the military plan in the Lu Kingdom? But I think, even if I cut off your head, no one can say anything about it, right? Yishan looked at the guards of the treasury in fear. 200 guards were already lying on the ground. The soldiers brought by Wuxia had 10 of them attacking one guard at a time, and they did not hold back when attacking. As a result, all 200 guards were severely wounded, and a few of them were coughing up blood and falling unconscious. If they were not treated in time, perhaps they would lose their lives. Looking at Wuxia with hatred, Xianxia said darkly, "Wuxia, I will give you the money. It's just a little bit of money. I will give it to you. But remember, you hit me today. I'm the city guard's most trusted aide. I swear I won't let this matter rest." Looking at Xianxia's twisted triangular face, Wuxia laughed. "You are forcing me to kill you, aren't you?" With a light sound, Wuxia pulled out the short sword that Air used to hurt his shoulder. After all, it was a low-grade magic tool, which was very different from ordinary weapons. The edge of this short sword had a glaring cold light, and the cold air it emitted made people feel cold. Xianxia suddenly sneezed. Waving his hand, the short sword sliced across Xianxia's scalp. A palm-sized piece of hair was cut off by Wuxia, and a small piece of scalp the size of copper coin was cut off from Xianxia's head. Blood oozed out from the wound. Wuxia wiped a handful of Xianxia's blood, then casually smeared it on his cheek. "Come, smell it, smell it. Your own blood. You have never smelled your own blood, have you?" The smile on Wuxia's face was very friendly, and there was not a single trace of killing intent in his eyes. However, Xianxia instinctively trembled. He was like a pitiful little lamb under the claws of tiger. He instinctively felt death was right in front of him. I'll pay. Not only the 197,500 coins, but I'll also give you the entire year's military expenses of the city guards." Xianxia was scared, his heart was cold. He crazily twisted and struggled, screaming loudly. Wuxia took a few steps back, smiled at Xianxia, nodded and said, "Why didn't you cooperate earlier? Why did it have to be so bloody? Treasurer I hate violence the most." With a deep sigh, Wuxia pointed at his head and chuckled. "Actually, there are many things that can be solved here. There's really no need to resort to violence. What do you think?" Xianxia glared at Wuxia with hatred. He gritted his teeth and walked to the door of the palace treasury. He moved the two complicated puzzle boards on the door. They were two 18 grid by 18 grid star maps. Unless the star maps were rearranged in the correct order, the door could not be opened. Wuxia nodded to himself. The design of the door was very intricate. It was clear that the productivity of this world was not low. Xianxia clenched his teeth as he fiddled with the star atlas. Their master had been down on his luck these past few days. All of his belongings had been stolen clean, and they, as his trusted servants, were also in a constant state of anxiety. So, when Blackie came to him with official documents to transfer the money, he purposely made things difficult for Blackie. He wanted to help his master teach Liu Chengfeng a lesson. Who knew that there would be a freak like Wuxia who dared to mobilize the city guards to attack the palace treasury? Did he have to do this for such a small bounty? Even though Xianxia knew that there was not much money in the city guard's treasury, since most of the military funds had been taken, Wuxia's behavior was too unsightly. For such a small bounty, did he have to treat people like this? Looking at the huge black footprint on his chest, Xianxia was thinking that after 2 days, when Yan's mood had calmed down, he would definitely report Wuxia fiercely. If he didn't kill Wuxia, how could he, Xianxia, get his revenge? As the treasurer of Little Mang City, he had a high position and was in charge of the finances. No one in the city dared to disrespect him. But Wuxia dared to beat him, dared to make him bleed, and dared to step on his chest and teach him a lesson. Creak, creak, creak. A series of mechanical noises sounded out. The door of the palace treasury slowly opened, and a cold breeze blew into their faces. Xianxia turned around and gazed at Wuxia in disgust. He shouted, "Bring a few men in and take your money. Let me make this clear. All the money in this treasury is counted. 90% of it is the tribute that will be delivered to King's City in a few months. If you're missing even 1 or 2 items, you'll have to chop your own head off." Wuxia didn't fall for this trick. He stood in front of the door, looking at Xianxia with a smile, and said, I dare not. The palace treasury is an important place. No one has the guts to enter. Treasurer please bring out the 197,500 coins and the military funds for the city guards next year. We will leave immediately." Yishan was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He almost wanted to curse Wuqi's mother, but he didn't dare to do so, as his scalp was still bleeding. Throwing a furious glance at Wuqi, Yishan cursed in his mind, but at the same time, he couldn't help but praise Wuqi's cautiousness. Yishan shouted a few times and called over a dozen of treasurer subordinates. He led them into the treasury and carried out the money that Wuqi asked for using a special iron cart. 197,500 coins filled up 20 big boxes. The military fund for the city guards next year was a total of 500 boxes of silver ingots. There were nearly 8,000 city guards in Little Meng City. Ordinary soldiers, according to their years in the army and their rank, would get a monthly salary of 1 to 3 silver ingots. Officers who were above the rank of lieutenant would get a monthly salary of 10 to 100 silver ingots. The total annual salary would cost 200,000 silver ingots. Including the loss of military equipment and the food and drinks of soldiers and mounts, the total annual military expenditure would be more than 500,000 silver ingots. Wuqi didn't want to waste time with Yishan. The reason why he brought 2,000 men here was for these things. With an order, all the money was carried out. Wuqi waited for Xiaohe to leave with the soldiers. Then he used the general's token to stamp on the document. After that, he cupped his fist at Yishan, said sorry for bothering you, and left. Yishan stared at Wuqi's back with a vicious expression and cursed in a low voice. It would be better if all the money in the general's office's treasury was stolen as well. Let's see how you deserve to die for losing the military funds. After throwing all the curses at Wuqi, Yishan hastily closed the door and rushed back to the inner courtyard to find out what was going on. Ian was still sad and haggard because of the theft of his last bit of money. He had suffered a great shock and was now lying on his bed, drinking some medicine. Yixing, Ida, and Yituan were busy taking care of Ian. How could they have the energy to deal with the affairs in Little Meng City? Ian had fallen into a state of hysteria. He would fly into a rage at any moment and would order his men to drag out those servants and guards whom he didn't like and give them a good beating. Screams and begging for mercy could be heard from the mayor's mansion, and it didn't stop for the whole day. Late at night, Wuqi, who had been helping Lu Qingfeng with the military affair for the whole day, set off again. This time, he was heading straight to the treasury of Little Meng City. The previous few burglaries only distracted Ian and his brothers, and made them forget about finding trouble with Wuqi and Lu Qingfeng. But this time, Wuqi wanted to give Ian and his brothers a heavy blow. There were tributes in the treasury of Little Meng City that were going to be sent to the capital. Every year, Little Meng City had to send a huge amount of money and treasures to the capital of Lu Kingdom. Then what was the crime of losing the tributes? It was pointless to mess around with a playboy like Ian. Wuqi wanted to make them sad and frightened for a few days, then torture them, and then beat them to death with a stick so that they wouldn't be able to cause trouble again. Even the weather was helping Wuqi. The sky was covered by a thick layer of clouds, and it was drizzling. The air was filled with water vapor, and the fog was slowly spreading out from the ground, making it impossible to see anyone clearly from a distance of 20 to 30 feet. Under such a good weather, Wuqi had also activated the innate water escape skill. His body was covered with a layer of water vapor, and he looked like a ghost flying across the night sky. He was surrounded by a thick layer of water vapor, and the innate water energy was spinning rapidly in the meridians of his arms, then flowing into all the meridians in his body. The cool air was entering his body through every pore, and Wuqi could vaguely feel that his energy was slowly increasing. Suddenly, he understood some of the tricks of cultivating the 7 Foundation establishment script. Cultivating in a place that was filled with the energy of the 5 elements, he would get twice the result with half the effort. In order to cultivate the water chapter, maybe he should find a big river or a lake to soak in. His figure was like a ghost as he landed lightly on the flat roof of the inner warehouse. Wuqi tiptoed to the side of the roof. Outside the warehouse, A row of torches lit up the surroundings, and hundreds of guards were nervously looking around. Sneering, Wuxia went back to the middle of the roof, took out the lower-rank magical dagger, and carefully sent a stream of energy into it. A faint blood-red light came out from the dagger. Wuxia used the dagger to dig and cut on the roof, and took down 3 green stone strips, revealing a thick layer of steel underneath. Ordinary thieves would be at a loss when facing a steel plate, but in Wuqi's eyes, it was just a matter of using the dagger to cut for a while. A lower-rank magical artifact was indeed a lower-rank magical artifact. Its power was even stronger than Lu Qingfeng's dagger, and it could cut through the steel plate as easily as cutting through mud. Good stuff. Secretly praising the difference between a magical artifact and a common weapon, Wuxia placed the cut pieces of steel plate beside him and quickly made a hole with a diameter of 1 meter. Underneath the steel plate, the person who built the warehouse had actually set up 3 layers of dense green steel wire mesh. Wuxia squinted his eyes, and a blue light shone in his eyes. The 3 layers of green steel wire mesh was not as simple as it looked. A few of the steel wires led out of the warehouse, and no one knew where they went. But it was not hard to imagine that at the end of the steel wires, there must be a bell or some other alarm mechanism. Once it was touched, the entire mayor's mansion would be alerted. Unfortunately, this kind of anti-theft measure was too shallow in Wuqi's eyes. With Lu Xiaobai's deep knowledge of hidden weapons, Wuxia easily solved the problem of the steel wires and quietly broke through the 3 layers of steel wire mesh. Slipping into the warehouse like a fish, Wuxia rubbed his hands excitedly. Different from the fatty Yin and the Fui brothers, the warehouse in the warehouse did not contain much gold, silver, and jewelry. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of rare mountain products and piles of ores. There were all kinds of rare beast skins, beast bones, beast horns, and all kinds of jade and sandalwood boxes that contained precious herbs. These were all rare mountain products produced in Meng Mountains. In the capital city of the Lu Kingdom, these things could be exchanged for a fortune, especially some rare herbs, which were recorded in the Scroll of Stealing. They could be considered as lower-rank spirit herbs and were beneficial to cultivators. These spirit herbs were also given special attention and were stored in specially made warm jade boxes or cold jade boxes. After taking a quick tour around the warehouse, Wuqi's heart was pounding violently. Meng Mountains actually produced energy stones. There were about 2,000 energy stones of 5 elements in the warehouse, and all of them were of decent quality. Among them, there were about 2,700 water element energy stones, and they were emitting a dense aura that made Wuqi feel relaxed. Other than energy stones, Wuqi also found a few dozens of raw metal ores that were useful to cultivators. Although the number was not huge, it was still quite significant. Breathing out a deep sigh, Wuqi raised his head and shook his head. So many treasures, so many. This was a painful happiness. Rolling up his sleeves, Wuqi clenched his teeth and started his big business. Chapter 27. Early in the morning, the fog had yet to disperse, and the sky was still drizzling. Wuqi, with a pale face, was already sitting at the entrance of the general's office, craning his neck to look in the direction of the mayor's mansion. He was still holding a bowl of porridge and desserts in his hand, with a strange smile on his face. Slurping the porridge in mouthfuls and slowly nibbling on the snacks, the guards and servants of the mayor's mansion were already used to his actions. They didn't even bother to look at him. At most, some of the servants who were trained by the Yi family would secretly scold him for being a country bumpkin who didn't know any etiquette, and for being so frivolous during meals, and for being a bad influence on Lu Qingfeng. The fragrance of clothes, mixed with the scent of pine branches, came to the mayor's mansion. Lu Qingfeng was carrying a big bowl of porridge and desserts in his mouth, swaggering to Wuqi's side, and sat on the doorsill as well. After craning his neck to look in the direction of the mayor's mansion for a while, Lu Qingfeng asked in a low voice, "What else is going to happen today?" Wuqi swallowed a mouthful of porridge and said with a muffled voice, "How would I know? I'm just used to sitting here." Before his voice faded away, he saw a few guards who were guarding the mayor's mansion's treasury, running towards them with pale faces. It was as if they had lost their minds. They didn't even look at what was under their feet. As a result, when they passed by a flight of stone steps that led downwards, the few of them seemed to miss a step at the same time and fell to the ground. After a few miserable howls, they rolled and crawled on the ground for a while, then staggered to their feet and ran back to the mayor's mansion. The guard who was running in the front suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. His voice was trembling like a string that had been pulled taut, and it made an ear-piercing scream. Young master, we've been robbed, we've been robbed. The inner treasury has been robbed. The most valuable things among the tributes, spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit ores, and the treasures you collected for the princes, dukes, and marquises have all been stolen. Clang! The few guards standing at the entrance of the mayor mansion felt their legs go soft, and they fell to the ground on their butts. The weapons on their waists touched the ground and made muffled noises. Shrill cries, which sounded like the death of one's parents, rang out from inside and outside the city lord's mansion. Hundreds of guards and servants in the city lord's mansion quickly spread the dark and ominous news. Every year, Little Meng City had to offer a huge amount of gold, silver, and all kinds of rare delicacies to the Lu Kingdom. This was the biggest reason why Little Meng City existed. Dozens of dukes, marquises, and kings of the Lu Kingdom had their own interest in Little Meng City. Through the mayor, they would purchase all kinds of rare treasures from Little Meng City. The palace treasury's tributes and treasures accumulated over the years had been stolen. This just happened to hit Yan's weak spot. Without gold, silver, and rare treasures, the Lu Kingdom's imperial court wouldn't mind changing to another mayor. After losing all kinds of treasures bought by those dukes, marquises, and nobles, those high and mighty people would never mind killing Yan and his brothers, who were born from concubines of the Yi family, with just a finger. Shrill cries suddenly came from the backyard of the mayor's mansion. It was the cries of Yan, Yixing, Yifda, and Yituan. Oh God! Oh Huta, what have we done? Which devil or god have we offended? Why are we being punished like this? Although the four brothers felt a heartache after losing all their personal wealth, as long as they still had their official positions, they could still get back what they had stolen from the land within 2 years. But after losing the tributes and treasures accumulated over the years, the four brothers had to worry about their own positions, and they had to worry about their own lives first. Hurried footsteps came from the mayor's mansion. Yan, who was only wearing a piece of cloth, revealing his fat body, rushed out from the mayor's mansion. Following closely behind him were Yixing and his brothers, whose clothes were messy and their hair was all gone. They brought a large group of guards and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the palace treasury. Yan's face was as pale as snow. While he was running, he spat out 2 or 3 mouthfuls of blood from time to time. The blood stained the white skin on his chest, making him look extremely miserable. Yixing and his brothers were also bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They opened their mouths wide and gasped for air like drowning dogs. Quick, quick, let's see what was stolen. Yan ran away in panic, shouting as he ran. Wuxia shook his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked the bowl clean. He knew very well what he had done. Yesterday, Wuxia had spent 15 lower-tier water elemental energy stones to replenish his innate energy, and he had been circulating his strongest innate energy to increase his speed and strength along the way. After spending 5 hours, he had emptied out all the items that he could take from the inner coffer room. However, there were just too many items in the inner coffer chamber. Wuxia only chose those with the most value and stole them. He also emptied out all the gold ingots and took away quite a number of silver ingots. As for those things that he couldn't take away, he could only destroy them. For example, he used the dagger to poke countless holes on the skins and furs of those rare and precious birds and beasts, turning all of them from precious treasures worth thousands of gold coins into useless trash. Because of the overuse of his strength, Wuxia's face looked pale today, and his body was weak. But that was exactly what he looked like when he was seriously injured. Right now, he still had 2 pieces of water elemental spiritual stones under his armpits, and he was constantly absorbing the energy from them to replenish his body. Cool water vapor was constantly being absorbed into his arms, turning into a torrent of Xianxia energy that kept rolling around. However, after exhausting all of his Xianxia and replenishing it with the help of the spiritual stones, Wuxi's cultivation had suddenly increased by 30%. Once again, he was approaching the peak of the Hotian level. Wuxi once again strengthened his meridians with the Xianxia energy, but he was not in a hurry to break through to the Hotian level. From afar, a loud noise was heard. A group of guards hurriedly carried the 4 unconscious Yin and his brothers back. Obviously, the terrible scene in the storeroom had made Yin and his brothers too excited, so much so that Chi-Chi vomited blood and Chi-Chi fainted. Wuxi looked at the guards who carried the Yin and his brothers back and handed the bowl to Lu Chengfeng. Subconsciously, Lu Chengfeng took the bowl of porridge from Wuxi and heard Wuxi say, "In the Lu Kingdom, what's the punishment for losing the tribute?" Raising his eyebrows, Lu Chengfeng answered, "At least, it's a punishment of losing his official position, and perhaps he will be sent back to the capital to be interrogated." Rubbing his palms, Wuxi asked Lu Chengfeng, "Then, young master, do you still have 1 or 2 friends in the capital? I don't think you don't even have 1 or 2 young masters from influential families who can inform you, right?" His eyes brightened. Lu Chengfeng nodded his head and said, "Of course, I do have 1 or 2 friends, but their status is the same as mine, and they are all awkward people in the family." Standing up abruptly, Wuxi sneered and said, "Awkward or not, it doesn't matter. Young master, hurry up and impeach Yin and his brothers. Accuse them of corruption and embezzlement of the tribute. Make sure the punishment is as heavy as possible, and send them to the capital as soon as possible. At the same time, write a letter to those young masters from influential families, and ask them to spread the news in the capital." Carrying 2 bowls of porridge, Lu Chengfeng stood up and nodded his head excitedly. "Great idea. Kill them with 1 strike, and don't give them any chance to turn the situation around. Before the appointment of the new mayor, you and I can do whatever we want in Little Meng City." Covering his mouth and smiling, Lu Chengfeng said in a gloomy tone, "Little Meng City is located in a remote area, and every year a batch of government officials will be killed or injured. I'm afraid no one will be willing to take up the post here, unless they are desperate and want nothing more than money." Wuxi glared at Lu Chengfeng, sneered and said, "Then, young master, why don't you hurry up and go? Ask Xiaohe to bring 30 barbarian hunters with him, and try to bring as much gold and silver as possible. It would be great if those aristocratic families that young master is on good terms with could help you find a position as the acting city commander." Lu Chengfeng stared at Wuxi in surprise. "Why not the official mayor?" Wuxi gazed at Lu Chengfeng as if he was looking at a pig. "Those brothers of young master, are they willing to see young master become a mayor? Acting mayor is just an empty title. Even if young master has Little Meng City under his control, no one will care about you. But once young master becomes the official mayor, humph." 2 sneers woke Lu Chengfeng up. He smashed his own head with a bowl of porridge, turned around, and ran away like a gust of wind. After running a few steps, Lu Chengfeng suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the 2 bowls of porridge in his hands, he turned around and gazed at Wuxi gloomily. Does this guy have any self-awareness as a right-hand man? How dare he ask his own young master to clean the porridge bowls for him? Twisting his lips, Lu Chengfeng shouted, "Wuxi, what are you going to do?" With his hands behind his back, Wuxi happily strolled toward a few mayor's mansion guards not far away. With a smile on his face, he answered, "What am I going to do? Start a rumor. After losing their offerings, the E brothers are going to be in big trouble. TSK, look at my eloquent tongue. I will blow away thousands of mayor's mansion guards." Lu Chengfeng's eyes lit up again. He felt like his body was filled with energy. He shouted, "Xiaohe, Xiaohe, come here quickly." Using the fastest speed, he wrote a memorial of impeachment with a beautiful and sharp style, and then wrote a few personal letters that were filled with the friendship between brothers. Lu Chengfeng packed the memorial and the letters separately with copper tubes and wax, carefully handed them over to Little Black, and gave him a long list of instructions. Half an hour later, Xiaohe brought 30 barbarian hunters, riding on the fastest mounts in Little Meng City, and left Little Meng City. Inside the leather bag tied around Xiaohe's waist, besides the petition and letters, there was also a thick stack of gold notes exchanged from the bank in Little Meng City. 100,000 gold notes. 100,000 gold notes was more than enough to decide the position of the governor of a small province in the Lu Kingdom, let alone a remote city like Little Meng City. Poor Yin had been scraping the land for the past few years, and in the end, all of it had gone to Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng. While Lu Chengfeng was busy dispatching the soldiers, Wuxia had walked up to a few mayor's mansion guards, greeting them with a smile on his face. Because he was the chief right-hand man of the general, these guards dared not show any disrespect, and they quickly returned the greeting. With a smile on his face, Wu Qi greeted these guards. Then he asked kindly, "Brothers, are you the personal guards of the Yi family?" These guards looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. When Yin and his brothers came to Little Meng City, they only brought 100 personal guards with them. These few thousand guards in the mayor's mansion were all recruited by him in the past few years. Wu Qi nodded his head heavily, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked away. While walking, he said with a sigh, "The tribute has been lost, the coffer has been robbed, and the position of the mayor is about to be taken away. Brothers, you are all people who earn your living, not the personal guards of some rich family. How are you going to survive in the future?" In just 2 hours, the rumor had spread throughout the mayor's mansion. The mayor was about to lose his position. What should these guards, who he had hired with a lot of money, do? The current mayor, Yin, couldn't even get his salary for next month. Should he find another way to make a living? Or should he go to the new general to seek shelter? The rumor was spreading everywhere, and the people's hearts were in chaos. Xiaohe, with the petition of impeachment, was already 100 miles away from Little Meng City. Chapter 28. Late at night, the mayor's mansion was suddenly set ablaze, and cries and screams filled the air. Little Meng City was in chaos. Countless people who didn't know what was going on came out to see what was going on. But Wu Qi, who was waving his arms and legs, had already led the rest of the city guards and the 2,000 new recruits out to suppress the chaos, not allowing any people to leave their homes. He had perfectly maintained the order in the city. The chaos in the mayor's mansion lasted for 15 minutes, and then the huge gate of the mayor's mansion was opened, and countless dark figures dashed out from it. Although Yin and his men had all been robbed by Wu Qi, the servants, and clan members they brought here still had quite a lot of money with them. Adding them together, it was still a considerable amount of money. Wu Qi had been spreading all kinds of rumors among the guards of the mayor's mansion. But Yin and his brothers had already lost their minds, so none of them came out to refute the rumors, and none of them had sent their trusted men to supervise these hired guards. The rumors had made all 3,000 guards of the mayor's mansion have the same thought. That very night, over 2,000 guards suddenly went on a rampage. They set fire to Yian's mayor's mansion, robbed all the belongings of Yin and his brothers, and kidnapped a few hundred pretty serving ladies and servants from the mayor's mansion. After that, they broke into the mayor's mansion and snuck into Little Meng City. Little Meng City was a barren land, and there were no other cities within a few hundred miles. It was the most remote place in the Lu Kingdom. If not for the rare local produce from Meng Mountain, Little Meng City would be a place that even stray dogs wouldn't want to come to. Even so, those who could survive in Little Meng City were either businessmen who valued money more than their lives, barbarian hunters who lived on the edge of a knife, or criminals who had nowhere else to go. When Yin and his brothers became officials in Little Meng City, they started hiring guards to defend the mayor's mansion for the sake of their own safety. The strongest group of people in Little Meng City were the rangers, barbarian hunters, and those brutal and aggressive villains. These people were a pack of wolves who wanted to eat meat. When you could feed them, they would risk their lives for Yin. When Yin couldn't feed them anymore, and might even drag him down with him, these guys started a riot without any hesitation. They robbed a bunch of money and girls, then sneaked into Little Meng City and lived a carefree life. Wuxia commanded the city guards to roam around the city and suppress them. They only targeted the commoners and merchant caravans and did not clash with the guards who betrayed their master. To be honest, these guards were not weak at all, and the soldiers under Wuxia's command were no match for them. There was no need for them to fight against these guards, as Wuxia did not have the heart to help Yan's men. Leading a team of soldiers, Wuxia stood guard on the street in front of the main entrance of City Lord Mansion. He could only watch helplessly as one guard after another, each carrying bags of different sizes and beautiful serving ladies on their shoulders, passed by quickly. The city guard manor was still ablaze, but no one went to put out the fire. Wuxia vaguely heard the shrill screams of Yan and the others, but how could their trusted followers have the time to care about them? They had no choice but to let them scream. In just a few days' time, Wuxia felt that he was an amazing man, as he was able to turn the city guard manor into such a miserable state. The fire lasted for a whole night. After all, the walls of the mayor's mansion were built with green stones, and the only courtyard that was set ablaze was the inner courtyard of Yin and his brothers. The fire had burned down all the flowers, trees, and buildings in the inner courtyard, and then gradually died down. A plume of black smoke rose up into the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of smoke. Vaguely, weeping noises could be heard coming from everywhere. Ian and his brothers' families were crying and wailing, talking about their money, their favorite concubines, and their favorite maids and maids while weeping. After a night of chaos, over 2,000 guards of the mayor's mansion had escaped, and the remaining few hundred guards had joined Lu Qingfeng's side without any hesitation. In front of Yan's men, they took off their mayor's mansion guard uniform, kneeled down in front of the general's office, and applied to join the general's office, becoming Lu Qingfeng's guards. Lu Qingfeng showed the generosity of a young master from an aristocratic family. With just an order, he changed these few hundred former guards into the uniform of the city guards and allowed them to join the city guards and stay on duty in the general's office. These guards had cultivated their innate energy, and their strength was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Although their loyalty was questionable, as long as they were given enough money, they could still use them. The men of Little Meng City were very honest. As long as they were paid, there was nothing to be picky about in their service. When Ian heard the news, he walked out of the mayor's mansion, which was burned to the ground, and watched as the guards he recruited joined Lu Qingfeng's side. More than half of the guards had betrayed him and ran away, and the other half had abandoned him. This was like two heavy slaps on his face, making Ian's eyes turn green and his white muscles start to wobble. Especially when those guards had changed into the black uniform of the city guards. Ian felt a sweet taste in his throat, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. Wuxia kept both of his hands in his sleeves, smiling happily as he watched Ian vomit blood and fall to the ground. With a weak voice, he yelled, "The mayor has vomited blood and fainted again. Someone call a doctor, quick, quick!" Throwing his hand forward, tens of bronze dagger coins fell beside Ian, making a series of tinkling noises. Out of kindness, Wuxia said to a few servants standing next to Yin, whose faces were pale, as if their souls had flown up to the highest heaven, "I'm afraid you don't have enough money to hire a doctor." I still have some private money. Can I lend it to you?" When Ian heard the word money, he immediately raised his head and yelled, "My money, my money, my money." Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Ian's throat made a few gurgling sounds. Then he passed out. A few of Ian's personal guards hurriedly helped Ian up, pinched his philtrum, slapped his face, and sprayed cold water onto his face. Finally, they managed to wake him up. But when he woke up, Ian's face was dark and his eyes were dull. His white and tender skin was shriveled, as if he had lost tens of kilograms of water. Wuxia squinted his eyes and looked at Ian. Then he glanced at those busy servants and guards in the mayor's mansion and snorted. That night, Lu Chengfeng set up the grand white gold dagger formation outside his bedroom with a serious look. Using 3 array pillars to set up the array covered an area of 300 feet, and the entire courtyard he was in was enveloped by the power of the array. Wuxia squatted beside him, curiously looking at Lu Chengfeng setting up the formation. Grand white gold dagger formation. Wuxia knew about this formation. The scroll of stealing contained everything, especially the Tao of formation, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the world of cultivators, formations were similar to the alloy doors and electronic locks of vaults on Earth. They were often used to protect important abodes and all kinds of precious items, and they were also a manifestation of the Tao of nature. The scroll of stealing claimed that there was nothing in the world that could not be stolen. If one was not an expert in formations, how could he break the formation and steal all kinds of items? Therefore, a full 1/3 of the scroll of stealing was used to explain all kinds of magical theories of formations. Apart from all kinds of formations that were commonly seen in the world of cultivators, there were also the understanding and expansion of formations by the person who wrote the scroll of stealing. It was truly all-encompassing. In the scroll of stealing, all the formations under the heaven were like transparent air, without any difficulty. The grand white gold dagger formation was one of the basic formations of gold elemental formation. Even though Wuxia had never studied the Tao of formation, he could still see through its secret with just one glance. The 3 pillars were set up in a triangular shape, and a faint gold elemental aura was flowing and rippling between the 3 pillars. A thin layer of white mist could be vaguely seen emerging from the ground in the yard. That was the grand white gold essence energy gathered by the formation. It took Lu Chengfeng a quarter of an hour to finally activate the formation. This simple formation had consumed all of Lu Chengfeng's innate energy. If not for Lao He bringing a bowl of human elixir to Lu Chengfeng in time, Lu Chengfeng would not even have the strength to stand. Looking at the formation that had been activated, Wuxia cupped his chin with both of his hands and asked curiously, "Is it worth the effort?" Lu Chengfeng took a deep breath, handed the bowl back to Lao He, and sat down on the stair next to Wuxia. He looked up at the sky and said with an indifferent tone, "Someone will come. Before Yin is officially stripped of his position and leaves Little Meng City, we have to be on guard like this every night." Looking at Lu Chengfeng curiously, Wuxia said disapprovingly, "But who is going to attack us?" Before he could finish his words, the sound of water spraying came from outside the yard. Wuqi's expression changed instantly. He couldn't be more familiar with this sound. It was the sound of his teacher, Wu Wang, slicing the neck of the sentry from behind with a dagger when he was patrolling the sentry. Blood spurted out from the arteries and arteries. Lu Chengfeng's body stiffened as well. He whispered, "Someone's coming. Lao He, go hide in the room." Lao He, with his hunched back, took out a pitch-black machete from nowhere and stood next to Lu Chengfeng while trembling. He had no intention of entering the room. Wuxia frowned, grabbed the machete from Lao He's hand, knocked him out with a finger, and threw him into Lu Chengfeng's bedroom. Nodding his head at Wuxia with approval, Lu Chengfeng sneered and said, "Different from me, Yin and the rest are after all the sons of Yi family. Even if they're the sons of concubine, they must have an assassin following them since they were young." Wuxia stared at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng slowly nodded his head and said, "Assassin, assassin's assassin." Wuxia stood next to Lu Chengfeng, rubbing his hands and holding the lower-tier magical dagger in his left palm. Lightly waving the machete he grabbed from Lao He's hand, Wuxia said with a cold voice, "So, the assassin following Yin and the rest are here to cause us trouble?" That's right. So many troubles have happened in Little Meng City, and it seems we are the biggest suspect. Lu Chengfeng twitched his mouth. Not only were they the biggest suspect, but where did the pile of gold bricks under his bed come from? They were the real culprits. If not for his identity as the eldest son of the Lu family, perhaps the assassin following Yin and the rest would have already come to him when Yin and Xing's personal belongings were stolen. Be careful. These assassins are not that easy to deal with. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath and took out a 6 feet-long flexible sword from his waist. He casually shook the flexible sword, and instantly, a glistening green light sprayed out a few feet away. What a sharp weapon! Wuxia praised. Be it the material or the crafting method of this flexible sword, it was perfect among all the ordinary weapons. Suddenly, a black shadow flitted across the courtyard wall, and 4 black-clothed men appeared soundlessly in the courtyard. Chapter 29. On the ground of the courtyard, there was a layer of grand white gold energy, which was not noticeable. The night breeze was blowing across the roof, and the bells hanging on the eaves were ringing. Wuqi's body was wriggling in a very strange way, like water ripples. From his toes to the top of his head, all the joints and bones in his body were vibrating at an indescribable frequency. From the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, all the strength in his body was being channeled into his body. He was like a tightly pressed spring, ready to unleash a deadly attack at any time. About 100 feet in front of them, 4 men in black were standing quietly in the shadow. It was so blurry that they could only see their silhouettes. There was no sound of breathing, no sound of heartbeat, and no human aura emanating from them. They were like 4 evil ghosts who had just escaped from the Yellow Spring, staring fixedly at Wuqia and Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng suddenly laughed and said, "Do you know that killing me is a provocation to the Lu family? The eldest son of the Lu family died in Little Meng City. Even if I am not liked by the people in the family, for the sake of the Lu family's reputation, they will definitely retaliate." An erratic voice came from the direction of the 4 men in black. Wuqia couldn't tell which one of them was speaking. These assassins were obviously cultivating a different kind of skill. Everything was so strange that it made people shiver. Killing you is the only way to get our master off the hook. The newly appointed general of Little Meng City has started a rebellion, looting the coffer and creating chaos in Little Meng City. Yin, the mayor, was calm in the face of danger. He commanded the troops calmly and quickly put down the rebellion. Although we have lost a lot of tributes from the coffer, we have done a meritorious deed. Lu Qingfeng spread his arms, turned his head and smiled at Wuqia and said, Look, what did I tell you? What kind of suspect are we? They were simply trying to silence him and frame him at the same time. But this is a ruthless and experienced way of doing things. I wonder who came up with this idea? The voice came again. It was young Master Yin who came up with this idea. Pausing for a while, the voice shouted in a deep voice, All right, cut the crap. If young Master didn't want us to let you die, we wouldn't even say a word to you. Lu Qingfeng, Wuqia, you will die today. Before the voice died away, a black shadow suddenly moved, and a sharp whistling sound came from the air. Before Wuqia could see the man's movement, he had already crossed 100 feet and was less than 30 feet away from Wuqia and Lu Qingfeng. All of a sudden, the buzzing sound of a golden saber rang out in the air. Out of nowhere, a palm-sized, silk-like, crescent moon-shaped saber appeared less than 3 feet away from the black silhouette. In just a flash, the scimitar had reached the soft ribs of the black shadow. With a trace of extremely sharp, cold chi, the scimitar spun rapidly, wanting to split open the black shadow's body and break into his body. In a flash, the blade had reached the soft ribs of the black shadow, with a trace of dark green color. Obviously, it was dipped in a deadly poison. The black shadow waved his hand, and the blade hit the crescent-shaped blade that was about to pierce into his body. The blade was dark and dull, and under the moonlight, a faint dark green hue could be seen. Obviously, it was dipped in poison. Along with a crisp sound, the snake-shaped dagger in the man's left hand was split in half. The dagger, which was condensed from the grand white gold essence power, spun rapidly and hacked into the man's body, breaking out from the right side of his ribs. Wuqia heard the sound of the scimitar slicing the ribs and internal organs of the shadowy figure. When the scimitar flew out from the shadowy figure's body, a stream of blood mixed with minced meat shot out several feet away. Judging from the trajectory of the blade, The Black Shadow's heart should have been severely injured. But the Black Shadow didn't make any sound. He just leaped straight at Lu Chengfeng, and his right hand glowed with a faint green light, slashed towards Lu Chengfeng's neck. Still not dead, Lu Chengfeng cried out in horror. A green light sprinkled out, and the flexible sword in Lu Chengfeng's hand trembled and straightened, piercing straight out with a swishing sound. Clang! The flexible sword hit the Black Shadow's short blade. The blade broke, and the blade pierced straight into the Black Shadow's throat. Lu Chengfeng casually flicked his wrist and cut half of the Black Shadow's neck. Even though he was seriously injured, the Black Shadow still leaped at Lu Chengfeng like a mad tiger. His hands, one in front of the other, struck out with a muffled sound. One palm was aimed at Lu Chengfeng's throat, and the other was aimed at his heart. 3 more blades appeared in the grand white gold dagger formation. The blades spun rapidly, bringing with them a cold light, and pierced deep into the Black Shadow's back. One of the blades landed right on the Black Shadow's back. Accompanied by a frightening sound of bones breaking, the Black Shadow's spine was crushed by the blade. However, the Black Shadow didn't even let out a cry of pain. His eyes shone with a bone-piercing cold gleam as he firmly thrust both palms towards Lu Chengfeng, one in front of the other in the back. When the palms were still a few feet away from Lu Chengfeng, a fierce wind had already hit Lu Chengfeng's face and made him feel a sharp pain. Lu Chengfeng stared blankly at the 2 palms coming right in front of him. He had never fought with anyone before, and his limbs were weak, and even his flexible sword had turned into a mere decoration. Wuxia lifted Lu Chengfeng up with one palm and threw him behind him. He snorted coldly, and a large sheet of cold air burst out from both palms of Wuxia. His innate water energy transformed into 2 whirlpools, about 1 foot in circumference, and rolled up layers of soft and fine air waves in front of his palms. Bang! 2 muffled thuds rang out, as if 2 small hills had fallen into a deep pond. A tremor ran through Wuqi's body. He felt that the palm force coming from the Black Shadow was like an endless bombardment from a heavy cannon. Even though he had cast the hand of web with both his hands at the same time, creating layers of whirlpools that kept cutting away the palm force coming from the Black Shadow, his body was still trembling violently, and all his internal organs were trembling violently. Whoa! A wolf howl came out from the Black Shadow's mouth. His body suddenly expanded, and his palms became as big as a cattail leaf fan. A clump of pitch-black smoke came out from his palms, bringing with it a very pungent stench as he forcefully slapped down towards Wuqi. The 2 palm forces collided. The whirlpools in Wuqi's palms barely managed to erase 60% of the Black Shadow's force before they shattered into pieces. After that, both palms collided with each other, a solid collision. A loud explosive sound rang out, and the Black Shadow's body suddenly exploded into countless pieces. Large pieces of flesh and blood, together with a pungent stench, splattered towards Wuqi and Lu Chengfeng. Wuqi's arms let out a sound that sounded like the waves of a rising river. His eyes suddenly widened, and he exerted all of his strength. The innate water energy kept rolling forward in the meridians of Wuqi's arms, like an endless stream of water. The remaining 40% of the Black Shadow's force from the last 2 palms shattered the 18 layers of hidden force in Wuqi's arms, and finally, the force dissipated. Wuqi shook his arms, and the innate water energy in his arms quickly spread throughout his body, transforming into a layer of water vapor that covered an area of a few feet in circumference and burst out. The muffled sound of collision lingered on, and the hazy water vapor surrounded Wuqi and Lu Chengfeng. Countless pieces of flesh and blood collided with the water vapor with an ear-piercing whistling sound, but they could only penetrate about 1 foot deep before they were crushed into pieces by the water vapor. Wuqi let out a shrill howl towards the sky. His left hand quickly reached into his sleeve and grabbed a water spirit stone, madly extracting the energy from it to replenish his own consumption. The water vapor around his body suddenly converged inward, and the leaking spiritual energy flowed back into the meridians of both arms. Wuxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The strike unleashed by the shadowy figure before his death was too powerful. Even though Wuxi's innate water energy was good at using softness to overcome toughness, his lung meridians were still injured by the impact, and he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the innate water energy was good at nourishing everything in the world. With the replenishment of the energy from the Spirit Stone, wherever the spiritual energy passed through, the damaged meridians would quickly recover. In just a few breaths, they would be as good as new. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia said in horror, "How could anyone risk his life like this?" His internal organs and spine were chopped into pieces by the machete condensed from the grand white gold essence qi, and half of his neck was cut by Lu Chengfeng with a sword. After that, he collided with Wuxi's palm for 2 times, and in the end, he even decided to sacrifice himself and self-destruct. Looking at the black blood all over the ground and the equally black broken bones and flesh, only God knew how much poison had been stored in this black shadow's body. If it were not for the fact that Wuxi's cultivation method was profound and his cultivation base was not weak, he and Lu Chengfeng could have been killed easily with just this one strike. Lu Chengfeng, who was still in a state of shock, said harshly, "They're the assassins. They have been cultivating their whole lives just for the last strike. Wuxia, you have to be careful." While shouting angrily, Lu Chengfeng formed a seal with his hands and made a few hand signs in the direction of the 3 pillars, pushing the power of the grand white gold dagger formation to the maximum. Just now, Lu Chengfeng wanted to save some of the spirit stones used on the pillars, so the formation's power was only activated to less than 30%. In the end, that black shadow actually pounced right in front of the 2 of them and still had the strength to fight to the death. Seeing with his own eyes how terrifying these assassins were, Lu Chengfeng did not care about being stingy with spirit stones and hurriedly raised the formation's power to the maximum. In the shadowy corner of the courtyard, 3 black shadows stared at them. After a full quarter of an hour, the erratic voice from just now sounded again. "Formation? No wonder we felt uneasy after entering, and let 4th brother come out to test it. I didn't expect the eldest son of the Lu family to be a practitioner." Lu Chengfeng only laughed coldly. After the stimulation just now, he was now full of courage, and his heart was filled with the desire to fight. He raised his flexible sword and infused his qi into the sword, making it as straight as an arrow and constantly emitting a wong-wong sound. "Ever since I was born, I don't know how many people have wanted to kill me. Let's see if you guys have that luck today." A strand of indescribable strange resentment spread out from Lu Chengfeng's body. Wuxia looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise and slowly nodded his head. Just one assassin had forced the 2 of them into a panic, and now there were still 3 assassins eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. If Lu Chengfeng did not bring out the courage to fight for his life, Wuxia really did not have the confidence to protect him. Seeing the performance of the assassin just now, Wuxia began to doubt the power of the grand white gold dagger formation. Of course, the full version of the grand white gold dagger formation should be very powerful, but Wuxia did not have confidence in Lu Chengfeng, this half-baked formation master. While his mind was wandering, the 3 assassins in the shadows leaped up at the same time, like 3 poisonous snakes. Wuxia clearly saw that when the 3 assassins jumped up, they each stuffed a blood-colored pill into their mouth, and then the power in their body suddenly increased by more than 10 times. That must be a poisonous pill that could stimulate the body's potential. With the sudden increase in power by 10 times, the 3 assassins were ready to fight for their lives. 10 times the power. Even Wuxia, who had strengthened his meridians twice, did not dare to rashly take on such a sudden increase in power, let alone these ordinary assassins. The 3 black shadows almost teleported into the grand white gold dagger formation. With a chi-chi sound, more than 300 scimitars formed, and the faint grand white gold essence chi on the ground disappeared without a trace, all condensed into these 300 scimitars. Countless sounds of air breaking could be heard, and the scimitars were like birds flying into the forest, all chopping towards the three black shadows. At this moment, the power of the grand white gold dagger formation had skyrocketed, and it was more than 100 times stronger than the 3 or 4 scimitars from before. Before Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng could make a move, the 3 assassins, who had taken the pills and had their power increased by 10 times, were chopped into pieces. Hundreds of scimitars flew in the air for a while, and then slowly dissipated. Wuxia stared blankly at the pieces of flesh floating in the air, and now he had a straightforward understanding of the power of the formation. He suddenly had an idea. He should collect some materials that could be used to set up the formation, and like Lu Changfeng, he should start from the basics. In order to become a qualified thief, he had just started his journey of 1,000 miles. The 3 pillars of the formation emitted a slight cracking sound, and the spirit stones embedded in the pillars had exhausted all their spiritual energy, breaking into fine grains of sand. Sighing, Lu Changfeng hurriedly ran over and put the 3 pillars into the bag hanging on his waist. What a waste, what a waste. These spirit stones are not easy to find. Wuxia looked at Lu Changfeng, who had a pained expression on his face, and coughed loudly. Young master, I want to know more about the assassins. They are too scary. Chapter 30. The bright red sun shone upon the green mountain peak. A muddy road meandered through the front of the mountain, and there were very few people on the road. Wuxia, who was clad in a standard armor and had a custom-made green-edged sword hanging on his waist, was riding on the back of a single-horned deer. He had his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking down at the main road at the foot of the mountain. The single-horned deer was chewing the moss on a rock out of boredom, grinding its teeth and making a loud noise. Maybe the moss didn't suit the deer's taste. It snorted unhappily and swung its long tail, slapping Doggy's face. Doggy rubbed his nose. He, who was also wearing the standard armor of Little Meng City's city guards, let out a silly smile, pushed away the tail of the deer with his palm, and proudly stroked the 12 feet long axe lying next to him. The surface of the axe had a circumference of 3 feet, just like a small door. Even without swinging it, one could tell that it was a very powerful weapon. 1 month ago, after the assassination at night, Yin and his brothers had completely stopped their activities. They were hysterically drinking and having fun in the mayor's mansion, fooling around with the maids and servants, as if they were going to spend all their money in just a few days. Within this 1 month, Zhang, who had brought back all the soldiers of the 3rd Heavenly Battalion from Meng Village, and the battalion commander of the 3rd Heavenly Battalion, Hu Wei, had decided to join Lu Qingfeng's side after being recruited by Lu Changfeng. He had become Lu Qingfeng's 3rd right-hand man, and the 500 elite soldiers of the 3rd Heavenly Battalion had become Lu Qingfeng's personal guards. Zhang had also brought back 600 strong young men from Meng Village, including Doggy. All of them were brave men who could fight and fight. With the 4,000 soldiers from Meng City and the huge amount of money and food sent by Wuxia, Meng Village didn't need so many young men to protect it. So, the elders of Meng Village had wisely sent 600 of their strongest men to Little Meng City. If he stayed in Meng Village for the rest of his life, he would just be a country bumpkin. If he went to Little Meng City and became Lu Qingfeng's trusted aide, he might have a bright future. The elders of Meng Village were very accurate, and their bets were very accurate as well. The 600 strong men of Meng Village were immediately recruited into Lu Qingfeng's personal army. Furthermore, Lu Changfeng even took out an internal cultivation technique from the Lu family, the mighty bull strength, and gave it to the villagers of Meng Village. 1 month later, the Lu Kingdom's decision on how to deal with Yi Yin and his men had arrived at Little Meng City. Taking bribes, bending the law, dereliction of duty, dozens of crimes were pinned on Yi Yin and his men. Yi Yin was stripped of his position as the mayor, and Lu Changfeng became the acting mayor of Little Meng City. Everything was going according to Wuqi's plan. However, regarding the punishment of Yin and his men, Wuqi was surprised by the attitude of the Lu Kingdom. Yin and his men didn't receive any further punishment. They were just asked to return to the Yi family and reflect on their mistakes behind closed doors. Obviously, the Yi family had done their part. They had used their connections to reduce the punishment of Yin and his men. In the end, other than losing their positions, they didn't receive any other punishment. If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer the consequences. Yin and his men have to die. Wuqi was sitting on the back of a single-horned deer, squinting his eyes and looking in the direction of Little Meng City. This place was about 300 miles away from Little Meng City, and it was the only road leading into and out of Little Meng City. If Yin and his men wanted to return to the Yi family, they had to go through this road. Doggy smiled and touched a big axe. He patted on Wuqi's arm and asked with a smile, "Big brother, when will the people you want to kill arrive?" Wuqi thought for a while and thought for a while. Then he slowly nodded his head and said, "About an hour. They have a lot of carriages, and they have so many women to carry. This road is not easy to travel. If you want to come here, it will take some time." Patting on Doggy's shoulder, Wuqi frowned and said, "Doggy, didn't Big Brother Zhang who say that only adults can come here when he went to Meng Village? Why are you following me?" Doggy stopped smiling and said with a deep voice, "My father is dead. I have to take care of my mother and a younger brother and sister. If I come to Little Meng City, the acting mayor will give me a high salary, and I can also cultivate the mighty bull strength given to me by mayor. This is much stronger than the skills passed down in the Meng Village. Why shouldn't I come?" Holding the big axe tightly, Doggy raised his head up proudly. He looked at the white clouds floating in the sky and said with a smile, "All the uncles in the village say that the women from the outside world are better than the ones in the village. I want to earn a lot of money. Then I can buy a few women from the outside world and bring them back to the village. I want to have babies, lots and lots of babies." Wuqi's face turned stiff. Doggy's ambition reminded him of Lu Xiaobai. There was a time when Lu Xiaobai stood outside a famous red light district in Holland, raised her head up and shouted, "Give me women, I want lots of women." Shaking his head and sighing, Wuqi said helplessly, "Doggy's name is too ugly. Why don't I give you a big name? What do you think of Meng Xiaobai?" Doggy nodded his head. He couldn't tell if a name was good or bad. So he said without hesitation, "Meng Xiaobai." "Sound good from now on. I'm Meng Xiaobai." Then he turned his head and said cheerfully to the group of burly men behind him, "Uncles, from now on, I'm Meng Xiaobai. This is the name that Big Brother Wuqi gave me." The men from Meng Village had formed dozens of circles and were drinking wine while laughing. When they heard Meng Xiaobai's words, they all raised their wine bags and cheered. In their excitement, these men drank all the wine in the big wine bags. Their faces and necks turned red, and the veins on their necks bulged up to the size of a thumb. These tough men were like a group of mad bulls. As long as Wuqi gave the order, they would rush out and tear everything in front of them apart. The secret skill of Liang Lu family, mighty bull strength, was really suitable for these tough and stubborn men from Meng Village. In just a short period of 20 days of cultivation, this group of men had the unique vigor and vigor of a bull that had seen a red cloth. The 500 elites of the 3rd Battalion led by Hu Wei were standing quietly in the woods nearby. They were as quiet as a mountain. None of them moved, and none of them made any sound. Even their mounts, the swift galloping mounts, stood there quietly, occasionally swinging their tails to chase away the bugs around them. Compared to these men from Meng Village, they were like boiling lava, and the 3rd Battalion was like a silent iceberg, but they both had terrifying destructive power. Slowly, a large group of coaches and mounts appeared on the road from afar. There were more than 100 coaches and over 300 guards on their mounts, guarding the two sides of the road. Ian's convoy had arrived. In this convoy, besides the relatives, servants, and guards of Ian and his men, there was also the messenger from the capital of Lu Kingdom, and a group of over 100 Yi family members. These Yi family members from Moyang Yi family had come to Little Meng City to escort Ian and his men back to their family. I wonder if there are any assassins among these people. Wuxia looked at the convoy and waved his hand lightly. A man from Meng village hurriedly ran into the woods and whistled in a weird tone. The whistling sound came from the woods far away, and it traveled all the way to a narrow valley next to the road. When Ian's convoy arrived in front of the valley, a weird whistling sound was heard, and countless sharp needles were shooting toward Ian's convoy. Along with the weird roars, over 2,000 barbarians were jumping happily, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, and dashing toward the convoy. Behind these barbarians, hundreds of barbarians with strong bows in their hands were constantly shooting arrows, shooting poisonous prickles into the sky. The reason why the people from Meng village could stay in the depths of Meng mountains was because of the hatred between them and the barbarians. However, there were still a few barbarians who had a secret relationship with them. Many rare and precious items were harvested by these barbarians in the depths of Meng mountains and traded with the people from Meng village. Therefore, through these barbarians who had a secret relationship with Meng village, they could lure a group of real barbarians to set up an ambush by the roadside and ambush a convoy that was said to be filled with salt, food, and beautiful women. It was a piece of cake. Under Wuqi's arrangement, these nearly 3,000 barbarians didn't suspect that they were working for Wuxia, and they just excitedly set up an ambush in the valley. When they heard the signal, they immediately dashed out and started attacking Ian's convoy crazily. Unfortunately for those guards of Yi family, the needles came like a storm, and nearly half of them were hit by the needles before they could even see who the enemies were. Wuxia had seen the power of these needles in Meng village. Once it pierced into a human body, it would immediately make the human body shrivel up, and the blood would turn into poisonous blood and spray out from the body. Miserable cries kept coming out, and the guards of Yi family kept falling to the ground. Facing the barbarians who were charging at them crazily, the reaction of the guards was obviously slower. These guards were Ian's trusted guards from his family, and their actual combat ability wasn't that strong. Ian's biggest reliance in Little Meng City was those guards who had betrayed him. Those warriors who lived in Little Meng City were the ones who had actual combat experience and a powerful force. The barbarians swarmed forward and quickly surrounded Ian's convoy. Countless blades and axes were swinging and hacking, killing all the guards of Ian's family. A few carriages were forcefully pulled to the roadside by the barbarians, and the curtains on the doors were pulled down. The cries of girls could be heard coming out from the carriages, and this further stimulated the barbarians to attack even harder. Luckily, the Yi family had sent nearly 100 guards to protect Ian. These guards were the elites of the Yi family. No matter it was their equipment, cultivation level, or morale, they were far better than Ian's loyal guards. Nearly 100 armored guards surrounded the four brothers, Ian, Ida, Yixing, and Tuan, forming a circular formation and slowly retreating to the side of the road. There was a pile of rocks in the direction they were retreating to. With the strength of these guards, if they could form a formation to protect themselves, they would be able to hold off the barbarians. But something that made Ian and his men despair finally happened. Suddenly, 3 barbarian leaders rushed out of the valley, each holding a bone flute, a bone staff, and a bone blade. They released a chilly wind and let out shrill ghost howls. Then, they took out a 6-feet-long, grayish blade light and hacked it down towards Ji Hao and his companions. The bone flute's devilish sound could shatter the soul. The bone wand could suck out the marrow, and the bone blade beam was aimed at the neck. In just a blink of an eye, 17 elite guards of the Yi family had fallen. All of them were beheaded by the blade beam, and their blood and flesh were sucked dry by the chilly wind and devilish sound. A gloomy sneer suddenly came from one of the carriages, and 4 faint shadows shot out from the carriages. Wuqi nodded his head. The Yi family had indeed sent out a new assassin to help Yi Yin and his men. Slowly raising his hand, Wuqi sneered and said, "Everyone get ready. Let's kill everyone down there." The men of Meng village jumped onto their single-horned deer, and the soldiers of the 3rd Heavenly Battalion jumped onto their mounts. Under Wuqi's lead, everyone slowly descended the mountain, and quietly approached the battlefield. Chapter 31. Assassin. They were the men of sacrifice from the wealthy families of Great Yin Dynasty. They would select talented orphans and train them with cruel methods since they were young. They would use all kinds of drugs and all kinds of unimaginable training methods, together with some unique evil techniques, and turn them into killing machines. Each assassin was loyal to their master, and they would sacrifice everything for their master at any time. When the four assassins who rushed to Yan's side from Ijiusen showed themselves, they immediately swallowed a pill that could increase their strength by 10 times. Their bodies expanded quickly, and they looked like 4 dark clouds. Together with a strange, ghostly howl, they leaped towards the 3 barbarian leaders. On a hill not far away, Wuxia kept watching them. He could tell that although these 4 assassins had a strong cultivation base, when facing the barbarian leaders who were controlling 3 lower-tier magical items, if they didn't fight with all their strength, they would be killed easily. Just like 1 month ago, when the 4 assassins were torn into pieces by the grand white gold dagger array in Lu Qingfeng's courtyard. Their strength had increased by 10 times, and their flying speed had increased by at least 3 times. The 3 barbarian leaders were caught unprepared. The white blade beam rolled up into the sky and chopped off the calf of one assassin. Blood splashed everywhere. Amidst the shrill howl of the barbarian leader, the blade beam quickly retracted and chased after the 4 assassins. However, the 4 assassins, including the one who had his calf chopped off, were all screaming desperately. They ignored the threat of the blade beam and kept flying forward. A chilly wind rolled up from the ground. The bodies of the 4 assassins trembled, and their flying speed was reduced by 30%. An ear-piercing, devilish howl was heard. The assassin who had his calf chopped off, and blood kept gushing out from his mouth. His body trembled, and then his head exploded. The chilly wind rushed up and sucked his body into a dried corpse. All the barbarians around them started shouting and yelling crazily. They turned their heads and looked at their leader. The blade beam flashed again. The barbarian leader who was controlling the blade spat out a mouthful of blood and activated the blade beam. It doubled the speed of the blade beam, and it fiercely hacked onto the body of another assassin. Blood sprayed out from the wound. The assassin was chopped off from his waist. He let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. The other 2 assassins had arrived in front of the barbarian leader. They didn't say a single word. Their bodies expanded rapidly before exploding violently. Blood and flesh splashed in all directions, and dark blood sprayed out hundreds of feet away. The 3 barbarian leaders were blown into pieces, and their arms and legs were sent flying hundreds of feet away. The barbarians and family guards within 1,000 feet radius were hit by the black blood. The black blood quickly corroded their bodies, causing chunks of flesh to fall off their bodies. These people only let out a few miserable howls and twitched on the ground for a while before their bodies turned black and they died. Wuqi's face twitched as he watched. What kind of evil martial arts did these assassins cultivate? They hurt both themselves and others, evil and tyrannical to the extreme. Shaking his head, he hurriedly led his subordinates down the mountain and gradually arrived at the side of the main road. With the death of the 4 assassins, the strongest force around Yin was gone. With the protection of dozens of elite guards, Yin and his men screamed and retreated towards the rocks on the side of the road. Witnessing their leader's death, the barbarians were enraged as well. They killed all the others in the caravan in no time, howling and roaring as they surrounded Yin and his men. More than 1,000 barbarians besieged dozens of elite guards. Even if these guards were equipped with high-quality armors, and each of them had inner force that was above the realm of 30 years, they still couldn't block the endless attacks that came like a tidal wave. In just 10 minutes, when they were about 100 feet away from the rocks, Yin and his men had lost half of their guards. Once the barbarians were enraged, they pounced forward without any regard for their own lives. They used their flesh and blood to block the family guard's weapons and forcefully dragged them off their mounts. Once a E family's guard fell to the ground, dozens of barbarians would immediately rush over and throw heavy axes at the guards, smashing them into pieces and killing them on the spot. Ian's body was trembling. His flesh was writhing around him. He wailed, "Oh my heavens! What sin have I, Ian, committed? Why are these barbarians beating me? Oh my God, Ho-Tu, please save me." One of the barbarians threw out a hand axe. The hand axe was made from black iron and looked rough. The blade was not sharp. However, the barbarian was extremely strong. The axe swung across the air with a muffled whistling sound and landed on Ian's left shoulder. A shrill howl rose into the sky. Ian's left arm was chopped off, blood gushing out from it. Yixing, Ida, and Yituan cried out in shock. They quickly hid behind Ian. With Ian's huge body, he was indeed the best human shield. What brotherly love and friendship! At this moment, Yixing and the other two had long forgotten about it. Ian's body was shaking violently. He roared at the guards like a madman. "You useless things! If you can't kill all these barbarians, what's the point of keeping you? What's the point? Let me go back to the family. I'll sell all your wives and children as mine slaves." Ian's curses had triggered the guard's madness. Chi-Chi leaped up from the ground, crazily activating their inner energies. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands shot out 3-feet-long green swords, swinging towards the barbarians with an ear-piercing whistling sound. The green swords were invincible. Wherever they went, weapons, spears, and armors were all broken. The guards quickly swung their swords, and wherever they went, barbarians' heads rolled on the ground. Their arms and legs were broken, and blood sprayed all over the ground. The inner force of a 30-year realm cultivator could only last for 2 breaths. In just a short span of 2 breaths, a dozen E-family guards had killed more than 100 barbarians. Their inner energies were quickly depleted, and they were surrounded by the barbarians. They were about to die. "Take the blood battle pill, and I will treat your family well." The leader of the E-family guards suddenly shouted in a deep voice. The E-family guards, who had depleted their inner energies, roared in unison, then took out a blood-colored pill and put it into their mouths. Their bodies expanded like the 4 spikes, and a huge amount of energy burst out from their bodies. They raised their weapons and shot out 6-feet-long green energy beams. Wherever the sword energy passed, everything was crushed into pieces. A dozen E-family guards laughed and charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, over 300 barbarians had died under their swords. After that, blood gushed out from the 7 apertures of these guards, and their bodies exploded. The leader of the E-family guards coldly looked at his dead subordinates, then waved his hand at the other 10 guards and said, "Take the blood battle pill now." Yes. The 10 E-family guards clenched their teeth, looked at the barbarians around them, and took out their blood battle pills and put them into their mouths. Another series of suicidal attacks. More than 200 barbarians were killed by these E-family guards who had risked their lives to kill them. In just a blink of an eye, almost half of the 1,000 barbarians were killed. The blood on the ground was mixed with the mud and turned into a thick layer of mud. The barbarians' morale suddenly weakened. Even the most savage barbarian had a limit of fear, looking at their dead companions, and the remaining 20 E-family guards. The courage of the remaining barbarians plummeted. The barbarians looked at each other in panic, then let out a loud cry, turned around, and fled into the surrounding forest. Ian covered the wound on his left shoulder with his right hand, laughed ferociously, and said, "Go after them. Kill them all. These damn bastards, not only did they hurt me, they also killed the angel who gave the order. This is a big disaster. We must kill them all." Someone had to take the blame for the angel's death. Among all the people here, Ian, who was missing an arm, was the best candidate to take the blame. Without an arm, he was a useless man. The E-family would never look at him again. Throwing him out to be the scapegoat was the best choice. Thinking of his miserable future, Ian clenched his teeth and made up his mind to order his guards to kill as many barbarians as possible. The leader of the E-family guards, Ichi's eyes were filled with a thick blood-red light. He did not do his job well, and the person he was protecting had an arm chopped off. Even if he could return safely, his position in the family would definitely be shaken. It's all these damn barbarians' fault. It's all these damn barbarians' fault. Ichi ripped off his helmet and threw it on the ground. He roared angrily and left a few guards to protect Yin and the others, while he raised his sword and chased after the scattered barbarians. He raised his true chi, and a dark blue and watery sword aura suddenly shot out from the tip of the sword, shooting 6 feet away. Ichi had reached the peak of the Hodian realm. He could maintain the 6 feet sword light for 7 minutes, which was more than enough for him to kill over 100 barbarians. Wuxia looked at the watercolored sword light on Ichi's sword and smiled proudly. Since it was a water elemental skill, the Xianxia produced by it would naturally be water elemental. Furthermore, it was an ice elemental skill, which was rare among the water elemental skills. The Xianxia of an ice elemental skill was restrained, and its purity was much higher than ordinary water elemental skills. Furthermore, it was a peak Hodian realm warrior. With a long whistle, Wuxia rode on his single-horned deer and dashed out from the woods. Behind him, 600 men from Meng village and 500 elite soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, Chi dashed out. The sound of hooves thundered out, scaring the fleeing barbarians and Yin and the others, making their faces turn pale. The men from Meng village dashed out like a wildfire, slaughtering the scattered barbarians in groups of 3 to 5. The barbarians, who had lost their will to fight, had their heads rolling on the ground, scaring the rest of the barbarians back to where Yin and his men were. The 500 soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, who wore black helmets and black armors, were like a silent iceberg, coldly and mercilessly marching forward in an orderly formation. A huge mountain was dashing forward, crushing everything it touched into pieces. It didn't matter if it was the fleeing barbarians or the family guards who were chasing after them. They were all smashed into pieces by this huge mountain. Ian screamed out in pain, "Help! Ichi, help!" Ichi, who had just beheaded over 30 barbarians, quickly turned his head back. He suddenly realized his mistake. He had abandoned the person he was supposed to protect and ran so far away. With a loud shout, Ichi, who was in a panic, turned his mount around and dashed towards Ian. Wuxia had already blended into the crowd of Meng village and approached Ichi. As soon as Ichi backed off, Wuxia immediately injected a large amount of his inner energy into the lower rank magical dagger and threw it out like a hidden weapon. With a loud whistling sound, the dagger shot out and pierced through Ichi's body, who was standing a few feet away with his back facing Wuxia. The lower rank magical dagger was extremely sharp. It had instantly killed all of Ichi's life force. Only the internal energy in his body was still surging rapidly due to the inertia. Wuxia dashed forward and slapped on Ichi's dantian. A huge amount of water elemental internal energy was sucked into Wuqi's palm, quickly turning into a part of his innate water energy. In just 2 seconds, Wuxia had sucked all of Ichi's energy. Then, with a flip of his body, he kicked him far away. Wuxia let out a long laugh. Without saying anything, he dashed forward like a fish and arrived in front of Yin and his men. "In your next life, don't make things difficult for me." Like a blade, Wuxia lightly swept across the necks of Yin and his brothers. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and 4 heads flew up into the sky. Chapter 32. On the drill ground of Little Meng City, a parasol was blocking out the scorching sun. Wuxia was lying on a bamboo couch with his limbs spread out. On his left hand was a plate of braised wild boar's ear, and in his right hand was an exquisite red copper wine pot. He was humming a tune and drinking wine in a carefree manner. A thin layer of water vapor was hovering around Wuqi's body, preventing the heat from entering and the dust from getting close to his body. Even on such a hot day, Wuxia could still feel the coolness around him. It was the greatest enjoyment in the world. On the drill ground next to him, dust was flying everywhere. Thousands of city guards were being ruthlessly trained by Zhang Hu, Hu Wei, and the rest of the men. Zhang Hu and the other barbarian hunters were teaching these city guards the techniques of individual combat, while Hu Wei and the elites of the 3rd Battalion were training these rookies in various battle formations. Both of them complemented each other perfectly, and soon, these city guards had the shadow of a real soldier. In the forest outside the city, another 20,000 new recruits were undergoing even crueler and barbaric training. The training program was a conclusion Wuxia came up with. It was based on the training program of the special forces of a few powerful military countries on Earth, and the requirements of each index were increased by 10 to 20 times. Because of the natural energies, the people here had extremely strong bodies. No matter how hard they were trained, they would never die. Those soldiers who could pass the initial training program in the woods would have the right to join the drill ground of Little Meng City, where they would be trained crazily by Zhang Hu, Hu Wei, and the rest of the men. They would then be considered as rookies in the city guards. Lu Qingfeng had successfully obtained the position of acting mayor, and Wuxia had naturally taken over the position of acting officer. Since he had become the acting officer, of course, Wuxia had to show some of his capabilities. With the insane amount of knowledge he had fused with Li Xiaobai, it was a piece of cake for him to come up with a new military law for the new recruit training camp. The source of soldiers here was excellent. With a little training, they would become qualified soldiers. On top of that, Lu Qingfeng had also brought a set of basic martial arts from his family, the army breaker killing art, which was suitable for fighting and killing on the battlefield, and passed it on to the soldiers of the city guards. In just a few months, these soldiers had completely changed and looked a little more like elites. Close to 30,000 elite soldiers. This force was enough to make Lu Qingfeng's weight become heavy. Therefore, for the past few days, Lu Qingfeng had been beaming with joy. He had devoted himself to all the affairs of Little Meng City, handling everything personally, trying his best to make Little Meng City stronger and more prosperous. This was Lu Qingfeng's first property. How could he not be attentive? 3 months ago, the former mayor of Little Meng City, Yan, and his men were killed by the barbarians. This incident was like a ripple of water that disappeared quickly, and even the Yi family didn't pursue it. Ian was not the first mayor of Little Meng City who was killed by barbarians, and he would not be the last. Every 3 to 5 years, a batch of officials would be killed in Little Meng City. The people of Lu Kingdom had gotten used to this kind of news. Therefore, now, Wuxia could lie quietly on the drill ground, as if he was watching a monkey show, enjoying Zhang Hu Wei and the rest of the men training those unlucky city guards. In Wuxia's eyes, those tired soldiers with green eyes were so pleasing to the eyes. Turning other people's pain into your own happiness, Xiaobai's life experience is really insightful. Crossing one leg over the other, Wuxia suddenly grabbed a stick and smashed it at Meng Xiaobai. Xiaobai, how dare you slack off? Be careful, or I'll break your legs. Quick, move. Whoever dares to slack off, I'll give you a big stick. Meng Xiaobai, who was wearing a specially made training uniform and carrying 200 kilograms of iron on his back, let out a miserable howl. He rubbed his buttocks, which were stinging for being hit by sticks, clenched his teeth, and followed the few elite soldiers of the 3rd Battalion in front of him, trying their best to change their formations. Every time they changed their formation, they would stab, block, or hack with the heavy spear in their hands, and they would coordinate with their partners to attack or defend. Above their heads was the scorching sun, and around them was the boiling dust. The training equipment on their bodies and hands added up to more than 400 pounds. Tough, extremely tough, but no matter it was Meng Xiaobai or the other villagers, they were clenching their teeth and holding on. The mighty bull's strength was crazily circulating in their bodies, constantly replenishing their energy. The mighty bull's strength was a skill that forced one to torture oneself. Just like a hard-working old bull, the best way to cultivate the mighty bull's strength was to overload one's body with a large amount of exercise, squeezing out all the energy in one's body, allowing one's body to break through its own limit and stimulate the strongest potential in one's body. The vigor of the reckless bull was not a very high-level cultivation technique, but the people who practiced the vigor of the reckless bull would eventually become powerful warriors with extremely strong stamina, strength, and vitality. Wuxia and Meng Xiaobai had made it very clear that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If these villagers wanted to stand out under Lu Chengfeng and have a rich future, they had to work hard, and work harder. If not, why would Lu Chengfeng give you villagers such a generous salary? Why would he give you power and wealth? If you want to get it, you have to work hard. Under Wu Qi's training, the 600 men of Meng village were like 600 wild bulls, crazily training themselves. Even Meng Xiaobai, who had not fully grown his body and was still a little immature, although he could not keep up with the frightening training, under the supervision of Wu Qi, he still clenched his teeth and persisted. In just 3 months, Meng Xiaobai's strength had become a whole new level compared to before. Finally, the sound of drumming could be heard, and all the soldiers on the drill ground stopped training under Chi-Chi's command and started breathing heavily. It was lunchtime. The heavy training had made all the soldiers feel hungry, and the green light in their eyes had become brighter. A soldier in the kitchen pushed a cart into the drill ground with a smile on his face. Good meat, good wine, good white rice, except for the medicinal wine, which could only be consumed by half a liter each to stimulate their blood and restore their energy. There was enough food. As long as they could eat as much as they wanted. All the soldiers on the drill ground, Chi-Chi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the sound of his saliva being swallowed was loud and clear. Wuqi laughed out loud. He grabbed the last few pieces of wild boar's ears and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he drank all the wine in the pot, clapped his hands, and walked towards the gate of the drill ground. Brothers, eat and drink as much as you can. 2 hours after lunch, continue your training. Sai, I'm different. I'm on a Green Mountain restaurant to eat and drink. But why can't you go there? If you can defeat Zhang Hu and become the personal guards of the mayor's mansion, then you could be like me. Wu Qi walked out of the drill ground while laughing. Thousands of soldiers stared at Wu Qi with green eyes, and once again, they swallowed hard. They turned their heads at the same time and stared at the barbarian hunters and elite city guards under Zhang Hu and Hu Wei's command. These soldiers knew that it was impossible to defeat Zhang Hu and Hu Wei, but it seemed that there was still hope for them to defeat their subordinates. Jumping out of the city guards and becoming the personal guards of the mayor's mansion had become the biggest wish of these soldiers, and it stimulated them to train every day with their lives on the line. They had no choice. With Wu Qi purposely provoking and tempting these soldiers every day, they had no choice but to fall into his trap. Walking out of the drill ground while laughing, Wu Qi clapped his hands, took the reins handed to him by a personal guard, and jumped onto the back of the single-horned deer. Although the speed of this kind of deer was not as fast as the fast horses of the city guards, it could travel through the mountains, and it was much better than the fast horses in the woods. Besides, it had a beautiful shape, and the color of its fur was very beautiful. Wu Qi had always liked single-horned deer. Patting on the horn of the deer, driving it slowly toward the direction of the Green Mountain restaurant, Wu Qi asked with an indifferent tone, "Did anything happen in the city these few days?" When young master was inspecting the taxes, what was the reaction of those peddlers and merchants? Following behind Wu Qi were 4 personal guards. All of them were elite warriors selected from the guards of the mayor's mansion, and all of them had a cultivation level of at least 40 years. After listening to Wu Qi's question, Xianxia, who had the highest cultivation level and was the most experienced among all the personal guards, said some of them tried to evade taxes by bribing, just like what the former mayor had done. They were severely punished by young master and even confiscated half of their properties. They are so greedy. Wu Qi scratched his head. They have earned so much money in Little Meng's city, and they still want to evade taxes? Do they really think our young master is like that damn fatty? Since I want to keep an eye on those big peddlers and merchants, if they dare to do anything, report back to me immediately. Wu Qi had a proud smile on his face. Those peddlers and merchants had been his targets for a long time, and he had been hoping to find some treasures suitable for cultivators in their storage rooms. However, Wu Qi felt it was a little inappropriate to attack them for no reason. He really hoped that they could do something to give him an excuse to empty their storage rooms in the middle of the night. Zhao Qinzue answered, raised his horsewhip, and chased away a few stray dogs that were running around on the street. The bustling Little Meng city had a strange color to it. The streets were filled with trading caravans, and the sounds of humans and beasts mixed together. At all times, there was a huge amount of goods being shipped out of Little Meng City to the Liu Kingdom and even the Great Yin Dynasty. At the same time, there would be a huge amount of goods being shipped back to Little Meng City. The streets were crowded with people. But when they saw Wuxia approaching on the back of the deer, all the passers-by immediately stepped aside and bowed to Wuxia, who in Little Meng City didn't know who Wuxia was. He was the chief right-hand man of the acting mayor, and he held the power of the general officer. He had a group of ferocious soldiers under his command, and within the 500 miles radius of Little Meng City, the strongest armed force was under his control. With a background like this, who dared to be disrespectful to Wuxia? Wuxia wasn't arrogant at all. No matter who was bowing to him, he would always return the greeting with a smile on his face. The unique, bright smile on Wuxia's face made everyone feel like a spring breeze was blowing on their face. They all felt that Wuxia was too approachable and kind. While greeting the people on the street, Wuxia and company came to the best restaurant in Little Meng City, Green Mountain Restaurant. For the past few months, Wuxia had become a regular customer of Green Mountain Restaurant. The waiter of the restaurant hurriedly came up to them and took the ride from Wuxia and company. Patting on the waiter's shoulder, Wuxia threw a small piece of silver to him and said with a big smile, "Take good care of it." The waiter quickly caught the silver and said with a big smile on his face, "Don't worry, no one dares to be careless with the ride of His Excellency." Wuxia nodded his head and brought Zhao Qinzue and company into the restaurant. They found a table on the third floor of the highest floor, near the street. Leaning against the window, Wuxia stared at the bustling crowd downstairs and started humming a tune. Little Meng City was his first foothold since he came to this world. He needed the resources of Little Meng City to build a good foundation for himself. He had the obligation to maintain the prosperity and stability of this place. After all, for the past 3 months, with the power of general officer, Wuxia had collected dozens of energy stones. Except for a portion given to Lu Qingfeng, the rest were used by Wuxia for his own cultivation. During these 3 months, all his meridians had been strengthened 9 times by the innate water energy. Wuxia could break through to the Xianxia level at any time. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia looked up at the sky and said with a low voice, "Green Mountain Restaurant? Mount Qingcheng, I'll be back." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the street. Some people were running, some people were screaming, and some animals were neighing in a panic. Wuxia quickly poked his head out and saw a group of fierce-looking guards holding whips made of steel wires in their hands, crazily lashing at the pedestrians, pack animals, and many other things on the street. They were running towards him at top speed. Behind this group of guards, there was an old man wearing a red robe, with a weird expression on his face, shouting with a sharp voice, "The Marquis is here. Who dares to stop us? Kill them all." Wuxia was furious. "Marquis? What the hell?" Chapter 33. In front of a shop on the side of the road, 2 kids with braids were playing in front of the shop. All of a sudden, the street was thrown into chaos. The 2 kids were pushed to the ground and were dragged a few steps away. If the crowd didn't calm down, the 2 kids would be trampled to death. Wuxia lifted the front of his robe and leaped down from the sky. He pushed away a few men who were running around in panic and grabbed the 2 kids who were still in a daze. He strode to the shop where the 2 kids were playing and handed them over to a middle-aged woman who was crying inside the shop. After that, Wuxia turned around and stood in the middle of the street. Swish! A steel wire whip, as thick as a goose egg, lashed down on his head. Judging by the way the man wielding the whip looked like he was really going to kill Wuxia. Not to mention a human head, even a rock would be smashed into pieces by this specially made whip. Wuxia raised his hand and caught the long whip. The long whip was filled with a strong force, and a sharp energy was about to tear apart Wuqi's palm. However, layers of swirling airflow emerged from Wuqi's palm and forcefully turned the force on the whip into nothingness. Wuqi held the whip tightly in his hand. Then, with a backhand gesture, a powerful whirlpool burst out. The fierce-looking man on the back of the mount felt as if his body was being sucked by a huge whirlpool, and he could not control his own body as he was pulled forward. He flew for 20 to 30 feet in the air and fell heavily in front of Wuqi. Wuqi stomped down hard on the man's crotch, flattening that piece of meat like a puddle of mud. The man let out a miserable howl, threw away the handle of the long whip, held his crotch with both hands, and rolled on the ground. The guards who were smugly whipping the passers-by behind them stopped and looked over in anger. The old man in the red robe was so angry that his body was trembling. He quickly rode up to Wuqi, pointed his finger at Wuqi's nose, and scolded furiously. "Where did this lowly bastard come from? You! How dare you hurt the people serving the marquis? You, what's your name? Where was he born? Who else is in your family? Capture them all and behead them." Wuqi rolled his eyes. He grabbed the burly man on the ground and threw him at the old man in red. Followed by a muffled bang, the burly man landed squarely on the old man's body. Both Chi-Chi and the old man let out a miserable howl as they were thrown over 30 feet away. The burly man's body was thick and sturdy, so he was able to withstand the force, but the old man's body was frail and weak, not much different from an ordinary person. He choked on his breath and didn't recover for a long time. If it weren't for a few guards hurriedly jumping off their horses to give the old man a massage, the old man would have suffocated to death. "Kill my entire family? Oh, my family members are all dead. If you want to kill them, you'll have to go to the netherworld." Wuqi chuckled as he looked at the old man, who was gradually recovering his breath. He was overjoyed. This old man wanted to kill Wuqi's family? Wuqi didn't mind sending this old man to the netherworld to find his parents. The old man's face darkened due to anger. He pointed his trembling finger at Wuqi and spat out a few mouthfuls of phlegm. After he had regained his breath, he immediately shouted, "You bunch of trash! Why did you bring him here? Kill this bastard! Kill this bastard!" Zhao Qinzui and 4 personal guards jumped down from the restaurant as well. Hearing the old man's roar, Zhao Qinzui let out a loud laugh and said, "Fuck!" In Little Meng's city, shouting that you want to kill the general, "You old fool! Are you the daughter of your mother and a wild boar? How could you be so stupid?" He casually threw a whistling arrow into the sky. The 3-inch long arrow shot up 200 feet high into the sky, producing a sharp whistling sound that made people's eardrums hurt. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the surrounding streets. The pedestrians on the street quickly hid in the shops along the street. Large groups of city guards swarmed over and surrounded the street. On the surrounding streets, groups of archers appeared, pulling their bows and aiming at the old man and his men. Dozens of burly men, who were rubbing their fists and preparing to attack Wuqi, were stunned for a moment. Then they quickly retreated to the side of the old man. A captain of the city guards rushed out from the group of soldiers, kneeled down on one of his knees, and shouted at Wuqi, "Your Excellency, a group of men who are guarding the north gate have been defeated. All their limbs were broken and thrown beside the gate. It was done by these sons of bitches. Their limbs, tendons, and bones were all broken by this whip." Wuqi glanced at the steel wire whip on the ground. Then he waved his hand and signaled the captain to step aside. Taking a few steps forward, Wuqi stared at the old man and sneered. "Did you guys hurt the city guards who were guarding the north gate?" The old man sneered, and when he was about to say something, an impatient scolding came from behind the few groups of city guards behind him. "Old dog, you're getting more and more useless. Why are you taking so long to clear the road? Why are there so many idiots blocking the road here?" Behind the street, a group of men and horses were slowly approaching. There were about 600 valiant soldiers in full armor and battle robes that were all crimson, surrounding a few carriages. The curtain of the first coach was pulled open by someone, revealing half of his face, staring angrily at the city guards who were blocking the street. Only half of his face was exposed, and it was as fair as jade, looking very handsome. But the watery peach blossom eyes on his face were filled with an evil aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Through the open curtain, Wuxia found that this man was naked, and behind him there were two white bodies slowly twisting and turning on his back. This guy was doing that in the coach. Wuxia stared at Ian fiercely, sneered and said, "Who are you? Why are you doing whatever you want in Little Mang City?" With a sneer, the man actually pulled open the curtain and walked out from the coach. He was originally naked, but he had tied a piece of white cloth around his waist to cover his lower body. The white cloth was stained with fresh blood, and it made people think of something else. He reached out his hand and grabbed a beautiful naked girl, who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. In front of so many people on the street, the man opened his mouth and kissed and bit the girl's chest. After that, he raised his head and sneered at Wuxia, "Doing whatever I want? Bah, who do you think you are? I've traveled all over the Lu Kingdom, and who dares to say that I'm doing whatever I want?" The girl was twisting in the man's arms, using her body to rub against the man's sensitive parts. Wuxia looked at the man and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Some people seemed to be born to be the kind of people who lived like princes and were high above the masses. This man was at most 30 years old, and he was 8 feet tall. His body was perfect like a statue, and his face was extraordinarily handsome, except for a pair of peach blossom eyes, which slightly ruined his overall look. There was nothing about him that could be criticized. He reached out his hand and grabbed the girl's crotch. Then he glanced at Wuxia from the corner of his eyes and said with a cold voice, "You're the general of Little Mang City? No wonder you can mobilize the city guards. Those idiots guarding the North Gate, are they your subordinates? Why do they want to collect the so-called entrance tax? Well, a bunch of blind dogs. I'll just break their limbs as a punishment. Do you have a problem with that?" Wuxia took a deep breath and said with a cold voice, "Who are you?" The man lowered his head and kissed the girl's red lips. Then he said proudly, "I'm Lu Suifeng, the son of the Lord of Puyang. I've heard that the people of Little Mang City are pretty nice, so I'm here to have some fun." He grabbed the girl's neck and threw her into the coach. Lu Suifeng licked the rouge on his palm and laughed with a weird voice. "You're just a general of Little Mang City. Why don't you make way for me? Do you want to die?" Lu Suifeng didn't know when, but a 4 feet and 2 inches long sword appeared in his hand, and he casually swung it in front of him. With a strange whistling sound, an invisible wind shot out from the sword. 2 city guards who were standing in front of Lu Suifeng's coach screamed in pain. The spears in their hands were broken by the wind. The sword didn't slow down at all. It heavily chopped on the bodies of the 2 soldiers, tearing their armors apart and leaving inch-deep wounds on their chests. Blood sprayed everywhere. The 2 city guards staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. A cold light flashed in Wuqi's eyes. He shouted, "Zhao Qinzui, save them!" Zhao Qinzui hurriedly brought a few of his personal guards who were also rangers, took out some gold wound medicine, and wrapped up the wounds of these 2 soldiers. The gold wound medicine of rangers was very effective, even better than the gold wound medicine of the Lu Kingdom. That's why Wuxia asked Zhao Qinzui to save them. The old man in red suddenly shouted with a sharp voice, "Marquis, it's this guy who didn't want to make way for you. I was clearing the path in front of you, but he came in and blocked our way. This guy is disrespectful. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. He should be cut into 1,000 pieces." Lu Suifeng's face turned cold. He pointed his finger at Wuxia, sneered and said, "Did you hear that? Kill yourself. Don't bring trouble to your family." Wuxia squinted his eyes and let out a bright smile. He shook his head, smiled, and said, "I really want to see how I'm going to bring trouble to my family." After staring at Wuxia for a while, Lu Suifeng suddenly let out a harsh laugh and said, "You're dead meat. Your whole family is dead meat. I made up my mind. I'm going to kill all the men in your family, but all the women have to let me have some fun." Waving his sword, Lu Suifeng shouted, "Someone capture him, torture him, find out where he was born. If he has parents, bring them all here. If he doesn't have parents, bring all his neighbors here. Kill all the men. As for the women, choose the cute ones. I'm going to fuck them to death." Those cavalries, who were wearing red battle robes and armors, responded to Lu Suifeng's order and started riding on the street, charging forward. Raising their 18-feet-long spears, these cavalrymen charged toward the city guards of Little Meng City in an aggressive manner. The corner of Wuqi's mouth twitched. This Lu Suifeng, how could he be so brutal? Lawless, truly lawless to the extreme. Don't tell me, Wuqi is afraid of you, Lu Suifeng. Raising his hand, Wuqi shouted, "The barbarians have attacked Little Meng City. Marquis Lu Suifeng and his men were all killed. Someone, release the arrows, kill these sons of bitches." Hearing this, the city guards' archers on the roof pulled their bows and shot at those cavalries in red armor. Chapter 34. All of you stop. From the end of the street came Lu Qingfeng's shout. Then, dozens of scimitars condensed from grand white gold essence qi whistled through the air, cutting the rain of arrows in half. The horses of dozens of blood-armored cavalrymen who were charging at the forefront also had their forelegs cut off and fell to the ground with their mounts in a sorry state. Fortunately, these cavalrymen didn't have the time to increase their speed. When the tens of cavalrymen in the front fell to the ground, the cavalrymen in the back hurriedly pulled the reins and stopped their mounts from charging. The dozens of curved blades flew back and forth in the air for a few times and finally disintegrated with a shrill noise. Lu Qingfeng's face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his internal energy was almost depleted. In a flurry, he shoved 3 formation pillars into the storage bag tied around his waist, and at the same time, he led a large group of personal guards and ran towards Wuqi. Lu Qingfeng rolled his eyes, looked at Wuqi in the crowd, and murmured in a low voice, "You! How dare you attack us in front of so many people? Can't you find a quiet place to do it?" Lu Suifeng stared blankly at the archers on the rooftops on both sides of the street. Trembling, he raised his long sword, pointed it at Wuqi, and roared, "You lowly peasant, how dare you give the order to shoot arrows? You are dead. You, how dare you attack me? You are definitely dead." Wuqi picked his ear with his little finger, shook his head disdainfully, and said, "A dog that bites doesn't bark. How many times have you said that you want to kill my whole family?" Smiling mockingly at Lu Suifeng, Wuqi said brazenly, "If my young master didn't stop me, I would have killed all of you on the street." Lu Suifeng's body was trembling, and he drew a circle around the people in the shops on both sides of the street with his long sword. He said angrily, "How dare you attack a marquis in front of so many people? You lowly peasant, how dare you?" Wuqi threw a glance at the people on both sides of the street and suddenly laughed out loud. "Pa, so what if I kill you in front of them? Are you afraid of your family's revenge? If your father, Lord Puyang, dares to send people to take revenge on me, I will kill them all." Slapping hard on the shoulder of a city guard standing next to him, Wuqi snapped, "Remember this, Little Meng City is Master Wuqi's territory." Lu Suifeng shut his mouth. He stared blankly at Wuqi, his heart at a loss. When had he ever seen such a ferocious person like Wuqi? Among the over 100 vassal kingdoms of Great Yan Dynasty, nobles like princes, dukes, and marquises stood high above the masses. Which commoner dared to be rude to a marquis? Wuqi was just a small general of Little Meng City, and he really dared to kill a marquis on the street. Touching his neck, Lu Suifeng felt a little guilty and did not dare to look at Wuqi. Instead, he glared angrily at Lu Qingfeng, who was walking through the crowd. "Lu Qingfeng, these are your subordinates. Do you know that he almost killed me just now? If even a strand of my hair was hurt you." With a stern face, Lu Qingfeng walked over and nodded his head at Wuqi. Wuqi let out a laugh, stared at Lu Suifeng, and said, "Why didn't Marquis say that if I hurt even a strand of your hair, you will kill all my young master's family members to vent your anger?" Lu Suifeng shut his mouth. Lu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and stared at Wuqi again. Kill all Lu Qingfeng's family members? Even the king of the Lu kingdom wouldn't dare to say something like this. let alone Lu Suifeng. Although he was the son of Lord Puyang was just a relative of the Lu kingdom. In terms of power, the Lu family's position in the Lu kingdom's imperial court was far more powerful than Lord Puyang. Wu Qi's casual words made Lu Suifeng choke on his breath, and he nearly fainted from anger. He stared at Wu Qi angrily, and the sword in his hand was trembling. He wished he could just give the order to kill Wu Qi first. Just when Lu Suifeng was fuming with anger, a calm voice suddenly came from the coach behind him. "Marquis Lu, are we in Little Meng's city?" Why are the city guards of Little Meng's city blocking our way? Could it be that Little Meng's city's army is not strict enough, and the city guards have become bandits? Following the voice, a tall young man came out from the coach. With a slight step, he flew over Lu Suifeng's coach like a feather and landed next to Lu Suifeng. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes. It seemed this young man's cultivation level was higher than his own, and he had 1 foot in the Xianxia realm. However, after injecting the innate water energy into his eyes, Wu Qi found that this young man's energy was floating, and he couldn't control it when he was circulating it. If he wasn't wrong, this young man's cultivation level must have been achieved with the help of external objects, like pills or some kind of natural herbs. This young man's facial features were similar to Lu Qingfeng's, but he had a gloomy expression. His eyebrows were always frowning, and his eyes were filled with an evil light. His eyes were wandering around, and his vision was a little messy. Just by looking at his eyes, Lu Suifeng knew he wasn't a kind man. Standing in the coach and looking down at Lu Qingfeng, this young man said coldly, "Elder brother, what kind of general are you? Look at you, don't you know the rules? According to the law of the Lu kingdom, when a marquis is out, the people should stay away. Instead, you sent your soldiers to stop Marquis Lu's coach. What are you trying to do?" The moment they met, one accusation after another was thrown at him. The anger in Wu Qi's heart once again rose. Lu Qingfeng, who had some understanding of Wu Qi's character, took a step forward and stood in front of Wu Qi, who was about to lose his temper. With a straight face, Lu Qingfeng said calmly, "Sixth brother is here? Why didn't you tell elder brother earlier?" Lu Qingfeng's sixth brother, the son of Lu Qingfeng's second uncle, Lu Ziyuan sneered, placed his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "Marquis Lu has recently been appointed as the military supervisory officer of 8 provinces. He's in charge of supervising the military affairs of 8 provinces. Little Meng City is under the jurisdiction of the 3 Mountains province, so it's within the jurisdiction of the Marquis." Staring at Lu Qingfeng coldly, Lu Ziyuan said coldly, "It's time for me to take up an official position, so I asked my father to help me get the position of military supervisory officer. That's why I came to Little Meng City to visit you, elder brother." Lu Suifeng threw his head back and laughed out loud. Then he squeezed into the coach and rummaged for a while. Finally, he found an official document and a silver plate. Then he threw them to Lu Qingfeng proudly. Lu Qingfeng took over the document and the silver plate and had a quick look. It indeed stated that Lu Suifeng was now the military supervisory officer of 8 provinces, in charge of supervising all military affairs within 8 provinces. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened. Wu Qi quickly walked up to him and asked what this military supervisory officer was. Lu Qingfeng explained in a low voice. Then Wu Qi's face darkened. He murmured, "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed them just now. After all, there are countless barbarians around Little Meng City. No matter how many people died, I can just blame it on these barbarians. They won't have any problem with that." The so-called supervisory officer wasn't a permanent position. However, in the Lu Kingdom, if there was a need to train their children, they would specially set up such a position. It could be to supervise military affairs, government affairs, water conservancy, agriculture, commerce, etc. They could also set up such a position. A few sons of influential families would travel around the country, either supervising military affairs or government affairs. After doing this many times, they would be familiar with this kind of work. The power of a supervisory officer wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. They had the right to report directly to the Lu Kingdom, and their reports would be sent directly to the Lu Kingdom's monarch and the most powerful courtiers. These official documents had the power to decide the life and death of the lowest-level officials of the Lu Kingdom. If they really picked out a few bones in the egg and framed him with a few crimes that were neither light nor heavy, then this official's future would be gone. Besides, these supervisory officers were all from influential families. Their families had a strong background, and when they were traveling around, they could do whatever they wanted, which was a headache for anyone. Once someone offended them, they would be suppressed by the family behind them. Even the governor of a county would be in a difficult situation. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan stared at Lu Chengfeng and burst out laughing. While laughing, Lu Ziyuan said proudly, "Elder brother, can you please arrange a place for us to stay? Also, seal all the official documents and files in the general's office. Seal all the money, provisions, and weapons. Before we do a full review of all the military affairs in Little Mang City, no one is allowed to move a single soldier." Wuxia hid his hands in his sleeves and took a few steps back. He tilted his head and stared at Lu Ziyuan, trying to figure out how much the clothes he was wearing were worth. At the same time, he also calculated the value of Lu Suifeng's coach. He swore in his mind that if he didn't strip off the underwear of these two guys, he wouldn't be the underhand sex disciple. Lu Chengfeng clenched his teeth and looked at the arrogant Lu Suifeng, then at Lu Ziyuan, who was nodding at him. With a gloomy face, he waved his hand and said, "All soldiers, return to the barracks. No one is allowed to leave the barracks without my order. Marquis Lu, sixth brother, follow me." With loud footsteps, the city guards slowly retreated from a street. Wuxia grabbed Zhao Chenzue and whispered a few words to him. Zhao Chenzue quickly blended into the crowd and left. He wanted to go to the new recruit training camp in the woods so that he could increase the patrols and forbid anyone from entering or leaving. Secretly expanding the army by 20,000 soldiers, secretly training another 20,000 soldiers. If this was found out by Lu Ziyuan, then Wuxia would have no choice but to put the blame on the barbarians once again. Sighing lightly, Wuxia mumbled to himself, "If I can save myself some trouble, I'll try my best to save myself some trouble. Before I'm strong enough, I really shouldn't provoke these bastards." Suddenly, a gaze that made Wuxia's blood run cold swept across from Lu Ziyuan's coach. It quickly swept across Wuxia's body. Wuxia's body stiffened, and his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to look in that direction. Instead, he quickly shifted his gaze to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Ziyuan jumped off the coach, grabbed Lu Chengfeng's hand intimately, and said, "Haha, big brother, long time no see. Sixth brother missed you so much." After giving Lu Chengfeng a tight hug, Lu Ziyuan whispered into his ear, "Big brother, second brother asked me to bring you a message. This time, I'm going to play you to death. Do you know why that fat bastard, Yin, is making things difficult for you? It's all arranged by second brother, understand?" After letting go of Lu Chengfeng, Lu Ziyuan laughed out loud again and said, "Big brother, I'm so happy to be able to meet you today." Wuxia kept shaking his head. How could this be considered as a brother? Chapter 35. Inside the mayor's mansion, the lights were shining brightly. Outside the main hall of the general's mansion, pretty maids were walking back and forth, serving wine and delicacies to the guests like a flowing river. The sound of bells could be heard, and a large group of dancers were dancing in the middle of the hall. Their long hair and colorful ribbons were fluttering in the air, making them look like some evil girls. At first, Wuxia thought that Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan had only brought 600 guards and some personal servants with them, but he never expected that behind them there was another team of carriages carrying dozens of maids, over 20 dancers, and all kinds of fine wine and luxurious clothes. Escorting this team of carriages were 400 elite cavalries. Both of them had brought a total of 1,000 guards to Little Mang City. Whether it was equipment or cultivation level, these 1,000 cavalries were much stronger than the city guards of Little Mang City. The charge of 1,000 cavalries was more than enough to defeat the 8,000 city guards of Little Mang City. Even if they incorporated Zhang Hu and the other barbarian hunters, as well as those rangers recruited by Lu Chengfeng, into the army, they still wouldn't be a match for this cavalry. Taking Lu Suifeng as an example, there were dozens of right-hand men who were eating and drinking, and their clothes were covered with grease and wine. All of them had the cultivation level of peak Hotian. They were constantly emitting a terrifying aura, suppressing Zhang Hu and Hu Wei, who were standing beside Lu Chengfeng. Indeed a marquis. Even the right-hand men around him are not ordinary. Wuxia glanced at the smoky main hall, frowned, and shook his head. The inner courtyard of the mayor's mansion had been burned down. Now, the only mansion left in the mayor's mansion was the general's office. Recently, Lu Chengfeng was busy raising funds to repair the outer wall of Little Mang City, so he didn't have the intention to rebuild the mayor's mansion. Therefore, when Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian entered the mayor's mansion, they immediately occupied the general's office and forcefully took it as their living quarters. To make matters worse, Lu Suifeng held a grand banquet on the same night and sent out invitations to all the most powerful businessmen in Little Mang City, saying that it was a welcoming dinner for him. Lu Suifeng, Lu Tian, and their personal guards had occupied the northern side of the hall, and they were having fun. On the west side of the hall, there were nearly 100 uneasy merchant representatives. They were either lowering their heads in silence, staring blankly into space with their wine glasses in their hands, or whispering to the people around them. They had no idea why this domineering and unscrupulous marquis Lu had summoned them here. On the east side of the hall, Wuxia, Lu Chengfeng, Zhang Hu, Hu Wei, and a few other men were sitting behind a long, narrow table, silently watching the dancers dancing crazily in the middle of the hall. A small set of bronze bells was placed behind them, and several musicians were playing a fast-paced tune. The chimes were very annoying. Wuxia scratched his head. He did not know if there was something wrong with Lu Suifeng's head. He actually brought the chimes with him when he came out. The weird atmosphere of the banquet lasted for a quarter of an hour. After eating and drinking, Lu Suifeng burped and threw down his wine glass. With a clang, the dancer, Chi-Chi, stopped dancing, gave Lu Suifeng a charming smile, then turned around and retreated to the back of the lobby. All the musicians bowed deeply to Lu Suifeng, then followed the dancers and retreated to the back of the lobby. Placing both of his hands on the table covered with wine, Lu Suifeng gazed at the hundreds of merchant representatives with a stern expression. Under his gaze, the merchants all lowered their heads to show their respect. These merchants were the local tyrants of Little Mang City. Nothing could escape their eyes. They had all heard about the commotion Lu Suifeng had caused when he entered the city, and they knew he was not a man to be messed with. Not only did he act like a tyrant, he even crippled dozens of city guards at the city gate. Even the acting mayor, Lu Chengfeng, could not do anything to them, and had to obediently invite them into the mayor's mansion. Although these merchants came from wealthy families, they dared not offend these noblemen. Coughing, Lu Suifeng let out a laugh and said, "Guys, I've come from afar, and it's been a tough journey, just to supervise the military affairs of Little Mang City and protect your safety. You should show me some appreciation. I know very well what the specialty of Little Mang City is. Here's a list. Honor some worthless things. Take a look. If you don't have any problems, just gather all these things and bring them to me. Then you'll have nothing to do with me." Waving his hand, the old man in red, who was standing behind Lu Suifeng, let out a weird laugh and swaggered over. He took out a thick scroll from his sleeve and threw it on a merchant's table. The old man in red said with a cold voice, "I'm Lu Zhong, the steward of the marquis. When you've gathered all the things on the list, just come and find me." Abruptly, Lu Zhong reached out his hand and grabbed the nose of the merchant in front of him, then brutally tore a big hole on his nose. The merchant screamed out in pain, while Lu Zhong laughed out loud. "In 3 days, if you can't gather all the things on the list, I can guarantee that all of your families will be ruined. I know you have some backing, or else you wouldn't be able to do such a big business in Little Mang City." But you have to find out who the Lord of Puyang is. Lu Zhong slapped the screaming merchant's face and shouted in a stern voice, "Get the hell out of here, all of you! If you can't gather all the things in 3 days, all of you will die." The slap was so powerful that the merchant was sent flying, and his head hit the door of the lobby. His head was bleeding. None of the merchants dared to say anything. One of them picked up the scroll thrown out by Lu Zhong, bowed to Lu Suifeng, then turned around and walked out of the lobby. These merchants were loyal. They helped the merchant who had fainted after being slapped by Lu Zhong, then left the mayor's mansion together. Wuxia kept shaking his head. He could guess what was written on the scroll, even with his knees. Those who steal the hook will be killed. Those who steal the country will be marquis. The biggest thieves in the world, they were all men with high positions. This Lu Suifeng was obviously extorting and blackmailing them. What else could these people who were being blackmailed say? What else could they say? Throwing away the wine cup in his hand, Wuxia crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared coldly at Lu Zhong, who had his head held high. Lu Qingfeng placed both of his hands on the table, staring at Lu Tian with a pair of watery eyes. All the right-hand men behind Lu Suifeng had also put down their wine cups and chopsticks, looking at Zhang Hu and Hu Wei with evil intentions. The eerie silence lasted for a full quarter of an hour before Lu Suifeng suddenly said in a slow voice, "Lu Tsiuhai is my best friend. We have been through life and death together, and we can even share our concubines and maids. 8 months ago, he fought with you, Lu Qingfeng, and you intentionally broke his left arm." Lu Qingfeng said in an indifferent tone, "So he sent assassins to chop off my left arm?" Lu Tian smiled and said, "It wasn't second brother who sent the assassins, it was me. Elder brother, you and second brother have the same mother, so second brother wouldn't dare to do that. It was me who was angry, so I sent a group of assassins from my grandfather's family. I just wanted to chop off elder brother's left arm, and then I would let this matter go." "Let this matter go." Lu Tian said it casually, but every word he said made Wu Qi's heart tremble. This was a rich and powerful family. This was a young master from a rich and powerful family. Was this still a brother? This was more of an enemy than an enemy. Lu Qingfeng stared at Lu Tian coldly, sneered and said, "So, you came here personally, just to make trouble for me?" Lu Tian laughed and said, "Of course. It wasn't easy to train these 50 assassins from my grandfather's family, and it cost me a lot of money. None of them returned home, and the orphans and widows still have to be taken care of by my grandfather's family. If I don't vent my anger on you, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. I must make you bleed." Sighing, Lu Qingfeng said in a cold tone, "Sixth brother, are you really going to lose your last bit of face?" Lu Tian stared at Lu Qingfeng coldly and said with a strange smile, "Of course. This is not Liang, so no matter what I do, no one will know. If that's the case, why should I give you face?" Lu Suifeng sneered and added, "If Madame Riang could take care of you a little, we brothers wouldn't have pushed you too far. But since Madame Riang doesn't care about you, don't blame us for being too cruel." Wuxia sighed silently. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan's words were arrogant, and their behavior was domineering. Were all the young masters from the influential families in this world like them? Or was it because Wuxia's character was not good enough to meet these two men? Standing up, Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed to Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian. "Young masters, our young master has been forced to Little Meng City, and I can foresee that his future is not going to be bright. Why do you have to push us to this point? Don't tell me you want to drive our young master out of the Lu kingdom?" Lu Tian clapped his hands and laughed out loud. He pointed his finger at Lu Qingfeng and said, "Good, well said. Lu Qingfeng, if you break your left arm and live in seclusion in Meng Mountain, we won't force you anymore. Meng Mountain covers an area of a few thousand miles, and there are countless rare treasures there. With that, you can live a carefree life for the rest of your life." Live in seclusion in Meng Mountain? Lu Qingfeng's face darkened. There were countless rare treasures in Meng Mountain, but there were also countless barbarians living there. The Lu Kingdom had been established for hundreds of years, and the Great Yin dynasty had been established for over 2,000 years. Those who dared to go deep into Meng Mountain had all disappeared without a trace. Living in seclusion in Meng Mountain. How could Lu Ziyuan say that? Lu Suifeng grabbed a plate of steamed fish and threw it at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng moved his body to one side and dodged the plate. The plate flew far away and smashed into pieces on the ground. Lu Suifeng sneered and said, "It's decided. Either you break your left arm and live in seclusion in Meng Mountain, or we'll ruin your future and play with you for the rest of your life." Hee hee. Wuxia let out a few cold laughs. Then, he pulled Lu Chengfeng up with one hand and dragged him out of the hall. Such a bold move startled both Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan. Lu Suifeng pointed his finger at Wuqi's back and shouted angrily, "Wuqi, after Lu Chengfeng is done for, you'll die too." Wuqi turned his head and waved his hand. "If you have the guts, kill me now. Or, gather your men and kill our young master as well. Do you have the guts to do that?" Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan stared at Wuqi with gloomy faces. Along with a cracking sound, the cushion they were sitting on was torn into pieces by an invisible force. "In 3 days, let this Wuqi die by accident." Lu Ziyuan snorted coldly. Chapter 36. Late at night, Lu Chengfeng's backyard. Steam was rising from the bathroom, and the spacious green stone bathtub was filled with hot water. Wuqi was lying lazily on a green stone bench in the bathtub, and 2 serving girls were wiping his body with a silk towel. It was as if all the tiredness in his body had been squeezed out by the serving girls, and Wuqi felt so comfortable that he almost dozed off. Lu Chengfeng was sitting on one side of the bathtub, soaking in hot water from his neck down. His face was red, and sweat was rolling down his face. 2 serving ladies were standing around him, feeding him mouthful after mouthful of cold rice wine with a white jade wine cup. Breathing out a long breath, Lu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes and stared at Wuqi, then said, "I have the ability to protect myself, and they won't dare to do anything to me. After all, my mother is the current leader of the Lu family, so they can only frame me. Even if they send assassins, they won't do it when they are still in Little Meng City." After drinking another cup of rice wine, Lu Chengfeng frowned and said, "But you've offended Marquis Lu too much. I'm afraid they will make you their target." Wuqi snorted disapprovingly, then said with an indifferent tone, "I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If they want to make me their target, they should be prepared to be killed by me. If they die in Little Meng City, will it be a big problem?" Lu Chengfeng's eyebrows twitched, and he scolded with a low voice, "Don't do anything stupid. Marquis Lu and Lu Ziyuan have powerful men around them. I can only protect myself, and if I really want to make a move on them, I'll have to mobilize all the city guards. Although we've recruited 20,000 new soldiers, we don't have enough weapons and armors, and they're not loyal enough to me. I need to recruit them carefully before I can use them." After pondering for a while, Wuqi breathed out a long sigh and said, "I'm still not strong enough. I need to find a way to make a fortune, not only in Little Meng City, but also in other places to recruit those refugees and rangers and recruit them into the city guards." Lu Chengfeng didn't say anything. Was it so easy to get a windfall? As for recruiting more recruits, Lu Chengfeng felt the same way. However, Little Meng City only had a floating population of over 200,000, and the 20,000 new soldiers had almost taken away all the useful people from this floating population. If he wanted to recruit new soldiers, he would have to go to another city to think of a way. Lu Chengfeng reached out his hand and caressed the waist but of the servant girl next to him, then pointed at the 2 servant girls next to Wuqi and said with a smile, "They are a gift to you." Turning his head back to look at the 2 maids who were massaging his body, Wuqi shook his head. "I'm not of legal age yet. It's too early for me to worry about this. Back then, my master had told me that I couldn't get close to women until I was of age. Otherwise, I'd lose my true yang, and it would be detrimental to my cultivation in the future." Standing up, Wuxia grabbed a green robe lying beside the bathtub, gazed at Lu Chengfeng from the corner of his eyes, let out a weird laugh, and said, "Young master, tonight you will be a dragon and 4 phoenixes. Enjoy yourself. Turn the pressure into motivation. You have to work hard tonight." Laughing out loud, dodging the white jade wine cup thrown at him by Lu Chengfeng, Wuqi put on the robe and walked out of the bathtub. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan were going to attack him? Wuqi sneered. He had to find a way to make them die in an accident outside Little Meng's city. Wuqi walked into the empty courtyard and gave the surroundings a glance. With a blink of his body, he hid himself in a shadowy corner of the courtyard. The misty water vapor slowly spread out. His body was twisting and turning fainter in the midst of the water vapor. Then he slowly merged with it. He nimbly leaped over the wall and headed towards the courtyard where Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian were staying, as if he was very familiar with it. Along the way, all the guards of the mayor's mansion had been driven away by Lu Suifeng's personal guards. The only ones patrolling the place were the personal guards of the Marquis's mansion, who were wearing red armor. On top of the high wall, there were also the right-hand men of Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian, who were keeping an eye on the surroundings at all times. Especially, these personal guards were carrying crossbow bags and quiver on their backs. Looking at the shape of the crossbow bags, these personal guards were carrying 9 bolts of crossbow made by the Lu Kingdom, the most lethal crossbow. Each crossbow had 9 bolts, and it could shoot 9 pure steel bolts at the same time, and it could penetrate heavy armor within 200 steps. If 1,000 personal guards were all equipped with 9 crossbows, when 1,000 of them shot at the same time, it would be 9,000 pure steel bolts. With the current strength of Little Meng City's city guards, a single wave of bolts would be enough to destroy their formation. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian really came prepared. They didn't give Lu Chengfeng any chance to attack. Marquis Lu really has a powerful background. Wuqi was lying on the roof of a building, staring at the crossbow bags on the backs of these personal guards with envy. The city guards of Little Meng City only had 1,000 crossbows, and all of them were single-string crossbows. Compared to the 9 bolts crossbow, the lethality and deterrence of these crossbows were like heaven and earth. Shaking his head, Wuqi was like a gecko, climbing up a pillar and slipping into the courtyard. Using the shadows and the corners as cover, he sneaked into the deep end of the courtyard. From afar, he could already hear the wild laughter of Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian and the crying of a girl coming from afar. Both of them had occupied the last courtyard of the general's office. Currently, the door and windows of the main room on the north side were wide open, and the room was brightly lit by candlelight. A teenage girl with messy clothes was weeping in the middle of the 2 men, and she was being raped by both of them at the same time. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian were laughing happily, and they were scratching and biting the teenage girl's body crazily. Especially Lu Tian, he was facing the teenage girl's face, and he was licking her face with his saliva, like a wild dog that had gone mad. Wuqi was hiding in a thicket, quietly watching both men who were on the verge of losing their minds. The girl's clothes were made of rough linen, not the exquisite satin clothes worn by the 2 serving ladies. When the teenage girl was crying for her parents, her accent carried the accent of Little Meng City, which was totally different from the soft and mellow Lu Kingdom's official language used by the serving ladies. This should be the girl they had kidnapped from the common people after they arrived in Little Meng City. Wuqi stared coldly at these 2 men who were crazily shaking their bodies, and in his mind, he had already decided their fate. No matter if it was the evil intentions they had towards Wuqi or the evil deeds they had done today, Wuqi would send them to the 18th level of hell, so they could pay for their sins. Looking at these 2 men who were laughing and yelling crazily, Wuqi quickly scanned the entire courtyard. In the west wing of the courtyard, he could vaguely feel the energy ripples. The doors and windows of the wing were all closed, and he could vaguely hear the teenage girl crying and begging for mercy. Gradually, the girl's breath became weaker, and her voice became softer and softer. However, the energy ripples were getting stronger, and eventually it was like a sword that had just been pulled out of its sheath, shooting up into the sky. Along with the sizzling sound, the fallen leaves on the roof of the wing were pushed up 100 feet high by the energy and were flying away like arrows. After that, a creaking sound could be heard, and the door of the wing was pushed open. An old man with a long beard and wearing a red robe walked out slowly. The old man coughed lightly. Then he reached out his hand, and a naked teenage girl flew out of the wing and landed heavily on the ground. The girl's lower body was a mess, and her skin was frighteningly pale. Her skin was also loose, as if all her blood essence had been sucked dry. "Guards, take this little bitch away." The old man snorted indifferently and said, "Next time, I'll pick those who are obedient and smart. This little bitch, how dare she bite me? Oomph. Where did you bring her from? Go kill her family. How dare she bite me? Oomph." A few blood-armored guards strode over, grabbed the girl's body, and dragged her out of the courtyard. The old man twitched his mouth, looked to his left and right, and rubbed his crotch a few times. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. "How dare she bite me? She's courting death." Suddenly, the door of the east wing was pushed open, and an old man wearing a white long robe, embroidered with a large number of dancing flames with red lines, walked out slowly. The old man took a deep breath, stared at the old man in red robe, sneered, and said, "Old devil, it's fine that you've harmed someone else's daughter, but now you want to kill someone else's family? Aren't you afraid that you'll be struck by lightning in the future if you commit too many sins?" The old man in red robe, old devil, let out a strange laugh, tilted his head up, and said, "Love between a man and a woman is the natural order of the world. But you, Lord Flame, you've taken the yang energy of young boys to replenish your own yang energy. Every year, you've killed nearly 100 young boys. Your sins are no less than mine." The two of them were like two fighting dogs, staring at each other fiercely. With an idea in his mind, Wuxia sneaked into the back window of the east wing under the cover of the bushes. He pulled out the lower-tier magical dagger and cut off the window bolt. Like a stream of flowing water, Wuxia quickly ran into the room. He gave Wuxia a quick glance, grabbed a fiery red bag that was hanging diagonally on the bedside, spun, and left. This bag was emitting a faint energy ripple. According to the records and scroll of stealing, this was the unique energy ripple of a storage-type magical treasure. Wuxia focused his mind and took a look inside the bag. The storage space inside the bag was about the size of 3 ordinary rooms. It was a lower-tier magical treasure, but it was still very rare. Now, inside the bag, there was a small pile of dozens of red energy stones, a few talismans, and a long red sword. Besides that, there were a few sets of clothes and dozens of boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry. Other than that, there was nothing else. Wuxia took Lord Flame's storage bag. Then he sneaked into the west wing and took Old Devil's bag as well. Then, he left the courtyard at his fastest speed. He kept running and soon caught up with the guards who were dragging the dead bodies of the teenage girls out of the mayor's mansion. Pulling a piece of cloth to cover his face, Wuxia followed the guards out of the mayor's mansion, heading toward the south of Little Meng City. Not long after that, 2 strong auras soared up into the sky, and one of them was a fireball. Lord Flame's angry roar echoed throughout the entire Little Meng City. "Is this daring, thief? How dare you steal the treasures of your ancestors? Your ancestors are going to burn you into ashes, inch by inch." Old Devil's sharp voice was heard as well. "All the savings that I've accumulated over 100 years, you bastard." Hearing the screams of the 2 old devils, Wuxia just sneered and continued following behind the guards. Chapter 37. In the middle of the night, when the few personal guards of Lu Suifeng were about to break into a house, Wuxia jumped up from behind them and broke their necks cleanly. The sound of bones breaking was so insignificant compared to the crazy roars of Old Devil and Lord Flame. Carefully, Wuxia threw their bodies into a ditch on the side of the road. 2 figures flew over their heads, bringing with them a strong wind. A large group of personal guards of Lu Suifeng were riding on their mounts, following Old Devil and Lord Flame toward the city gate. Soon, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard, heading toward the only street that led to the outside world. Wuxia nodded his head, tidied up the cloth covering his face, turned around, and walked into the house. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng were sitting in a private room in Green Mountain Restaurant, looking at the empty street with a joyful expression on their faces. Last night, Wuxia had stolen Old Devil's and Lord Flame's storage bags and killed a few of Lu Suifeng's personal guards, throwing their bodies into the canal. With all these incidents combined, Lu Suifeng and his men had gone mad. Old Devil and Lord Flame were furious. They brought a large number of men and shut down all 4 city gates of Little Mang City, searching the entire city. They wanted to catch the thief who had stolen all their belongings, skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and cut him into pieces. Lu Suifeng was also furious about the death of his personal guards. With his power as the supervisory officer of the 3 armies, he ordered the city guards to enforce a curfew. No civilians were allowed to leave their homes, and every household was searched. All the shops were forced to close, and Little Mang City became lifeless like an empty city. Drinking a cup of wine, Wuxia squinted his eyes and said, "A wild dog whose tail has been burned. This should be the reaction of a dog." Lu Qingfeng was smiling proudly. He picked up a piece of tender deer meat and put it into his mouth, chewed it, and said slowly, "Marquis Lu and his men have crossed the line." The news of the extortion of those 100 or so merchants has probably spread to the royal capital by now. There are a few merchants here who have backgrounds that are not as simple as they think. Lu Qingfeng leaned leisurely against the window frame, watching the guards, who were clad in red armors and battle robes, rushing in and out of houses. He sneered and said, "Those fools who don't know the difference between life and death." Although Little Mang City was a remote city, didn't they know how many benefits Little Mang City had offered to those princes and dukes in King City every year? The rare items produced in Little Mang City every year, if we send them to the capital of Great Yin Dynasty, they will be worth at least tens of millions of gold coins. Wuxia nodded knowingly and poured Lu Qingfeng a glass of wine without saying much. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan's reckless behavior had infringed on the interests of many people. Now, they had imposed a curfew on Little Mang City to hunt down the robbers, and all the business activities in Little Mang City had come to a halt. Let's see what kind of people can be mobilized to make things difficult for Lu Suifeng and Xianxia with the massive profits of tens of millions of gold every year. The evils brought upon themselves were the hardest to bear. Wuxia raised his glass and clinked it with the smiling Lu Qingfeng. Both of them drank the wine in one gulp. Letting out a long breath, Lu Qingfeng stared at Wuxia and asked, "Were you the one who took those 2 bags?" Both of them were embryonic breath-level cultivators of the Xiantian realm. They have a strong cultivation level and strong spiritual sense. "How did you get them?" Wuxia stared at Lu Qingfeng with a smile on his face, shook his head, and said seriously, "I didn't do it. I, Wuxia, have strict rules in my sect. They never allow their disciples to steal things." Lu Qingfeng stared at Wuxia silently, wishing he could slap the smile on his face. Rolling his eyes, Lu Qingfeng sneered and said, "I'm still a virgin. Do you believe me?" Wuxia stared into Lu Qingfeng's eyes with a serious expression and said, "I believe you." Lu Qingfeng's hands were trembling. He had met all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had met someone as shameless as Wuxia. Grabbing the wine pot, he filled up his glass and drank 3 cups of wine in a row. Only then did Lu Qingfeng let out a long breath. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the private room. Xiaohe, who was standing outside, shouted, "Who dares to break in?" A few sounds of bodies colliding with each other were heard. Xiaohe staggered back into the private room, and a few right-hand men of Lu Suifeng walked in. One of them glanced at Lu Qingfeng arrogantly, put on a fake smile, and said, "Acting Mayor, our Marquis has invited you to the General's office. From today onwards, Our Marquis will be conducting a review on the military affairs of Little Meng City. Acting Mayor, you must be present." Wuxia stood up slowly. He looked at Xiaohe, whose face had turned pale. Obviously, Xiaohe had suffered a great loss in the short fight just now. With a proud smile on his face, Wuxia snorted and said, "I thought our Marquis was busy catching thieves today and didn't have time to attend to his business." The faces of the few right-hand men of Lu Suifeng changed instantly. They stared at Wu Qi with hatred, and one of them sneered and said, "Under the management of both of you, the people of Little Meng City are living a peaceful life. Both of you have to give our Marquis an explanation for what happened today." Lu Qingfeng patted his butt and stood up. With an attitude that was 100 times more arrogant than these right-hand men, he glanced at them and snorted disdainfully. "Explanation? What do you want me to say? Those who are on night duty are the personal guards of your Marquis. The guards of the mayor's mansion were chased far away. What does this have to do with me?" Without even looking at these right-hand men whose faces had turned green with anger, Lu Qingfeng held his head high and walked out of the room. Wu Qi smiled at these men, patted Xiaohe's shoulder, and pulled him out of Green Mountain Restaurant. From afar, he could still hear the hysterical roars of Old Devil and Lord Flame. They were yelling for their men to dig 3 feet deep into the ground and search for the stolen goods. The theft of their storage bags was a huge blow to them. They had no choice but to search for the stolen goods with all their might. But Wuxia knew very well that he had hidden the 2 storage bags in a secret place outside of the city. How could they find them if they searched the city? It could only be said that these 2 old devils had too much confidence in their judgment. When they found out their storage bags were stolen, they immediately brought their men and sealed off the only path leading to the outside of Little Meng City. They were sure that the thief was still in the city. That's why they made such a big fuss. But too bad, they never thought that the thief who had stolen their belongings was right next to them. They never thought that a thief who could steal their storage bags from under their noses was not someone that could be sealed off by just sealing off a path. A strong gust of wind swept across the sky. The old devil, who was wearing a red robe, jumped across the street with a grin on his face. He pointed at a carriage that was parked on the side of the street, as if he had gone mad, and roared, "My treasure must be in that carriage. Search! Search! You must find my treasure." Wu Qi shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Even if they continued to search for 10,000 years, they would never be able to find their storage bags. But when they entered the general's office, Wu Qi's good mood disappeared. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian, together with a group of green-robed teachers, were taking out countless documents from the general's office and checking them word by word. These green-robed teachers were the experienced accountants brought by Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan. They had a deep understanding of all kinds of accounting methods. Dozens of account books were placed on a long table, and Lu Tiyuan was standing beside the table, flipping through the account books while sneering proudly. "Here, there are 300 sets of black iron full-body armors that can't be found. Here, there are 50 crossbows that can't be found. Here, it's even more interesting. Marching pills, disease avoidance pills, these 6 kinds of pills that are commonly used in the army, there are 15,000 of them that can't be found. TSK, 2 years ago, there were 3,000 silvers that weren't recorded in the accounting books for the construction of a new drill ground and barracks. How dare they? According to the report, when the barbarians attacked the city, they had lost 790 elite soldiers, and they had also received the pension for those 790 soldiers. But the soldiers' salaries are still being paid according to the number of soldiers, and at the same time, there's an extra sum of money for recruiting new soldiers. He continued reading dozens of records, and every single one of them was ridiculous and couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Even without these experienced accountants, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was a huge black hole in the military affairs of Little Meng City. When Lu Tian heard Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng walking into the main hall of the general's office, he raised his head up and looked at Lu Chengfeng with an evil smile. "Elder brother, there's something wrong with your accounting books. The amount of embezzled military funds and false reports is a huge number. Wuxia took a few steps forward, stared at Lu Xian with a cold gaze, and shouted, "Look carefully. These accounting books were made by that damn fatty, Yin, when he was the mayor. Our account book was just made in the past few months." Lu Xian twitched his mouth and let out a hollow laugh. "That's hard to say. The former mayor is corrupt, but the current mayor isn't necessarily innocent. All these black holes, elder brother, you'll have to bear some responsibility." "Ah," Lu Xian said with a frivolous tone, trying to push all the blame onto Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng just put his hands behind his back and sneered, but he didn't say anything. On the other side, Lu Suifeng was urging those accountants to quickly find out the new accounting books made by Wuxia. He had to find some clues from these accounting books, and then he could use this information to get on Lu Chengfeng's good side and beat him to a pulp. Wuxia also put his hands behind his back and stared at Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan coldly. He had made up his mind that he would make these two men stay in Little Meng's city and accompany the barbarians. Time passed by, and soon it was evening. Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng were standing still in the main hall, but those accountants were sweating from the tiredness. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan were impatiently urging them, asking these accountants to find more loopholes as soon as possible. Just when both of them were shouting and yelling, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. A strong man wearing a black soft leather armor, with a long sword on his back, rushed in with large strides, holding a gold medal in his hand. His whole body was neat and tidy, without the slightest sign of loosening, and he carried a long sword on his back. Behind this man, dozens of Lu Suifeng's personal guards were following him closely, but none of them dared to stop him. "I'm Yin Bugue, the scouting officer, working under the Great Yin Dynasty's Great General Jing Ke. According to the Great Yin Dynasty's military order, all warriors in Little Meng City who are 40 years old and above are to follow the army. Great Yin Dynasty, Great General Jing Ke." Suddenly, the corner of Wu Qi's eyes twitched violently. Chapter 38. Over 2,000 years ago, the founding emperor of Great Yin Dynasty, Jidan, also known as Yin Dan, led dozens of hangers-on and tens of thousands of people into the world. At that time, the current territory of Great Yin Dynasty was filled with countless barbarians. Wild beasts roamed the land, and wild ghosts and demons appeared in broad daylight, fighting and slaughtering. Yin Dan lay dormant for 100 years, and when he rose to power, he drove the barbarians away, slaughtered the wild beasts, wiped out the wild ghosts and demons, and built Ji City in the wilderness, establishing the foundation of Great Yin Dynasty. For over 2,000 years, Great Yin Dynasty had prospered and flourished. Its territory covered a circumference of several tens of thousands of miles, and its people numbered in the hundreds of millions. Under Great Yin Dynasty, there were more than 100 vassal kingdoms built by the ministers of the imperial clan and thousands of cities that had yet to be established. The total territory of Great Yin Dynasty stretched for several hundreds of thousands of miles. From the east to the west, from the south to the north, it would take Wuxia 3 months to travel from one end of Great Yin Dynasty's territory to the other. Since the founding of the dynasty, Emperor Yin Dan had always been the emperor of Great Yin Dynasty. Jing Ke, who was given the title of Great General, was now one of the most influential figures in the military of Great Yin Dynasty, and also Yin Dan's most trusted confidant. Scouting Office was a special agency controlled by Jing Ke, just like the embroidered uniform guards and flying guillotine that Wu Qi was familiar with. The most important task of Scouting Office was to investigate the people's livelihood, monitor the market, and keep an eye on the emperors and nobles of various kingdoms. They also spent most of their time traveling deep into the wilderness, surveying the map, surveying the natural resources, spying on the barbarians, or doing some other secretive activities. Scouting Office had a very high authority in Great Yin Dynasty. Not only the Great Yin Dynasty itself, even the emperors of over 100 vassal kingdoms would have to lower their heads when they met with a member of Scouting Office. They had to treat them with courtesy and do their best to carry out the orders given by a member of Scouting Office. Compared to a member of Scouting Office, the position of Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan as the supervisory officer of 3 armies was just a joke. Lu Qingfeng stood beside Wu Qi and explained the origin of Scouting Office at the fastest speed. Wu Qi was dazzled by the story, and his heart was pounding violently. Was it coincidence? Was it not a coincidence? Could it be? Could it be? Yindan, Jingku, and Ji City. All the blood in his body rushed to his heart, and Wu Qi's hands and feet felt cold. He looked at Lu Qingfeng with a smile and muttered in a low voice. Then, what about Gao Jinli? Lu Qingfeng lowered his voice and said carefully, Gao Jinli? The prime minister, one of the 3 prime ministers and 9 ministers of Great Yin Dynasty, is now in charge of the political affairs of Great Yin Dynasty. A tingling sensation like an electric shock rose from Wu Qi's tailbone all the way to his scalp. Wu Qi looked at Lu Qingfeng with shining eyes. They've all lived for more than 2,000 years, right? He calculated in his heart. More than 2,000 years, wasn't it? From the end of the Warring States period until now. Wasn't it more than 2,000 years? Lu Qingfeng smiled and whispered to Wu Qi, they are all men with unfathomable cultivation base. 2,000 years of life is nothing to them. While both of them were whispering, Yin Bugui had asked Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan to examine the gold medal in his hand. It was real. Both of them were wearing a smiling face, bowing and bowing to Yin Bugui, swearing that they would do everything in their power to help Yin Bugui accomplish the mission. The Lu Kingdom was the least experienced kingdom among all the vassal kingdoms of Great Yin Dynasty, and its national strength could only be ranked below average. The monarch of the Lu Kingdom was only a viscount, the lowest rank in Great Yin Dynasty. As for an officer with a higher position in Scouting Office, his title might be the same as the monarch of the Lu Kingdom. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan, were there really people who were trying to curry favor with them? Yin Bugui's expression was cold and indifferent, and he didn't pay any attention to their flattery. He glanced at everyone in the court and said with a cold voice, Since I've proven my identity, all warriors in Little Meng City who are 40 years old and above, follow me now. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Pausing for a while, Yin Bugui added, This is an important mission, so we don't have the time to send any men from Ji City. If you can cooperate with us and complete the mission, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Not only Lu Suifeng and Lu Ziyuan, even Lu Qingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Since the men from Scouting Office said they would be rewarded handsomely, then they would be rewarded handsomely. The strength of the Lu Kingdom was much weaker than Great Yin Dynasty. Just a little bit of contribution from Scouting Office was enough to make an ordinary citizen of the Lu Kingdom become a marquis. Once they could build a relationship with Scouting Office, they would be able to get even more benefits in the future. Immediately, Lu Qingfeng pulled Wu Qi and ran out of the mayor's mansion, starting to recruit men on the streets of Little Meng City. The name of Scouting Office was really useful. Lu Qingfeng only needed to stand at the end of the street and shout out a few words, and in an instant, nearly 100 men with cultivation above 40 years old and above volunteered to join them. The people of Little Meng City were tough and tough. Those who came here to make a living were either fugitives who had committed crimes or barbarian hunters and rangers who lived with their lives on the line. These people had been struggling for their whole lives, but all they could get was a simple and happy life. Now, with the promise of Scouting Office and with the promise of rewards, they were willing to join them. Soon, the news had spread across Little Meng City. Even the bodyguards of those caravans, as long as they had reached the required level, had come to the mayor's mansion and joined Lu Qingfeng's team. In just 15 minutes, all the warriors with cultivation above 40 years old and above in Little Meng City had joined Lu Qingfeng's team. There were more than 1,000 of them, and among them, there were more than 30 peak Hotian warriors. Wu Qi was shocked when he saw these men. He didn't expect there to be so many strong warriors in Little Meng City. Lu Suifeng had also quickly sent someone to summon Old Devil and Lord Flame. When these 2 old devils heard that someone from Scouting Office was asking for help, They immediately forgot about their belongings and rushed back with a smile on their face, afraid that they would miss this great opportunity. Both of them were embryonic breath cultivators of Xianxia level, and the rewards given by scouting office to cultivators were different from those given to ordinary warriors. If they could cooperate with Yin Buguwei and complete this mission perfectly, what would be the loss of their wealth? Perhaps they could even get more benefits. Among the right-hand men brought by Lu Suifeng and Lord Flame, there were 21 men with peak Hodian cultivation and nearly 200 men with cultivation above 40 years old. In addition to that, Old Devil and Lord Flame, who had reached the embryonic breath stage of Xiantian level, were almost at the peak of Xiantian level. Their overall strength was really powerful. Yin Bugue was satisfied with the men that Lu Suifeng and Lu Qingfeng had gathered. After a brief calculation, he nodded his head and praised. Over 1,000 men, that's more than enough. Open up the armory and equip everyone with leather armors. Also, get all the pills from the army. Quick, quick, quick. In less than 15 minutes, the whole army was brought out of Little Meng City, and they were riding their horses and heading toward the inner region of Meng Mountains. Everything happened too fast. Lu Changfeng could only give some instructions to Lao He and Xiao He. Then he had no choice but to follow the army. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tuan were also giving some instructions to their men with a mysterious look on their faces. After that, with a wicked smile on their faces, they left the city proudly. Wu Qi, together with Lu Chengfeng, Zhang Hu, and Hu Wei, were at the back of the group, discussing with the other 3 men in a low voice. After listening to Wu Qi's words, the other 3 men nodded their heads in agreement. Wu Qi analyzed the composition of this hastily assembled army. The personal guards of Lu Suifeng and Lu Tuan were, of course, all of them were elites. Needless to say, Wu Qi, Lu Changfeng, Zhang Hu, and Hu Wei were also a tight group. As for those over 1,000 warriors who were temporarily recruited from Little Meng City, they were a mix of good and bad people. It was hard to tell who was hiding among them. The situation in the forest was complicated and extremely dangerous. Wu Qi told Lu Chingfeng and the other 2 to be careful at all times. They had to stay as far away from Yin Buguwei as possible, and they had to keep a distance from everyone else. Especially after they found out the target of Yin Buguwei and his men, they had to be extra careful and vigilant at all times. It was especially so for Lu Chingfeng. Although his cultivation base was not weak, and he was protected by a formation, he was, after all, from an influential clan. For him, the danger in this vast forest was at least 100 times greater than that of Wu Qi and the others. Zhang Hu, as a barbarian hunter, had spent most of his time in the forest, so he was more than capable of protecting himself. As an elite commander of the city guards, Hu Wei's familiarity with the forest was no less than Zhang Hu's, and he had the ability to protect himself. Wu Qi had inherited all of Wu Wang's experience and knowledge. For him, the forest was no different than his hometown. Only Lu Qingfeng had to be extra careful at all times. Perhaps a blade of grass or a bug that he accidentally bumped into could cost his life. Lu Qingfeng nodded his head with a serious expression. Zhang Hu and Hu Wei exchanged a glance, then stood in front of Lu Qingfeng, one on the left and the other on the right. On the other hand, Wu Qi was riding at the front, but at the same time, he was at the back of the team, forming a small triangular defensive formation to protect Lu Chengfeng. Taking a deep breath nervously, Lu Chengfeng carefully took out 3 formation pillars from his storage bag. He painfully replaced the energy stones inlaid on the pillars, and replaced them with the few middle-grade energy stones that Wu Qi had shared with him during the past few days. Yin Buguwei led the group and rode at full speed, following the main road that led to Meng Village. When they were about 10 miles away from Meng Village, Yin Buguwei gave an order and jumped off his horse. Everyone followed him and got off their horses. Yin Buguwei pouted his lips and let out a few insect chirps. A few black shadows silently emerged from the forest. A few strong men dressed like Yin Buguwei quietly emerged from the forest. One of them asked in a low voice, "Boss, are these the only people?" Yin Buge responded with a deep voice. Then he turned around and shouted with a cold voice, "Once we enter the mountain, don't make any loud noises. Don't ask questions, don't talk, don't cough, don't fart, don't swallow your saliva. In short, treat yourself like a dead man and don't make any noise. Those who disobey will be killed." A strange silence enveloped the whole group. No one dared to ignore the threat from the scouting officers. Yin Bugue let out a cold snort and quickly gave out his order. He divided these 1,000 men into 5 groups, each led by himself and 4 other scouting officers. Quietly, they entered the forest. The guards led by Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan were the most organized and elite group of men. Yin Bugue put them under his command. Even worse, he also put Lu Qingfeng, Wu Qi, and a few other men under his command. In the whole group, besides Yin Bugue, the rest were the subordinates of Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan. Wu Qi had an ugly expression on his face, but those 2 men were laughing complacently in their hearts. The night had enveloped Meng Mountains, and a faint dark fog was spreading in the forest. Wu Qi suddenly had a feeling that many people would die in Meng Mountains this time. Chapter 39. It was the 3rd day since they entered the forest. In high spirits, Wu Qi was standing on the branch of a huge tree that stood 1,000 feet tall, overlooking the endless dark green forest off in the distance. A faint water vapor was hovering around his body, isolating all the dust and tiny insects in the forest. The long robe he wore when he entered the forest was still clean and tidy. Under a huge tree covered with wisteria, Lu Suifeng's face was twitching as he stared at a dead guard whose body had turned black. Just now, when Lu Suifeng wanted to drink some water, this guard carried a water bag and went to a small stream about 1,000 feet away to get some water. A thumb-sized, colorful toad with a few fleshy spikes on its forehead attacked him brazenly. The toad jumped up and spat out a mouthful of black gas at the guard. The guard, who was at the peak of the Hotian realm, let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Before Lu Suifeng and the others could reach the guard and give him a secret antidote, the guard was already killed by the poisonous gas. The little colorful toad had jumped back into the stream, staring at Lu Suifeng with its big round eyes. However, it was smashed into pieces by Lu Suifeng's order. After 3 days in the forest, Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan's elite guard had lost more than 30 men, and all of them were killed because of some strange and unexpected reasons. Lu Suifeng's heart was bleeding. These guards were his father, Lord Puyang's personal bodyguards, and he had to lend them a deal with Lu Chengfeng this time. One of the guards next to Lu Tiyuan kicked a bush furiously and said, "This damn forest." Suddenly, a thin green snake darted out from a bush. The snake was as thick as a chopstick, but it was 5 feet long, and its deformed head was as big as a baby's fist. The snake slithered out silently, raised its head, and bit the guard's thigh. A miserable scream was heard. The guard only managed to jump 3 times before his face turned green, and bright green blood started to ooze out from his 7 apertures. When he fell to the ground, he was no longer breathing. The snake let out a horrible hissing sound and dashed straight toward Lu Tiyuan. A few guards hurriedly shouted and rushed forward, chopping at the snake with their swords and sabers. Green blood splattered everywhere as the green snake was chopped into more than 30 pieces. Just as the guards heaved a sigh of relief, the green snake's severed head suddenly jumped up and bit one of the guards on the leg. With a miserable howl, another one was lost. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tian were trembling uncontrollably. As descendants of aristocratic families, when had they ever seen such a ferocious creature? Sitting under a tree, Yinbu Gue was munching on a wild fruit. He dug a small hole in the ground and buried the core of the fruit in it, carefully covering it with mud and moss. After that, he walked in front of Lu Suifeng and Lu Tiyuan, and with an expressionless face, he warned them, "If your guard are still yelling before they die, I'll report to the great general and take away your future." Coldly glaring at them, Yinbugui pointed at Lu Chengfeng, Zhang Hu, and Hu Wei, who were sitting under a tree and munching on wild fruits as well. With a cold voice, he said, "Learn from them. If you want to survive in the forest, you'd better put away all your aristocratic habits." The arrogant Lu Suifeng didn't even dare to look at Yin Bugui in the eyes. He lowered his head, bent his waist, and agreed to Yin Bugui's request with a smile on his face. In the next moment, all the guards had a wild pecan in their mouth that Yin Bugui had found. Yin Bugui purposely didn't peel off the skin and flesh of the pecan. The green flesh and thick juice soaked into the guards' mouths. Their tongues and oral cavity were numbed by the extremely sour juice. Now, even if he used a knife to chop them, they wouldn't be able to make any sound. Yin Bugui kicked one of the guards on his butt and looked at the guard who opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound. Yin Bugui nodded his head and said, "You should have done this long ago. We are very close to the target now. Don't make any sound, or else think about the consequences yourself." Lu Suifeng and his men looked for a flat ground in the woods and sat down dejectedly. They were like roosters that had lost a fight and no longer had the arrogance they had before. Even Old Devil and Lord Flame, the two old monsters, had become extremely haggard. The terror of this forest was far beyond their imagination. Wuxia watched the show for a while and smiled silently. He climbed up the trunk of the giant tree for a while. This giant tree had been around for a long time, and the wisteria on its body was so dense that it reached the ground. Wuxia searched around the tree for a while, and as expected, he found a few bunches of dark wisteria fruits, which were green in color and emitted a light fragrance. Dark wisteria fruit was a fruit that could only be produced by wisteria trees that were over 100 years old. It had a certain effect of calming the nerves, nourishing the qi, and increasing one's inner energy. Its greatest use was to eliminate all kinds of miasma and insect poisons in the woods. If consumed in advance, one would be immune to all the common poisons in the woods for a day. Carrying 2 bunches of dark wisteria fruits, Wuxia slipped down from the tree and walked towards Lu Chengfeng and his men. He gave each of them a few dark wisteria fruits. Lu Chengfeng had no idea what dark wisteria fruit was, and Hui only had a vague impression of it. Zhang Hu's eyes brightened up. He gave a thumbs up and praised. "Good stuff. With this treasure, we'll have a few more lives in the woods. But even though it's not rare, it's not easy to find. Brother, how did you find it?" Wuxia just smiled. The woods were full of moisture, especially the thick layer of moss on the trunks of these giant trees, which had accumulated a large amount of moisture. After practicing the water chapter, Wuxia's senses in the woods were 2 to 3 times stronger than when he was outside. Although the fragrance of the dark wisteria fruits was very faint, he could still smell it from a few hundred feet away. After explaining the magical effects of the dark wisteria fruits to Lu Chengfeng was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed one of the fruits and stuffed it into his mouth. Yin Bugui, who was standing at the side, stared at the dark wisteria fruits in Wuxia's hand in surprise. He strode over, squatted down, and stared at the dark wisteria fruits for a long time, then exclaimed in surprise, "It really is dark wisteria fruits. How did you find them? These things will spoil after 7 days. Each of you will get 7 fruits. I'll take the rest." Wuxia looked at Yin Bugui and said happily, "Master Yin, does offering these dark wisteria fruits count as a merit?" Yin Bugui was silent for a while. He turned around and looked at the people sitting on the ground. He said coldly, "If you can give each of them 7 dark wisteria fruits, I will give young Master Lu a great merit." Wuxia's mouth twitched. He casually passed 2 bunches of dark wisteria fruits to Yin Bugui and said, "No more, no more. Is this a lump of soil? Do you think it can be found anywhere? I don't want any merit. I'll just let them all die in the woods." Yin Bugui grabbed the dark wisteria fruits, fiercely glared at Wuxia. Then he turned around and walked over to Lu Suifeng and the others, handing over the fruits to them. 2 bunches of dark wisteria fruits only amounted to about 40 fruits. Wuxia and the other 3 had gotten 7 fruits each, and there weren't many left. When Lu Suifeng and Lu Tsuan heard about the benefits of this treasure, they immediately shared the fruits with Old Devil and Lord Flame. How could those guards have a share? Those guards stared at the dark wisteria fruits with a complicated look in their eyes. Wuxia looked at those guards' eyes and let out a complacent smile. He knew that Lu Suifeng and the others would never share this life-saving treasure with their subordinates. Don't worry about the scarcity of resources, but worry about the unevenness. Wuxia murmured under his breath, repeating it over and over again. Lu Qingfeng laughed as well. He looked at Lu Xian with a smile on his face, then cupped his fist and bowed to him from afar. Lu Xian stared at Lu Qingfeng with a cold expression, as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Qingfeng believed that if Yanbu Gui wasn't here, Lu Xian would have already ordered those guards to chop him into meat paste. This deep mountain forest was desolate, and it was the perfect place to kill someone. However, with Yanbu Gui here, they didn't dare to do it. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they still wouldn't dare to do it. After resting for a while, the group continued to move deeper into the forest under Yanbu Gui's lead. Gradually, they had reached the deepest part of Meng Mountain. Even when Zhang, who was a barbarian hunter, he didn't have the courage to come close to this place. Those who had dared to go deep into this place, none of them had ever returned. Perhaps this group of scouting officers was the only exception. Wuxia stared at Yanbu Gui's back, who was leading the way. Yanbu Gui's movements were very skillful, and he was very familiar with the path. Obviously, he had been to this place more than once. What were they looking for in this deep mountain forest? Vaguely, Wuxia could sense the movements in the surroundings. Meanwhile, the other 4 teams were marching in the same direction, parallel to Wuxia and his company. They were a few miles away from each other, and a few times when they were resting, Wuxia would stand on the cliff, and he could see the groups on the other side of the valley. After another half a month of trekking in the forest, Lu Suifeng and Lu Tsuan had lost another 30 guards. Now, they only had around 130 guards left. Both of their faces were extremely ugly. However, Wuxia and his group didn't suffer any injuries. With Wuxia and Zhang Hu, these 2 experts in surviving in the wild, their ability to survive was much stronger than Lu Suifeng and his group. When Lu Suifeng and Lu Tsuan started to have diarrhea for no reason, the group finally arrived at a big river in the forest. After passing through the dense forest, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of them. The river was a few miles wide. The river was very deep, and the water was flowing at a very fast speed. The river was flowing toward the east, but not a single sound of water could be heard. On the shoal of the river, big chunks of gold nuggets and golden sand were piled up. With a rough glance, there was at least 1 million gold here. Except for Yanbu Gui, the rest of the group were attracted by this huge amount of gold. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Standing by the river, Yanbu Gui carefully observed the surrounding environment. Then he lightly whistled a few times. The whistling sound was very soft, but it penetrated through the wind and clearly reached the other side of the river. On the other side of the river, a few miles away, a few dark shadows flashed. It was unknown what they were moving, but suddenly a meter-thick vine emerged from the bottom of the river, forming a vine bridge across the river. "Follow me. Be careful not to fall into the water, or you'll die for sure." Yanbu Gui let out a cold humph, then took the lead and stepped onto the vine bridge, crossing the river quickly. Wuxia pulled Lu Qingfeng and waited until Lu Suifeng and the others had crossed the river. Then he carefully followed them across the vine bridge. The dark shadows on the other side of the river were 7 young men who were dressed like Yanbu Gui. But now, their clothes were ragged, and their faces were haggard, looking no different from a barbarian. When they saw Yanbu Gui, the 7 young men quickly bowed to him and made a few gestures that Wuxia couldn't understand. Yanbu Gui nodded his head and said in a low voice, 10 miles ahead, there is a small barbarian village. Don't let any of them escape." Lu Suifeng, who was feeling weak due to diarrhea, suddenly had his eyes lit up. "Are there barbarian girls?" Yin Bugue gazed at Lu Suifeng coldly. Then he said in an indifferent tone, "There are barbarian girls. I can give you 15 minutes." Lu Suifeng and Lu Xian looked at each other. Then they hurriedly brought their men and rushed forward. Wu Qi sneered. Then he followed behind Yin Bugue, together with Lu Chengfeng and the others. Chapter 40. In the twilight, Wu Qi was lying on top of a big tree, looking into the distance. About a mile away, in the middle of the forest, there was a small barbarian village. The village was surrounded by a fence made of thick wooden stakes, and behind the fence, there were nearly 100 wooden houses with thatched roofs neatly arranged inside the fence. Close to the fence, the front and back of the houses had been excavated and leveled, and some common herbs were planted there. A few old barbarians were sitting at the entrance of the village, leaning against the fence and chatting happily. Dozens of young barbarian men were washing a wild boar that weighed at least 1,000 kilograms by the stream at the end of the village. The blood of the wild boar had dyed half of the stream red. Inside the village, dozens of young barbarian girls with fair skin and picturesque facial features were cleaning the herbs on a piece of flat land. That piece of flat land was covered with wooden planks, and the herbs were neatly arranged on top of it by Chi-Chi. The herbs had been dried by the sunlight, and the girls were putting them into wooden boxes. Forget about those barbarian men. Their bodies were covered with dense tattoos that would make anyone tremble in fear. However, this was the first time that Wu Qi had seen these barbarian girls. Their skin was fair and tender, and their faces were extremely beautiful. They were only wearing short animal skin dresses, revealing their arms and thighs. Their fair skin was reflecting a soft glow under the sunlight. Different from the men of the same tribe, these girls only had a small, colorful flower pattern embroidered on their wrists and ankles. These flower and grass tattoos were not ugly at all. Instead, they gave these girls a strange charm out of nowhere. Wu Qi slid down from the big tree, made a gesture to Yin Bugue, and said, "There are many old men and women here, but not many young men." Yin Bugue cut down a vine and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Then he said, "At this time, the young men should be out hunting. Let's kill all the people in the village first, and when those young men come back, we'll kill them all." Looking at the sky, they should be back soon. Lu Suifeng let out an evil laugh. He rubbed his thighs and said with a low voice, "These barbarian women are all pretty good. I'm going to kill a few of them this time." Lu Xian, Old Devil, and Lord Flame let out an obscene smile at the same time. Yin Bugue looked at them coldly and said indifferently, "I'll give you 15 minutes. You have a quarter of an hour to do it." Old Devil licked his lips with his thick and slippery red tongue. He said with a strange voice, 15 minutes is enough for me to pluck 3 girls." Lu Chengfeng raised his head and looked at the group of people who had lewd expressions on their faces. He shook his head slightly. He took out 3 array pillars and carefully laid out the grand white gold dagger array around a big tree. Zhang Hu and Hu Wei were also slightly tempted, but when they saw Lu Chengfeng's gloomy expression, they hurriedly and obediently took a few steps back, leaving Lu Suifeng and the others. Lu Qiwen turned his head and glared at Lu Chengfeng. He scolded in a low voice, "What a hypocrite! Each barbarian woman is more interesting than the previous one. If I don't seize the opportunity to have a few more with me, I will be a hypocrite." On the other side, Yin Bugue was looking at Lu Chengfeng with admiration. He said slowly, "Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to learn about formations. This is great. There might be a few powerful warriors in this barbarian village. We have to slaughter everyone in this village, and we can't leave anyone alive to inform us. If we run into some troublesome people, we will have to rely on young Master Lu's formation." Lu Chengfeng cupped his fist and bowed, then said in an indifferent tone, "Well said, well said." Wu Qi didn't say anything. He pulled out his long sword and squatted under the big tree in the middle of the formation. He looked like he was going to guard the formation and wouldn't leave no matter what. When Lu Suifeng and the others saw him doing this, they were very satisfied. They might be able to find some good stuff in this barbarian village. If Wuxia and the others didn't do anything, all the good stuff would belong to them. Gradually, the night fell. The lights in the barbarian village were flickering. A few groups of young barbarians who had gone out to hunt returned to the village, laughing and joking. Yanbu Gue stood on a high place and counted the number of young men who had returned. According to the number of wooden houses in the village, almost all of them had returned. Yanbu Gue whispered a few nocturnal bird calls, then a few other young men from the scouting office picked up their long swords and disappeared into the woods. Pointing his finger forward, Lu Suifeng and the others, who couldn't wait any longer, rushed towards the barbarian village. 50 of Lu Suifeng's personal guards were guarding the back of the village. Old Devil was attacking from the left side of the village, while Lord Flame was attacking from the right side. Lu Suifeng and Lu Tuan were leading the rest of the personal guards, shouting and rushing into the village from the front gate. 7 to 8 peak Hotian realm personal guards attacked at the same time. Their long swords smashed onto the front gate of the village. With a loud bang, the 2 feet thick wooden gate was violently smashed into pieces. Before the barbarians who were guarding the gate had the time to shout out a warning, Yin Bugue waved his hand and threw out a few throwing knives, stabbing deep into the throats of a few barbarians. The barbarians screamed and fell down from the wall. The village immediately burst into an uproar. Over 300 young and strong barbarians quickly picked up their weapons and rushed out of the houses. There was only a small path in the middle of the village. More than 300 young and strong barbarians were squeezing on the small path. They were pushing each other and pushing each other. It took them quite a while to figure out who had launched the surprise attack from where. Lu Suifeng gave the order. Dozens of personal guards took out their 9-bolt crossbows, aimed at the crowd of barbarians, and pulled the trigger. The distance between them and the barbarians was less than 100 feet. The strength of a 9-bolt crossbows could easily penetrate heavy armors from 100 steps away. These barbarians were just ordinary humans, so there was no way they could withstand the continuous shooting of the crossbows. Countless miserable screams were heard, and at least half of the barbarians had their bodies penetrated by the crossbows and fell to the ground. Before coming here, Yanbu Gue had asked these personal guards to dip the arrowheads in a deadly poison. Even if the arrows didn't hit the vital parts of these barbarians' bodies, as long as their skin was scratched, the poison on the arrowheads would kill them instantly. In the blink of an eye, half of the young and strong barbarians in the village had been killed. After that, even more severe attacks were launched. Old Devil let out a strange howl and rushed into the village. He waved his sleeves and threw out 12 thin bronze symbols, which flew along the small path in the village. The bronze symbols swept across the small path, and dozens of barbarians were hit by the bronze symbols. Their bodies were cut in half at the waist. Lord Flame's body was covered with a layer of red flame, which was about a foot high. He laughed wildly and spread his arms, running through the barbarians. As long as the flame touched the barbarians' bodies, they would be burned into charred corpses in the blink of an eye. Yanbu Gue suddenly shouted, "Be careful of the fire. Don't set the village on fire, or the other barbarian villages will find out about it. Along the way, we will slaughter all the barbarian villages." Hearing Yanbu Gue's words, Lord Flame quickly retracted the flame on his body. He gathered the Xianxia in his palms and thrust his palms out like a butterfly. Those barbarians didn't even have the chance to see his figure clearly before they were slapped hard by his palms. The high temperature flowed into the barbarians' bodies through the force of Lord Flame's palms. Their skins suddenly turned red, and their blood began to boil. With the help of 2 embryonic breath-level Xianxia demons, all the barbarians in the village were killed in no time, leaving behind dozens of pretty girls. 15 minutes, just 15 minutes. Lu Suifeng couldn't hold back his desire any longer. He tore off his clothes and pounced on one of the barbarian girls like a wolf or a tiger. The girl let out a shrill scream, pulled out a jade dagger, and stabbed it towards Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng slapped the girl across the face, sending her flying a few times in the air. When she landed on the ground, she was already unconscious. Old Devil, Lord Flame, Wuxia, and all the guards couldn't wait and rushed towards those girls who had a desperate look on their faces. Soon, the village was filled with ear-piercing screams and miserable moans. Low and deep noises of insects could be heard from all around the village. Among all the people present, only Yanbu Gue could understand the meaning of these noises. 15 barbarians tried to escape from the village during the chaos, but they were ambushed and killed by the scouting officers who were stationed outside. In the dark of the forest, these elite scouting officers were as good as dead. All of a sudden, a girl let out a blood-curdling scream. Old Devil was pressing on top of the girl. His muscles were wriggling in a weird way, and the girl's body was trembling violently. Soon, her body turned deathly pale, without any trace of blood. The young girl stared at the sky with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were deathly pale, and her pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Another one. Ha ha! These barbarian girls have more blood and chi. Old Devil threw away the girl who had died a horrible death, kicked one of the guards who was struggling crazily beside him away, and pressed himself on the girl impatiently. In the dense forest outside of the village, Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng were standing side by side on a branch of a tree. With the dim light from the village, they were quietly watching what was happening. Very beastly, isn't it? Lu Chengfeng asked in a low voice. Yes, it is. If there's a chance, I'll kill Old Devil. Wuxia looked at Lu Chengfeng with a serious expression and said, he better not give me the chance, or else I'll definitely kill him. Hu Wei, who was standing under the tree, suddenly raised his head up and said with a low voice, when the barbarians attacked Little Mang's city, they did the same thing. Wuxia raised his head up and stared at the sky. With both of his hands hidden in his sleeves, he said with an indifferent tone, but we're not barbarians. It's fine when two tribes fight and kill each other. I don't mind if they occasionally humiliate a few girls. But if he forcefully plucked the girl, she would have died a horrible death. Lu Chengfeng raised his head up as well. He stared at a twinkling star in the sky and said with a low voice, Old Devil, if my cultivation is strong enough, I'll help you kill him. Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng looked at each other and smiled. Just when they were about to say something, a loud roar suddenly came from afar, which made their bodies tremble. Outside the protective wall of the village entrance, a 2-meter-tall barbarian man with a pitch-black body was slowly walking back. He was as strong as a small mountain, and he was carrying a wild boar that weighed more than 2,000 pounds on his shoulder. When he stood at the entrance of the village and saw what was happening on the flat land in the middle of the village, which was usually used to dry herbs, he let out a loud roar. The wild boar on the barbarian man's shoulder was thrown a few dozen steps away by him. While roaring crazily, a 4-meter-tall, red shadow of a ferocious tiger emerged behind him. Lu Chengfeng's body suddenly trembled. He cried out in surprise, a beast warrior! How can there be a beast warrior in this small village? Wuxia stared at the barbarian man who had a ferocious tiger's shadow behind him in surprise. He asked, what is a beast warrior? The barbarian beast warrior let out a loud roar and suddenly leaped forward like a ferocious tiger leaping down from the mountain. With just a single leap, he had leaped a few hundred feet away and threw out a punch onto the back of a guard who was playing with a girl. A crisp sound was heard, as if someone had stepped on a honey peach. The guard's body, along with the armor on his upper body, were shattered into pieces. Chapter 41. The barbarian beast warrior's movement was very fast. After killing a guard with a single punch, he immediately threw 2 punches at Old Devil and Lord Flame. The 2 old monsters were still indulging in the young barbarian girl's strong, smooth, and tender body. When the guard was killed, the blood and flesh splattered on their bodies woke them up from their stupor. In the end, the heavy fists of the beast warrior came smashing at them like 2 battering rams. Lord Flame let out a cry of surprise. His reaction speed was slightly faster. He quickly stood up and used both of his hands to block the incoming punch. In such a short time, he didn't have enough time to gather his strength. The barbarian beast warrior's punch landed on both of his palms. Lord Flame let out a miserable howl and was sent flying more than 100 feet away by the tremendous force. His head smashed onto a rock. My hands! Both of Lord Flame's palms were deformed like chicken claws that had been run over by a road roller. The skin on his palms had exploded and blood sprayed everywhere. Underneath the blood, one could even see the pale, white bones. While he was screaming in pain with both of his hands, Old Devil was suffering even more. Whether it was Lord Flame or Old Devil, both of them had cultivated to the level of embryonic breath of Xianxia level by using some evil techniques and external forces. Their innate chi was mixed, and their foundation was not very stable. Their strength was much weaker than a real embryonic breath of Xianxia level warrior. Their bodies had not been tempered to the level of embryonic breath of Xianxia level, and the speed of their innate chi circulation was not any better than a meridian cultivating level warrior. Old Devil could only feel a gust of evil wind coming from his back. How could he, who was in the middle of forcefully absorbing the girl's energy, have the time to stop? All he could do was to leave the girl's body, gather a little bit of innate chi, and infuse it into his back. With a muffled sound, Old Devil was sent flying 20 feet away by the punch. The violent force of the punch was like a bomb that exploded on his back. His skin and flesh were smashed into pieces, and at least 3 parts of his spine were broken. Even though he was an embryonic breath of Xianxia level warrior, with his spine broken, he was destined to become a cripple. Old Devil let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground. Both of his hands were frantically scratching the ground, but his spine was broken, and he couldn't feel his thoracic vertebrae. Even though he had used all his strength, he still couldn't get up from the ground. The old monster who had harmed countless people finally screamed in fear. "Save me! Old Lai Hua, save me! Marquis, save me! Save me!" Lord Flame's palm was seriously injured, and he was busy applying ointment on it. After hearing Old Devil scream, how could he have the time to care about him? Lu Suifeng dared not to let an embryonic breath tier Xianxia warrior of his family die, just like that. He hastily tried to call the guards to save Old Devil, but that barbarian beast warrior had already locked his eyes on Lu Suifeng, who was wearing a golden crown and a luxurious robe. "Father, mother, sis." That beast warrior raised his head and let out a long roar. With a single punch, he forced back 8 of Lu Suifeng's most powerful right-hand men. Then he charged towards Lu Suifeng with bloodshot eyes. He dodged 2 long swords that were slashing toward his body, then reached out both of his hands and grabbed the heads of 2 of Lu Suifeng's guards. He crushed their heads into pieces, then kicked towards Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng screamed and retreated. But no matter how fast he retreated, he couldn't move as fast as that beast warrior. The main part of Lu Suifeng's body quickly retreated and managed to keep a safe distance from that beast warrior. However, a part of his body that had swelled up was still standing. The beast warrior's kick landed on that part of his body, turning half of Lu Suifeng's body into a puddle of blood. "My mother!" Lu Suifeng let out a miserable howl. His face turned green, and he jumped up and down while holding his lower body. The barbarian beast warrior let out a furious roar. "I'll fuck your mother!" His body turned into a black tornado, roaring as he dashed towards Lu Suifeng again. The guards brought by Lu Suifeng and Lu Xun desperately surrounded this barbarian beast warrior. However, this beast warrior was really like a ferocious tiger in human form. He had great strength and incredible speed. Even 2 embryonic breath realm old monsters were injured by his sneak attack. How could these guards form an effective siege in such a short time? Especially when this beast warrior's roar was like the roar of dozens of ferocious tigers at the same time. The deafening roar shook the ears of these guards and made them see stars flashing in front of their eyes. They couldn't even keep their balance, so there was no way they could effectively attack the enemy. Finally, something even more frightening happened. When the dozens of peak Hodian right-hand men attacked the beast warrior at the same time, the ferocious tiger shadow behind the beast warrior suddenly froze and let out a soundless roar towards the sky. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, all the trees and flowers swayed without any wind blowing. The thatch on the roofs of the village suddenly flew in all directions. The dozens of peak Hodian right-hand men dropped their weapons and stared at the ferocious tiger shadow in fear. They held their ears with both of their hands, and blood was dripping down from their earlobes. The long roar of the ferocious tiger shadow directly resounded in the minds of these right-hand men, nearly shredding their souls into pieces. Seeing that no one could stop this beast warrior, Yin Bugue, who was standing aside, finally made his move. Why are you guys just standing there like idiots? Go to the outer circle and shoot at him with heavy crossbows. Yin Bugue let out a loud roar and ordered those panicking guards to retreat. He drew out the long sword from his back and suddenly widened his eyes. A long and drawn-out wolf howl rang out, and a huge green wolf phantom that was about 4 meters tall also surged out from behind him. Yin Bugue's running speed was raised to an unbelievable level. He swung his sword and thrust it toward the beast warrior, leaving a cold gleam in the air. Lu Chengfeng cried out in surprise. So, Yin Bugue is also a beast warrior. The barbarian beast warrior let out a shrill cry and shouted, "Dad, Mom, Sister, all of you are going to die." Swinging both of his arms, the barbarian beast warrior threw dozens of punches and kicks at Yin Bugue like a violent storm. The ground shook violently. The barbarian beast warrior leaped up and down with the help of the ground. Every time he landed on the ground would tremble violently, and the pebbles on the ground would fly up a few feet into the air. Yin Bugue stooped down and waved his sword. After the first sword beam appeared, more and more sword beams were launched, one after another. They were like thunderbolts roaring in the dark clouds, piercing the vital parts of the barbarian beast warrior's body with a sharp wind-breaking sound. The barbarian beast warrior was extremely strong and fast. Although Yin Bugue's strength was not as strong as the barbarian beast warrior's, his speed was much faster. Both of them were like 2 wild gusts of wind, and in just a blink of an eye, they had destroyed half of the village. Wherever the barbarian beast warrior's fist landed, a wooden house would explode into pieces. Wherever Yin Bugue's sword beam swept across, the wooden houses and even the herbs in the herb fields nearby would be cut into pieces. All of a sudden, a few guards of Lu Suifeng let out a loud cry. Yin Bugue hurriedly retreated upon hearing the cry. The few guards raised their 9-bolt crossbows and shot at the barbarian beast warrior. Bang! 36 pure steel bolts were shot out from a distance less than 20 steps away from the barbarian beast warrior. Although the barbarian beast warrior had a very fast reaction speed, he still could not avoid being shot from such a close distance. 18 bolts pierced into the barbarian beast warrior's body, pierced through his strong body, and nailed him on the fence wall of the village. The poison on the arrowheads quickly took effect. The barbarian beast warrior's body trembled a few times, and his dark skin was soon covered with a layer of green. You killed all my people." The barbarian beast warrior stood still, trembling all over, and roared, I curse you in the name of the mountain spirit. You will all die in this forest. Your souls will be devoured by the mountain spirit, and you will sink into the darkness forever." Yin Bugue sheathed his sword, stared at the barbarian beast warrior, sneered, and said, "There is no such thing as the spirit of heaven and earth. The things you barbarians believe in are all fake." The barbarian beast warrior roared furiously and was about to punch Yin Bugue with his fist. However, the poison quickly spread through his body, and even his heart was contaminated by the poison. Just as he raised his fist, his body stiffened and fell to the ground. The shadow of a ferocious tiger suddenly condensed behind the barbarian beast warrior. It stared at Yin Bugue, raised its head, and let out a soundless roar. A circle of bright light surrounded the shadow, and many tiny dots of light flew out from the barbarian beast warrior's body, gradually merging with the shadow of the tiger. Yin Bugue sneered and said, "That won't do. You were killed by someone. If your soul is merged with the soul of the barbarian beast, and your soul doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation, perhaps you will become a soul demon in a few decades. That will be our problem." Yin Bugue quickly walked to the front of the barbarian beast warrior, pressed his hand on the forehead of the shadow of the tiger, and began chanting in a low voice. "The spirit of all living things, the same root and the same origin. Brave soul of the forest, this is not the place for you to stay. In the name of the mother of all living things, go away." A green light shot out from Yin Bugue's palm, merging with the shadow of the tiger. The shadow of the tiger shattered abruptly, and it was as if countless fireflies had suddenly appeared in the village. Specks of crimson light were swaying in the night breeze, and very soon they drifted towards the direction where Wuxia and his company were. Yin Bugue breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, this is the end." Those red dots of light were carried by the wind into the jungle. After drifting for a few thousand feet, they had become dim and lifeless and could no longer be seen with naked eyes. Wuxia spread the water vapor around, but he could still clearly sense their existence. It was a very pure soul force that had lost all its memories. It had been broken into the most basic soul particles by Yin Bugue using a secret technique. Instinctively, Wuxia recalled the situation when he was in the great universal dimensional portal. He took a deep breath and silently exercised the hand of web. The water vapor filled the air, and more than 80% of the soul particles were quickly gathering towards Wuxia. In Wuxia's spiritual ocean, the huge wave suddenly started spinning rapidly, and all the soul particles were sucked into his body by the whirlpool in his spiritual ocean. In just a few breaths' time, the strength of Wuxia's soul had increased by 4 times. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still sense everything within a radius of 100 feet around him. The wind was blowing, the leaves were swaying, and there were even a few bugs hiding in the soil under the tree. Everything was so clear, as if it was right in front of his eyes. The innate energy in his body began to compress inwardly, and a few important acupuncture points on the conception and governor vessels were opened up by the mutated innate energy. A hazy water vapor that could be seen with naked eyes was slowly gathering towards Wuxia's body. Lu Qingfeng stared at Wuxia with his mouth wide open. His face was twitching, as if he had seen a ghost. Wuxia looked at Lu Qingfeng and smiled. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I was inspired by the fight between 2 beast warriors. Wuxia has broken through to the respiration level of the Xianxia realm." Zhang Hu and Hu Wei, who were under the tree, bumped into the tree almost at the same time. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.